All right. How are other people doing this? Okay, fine. I guess this is sufficient. Bom bom bom. Yo yo. How are you doing? It is live stream day. Okay, actually, my first time doing this. I know you can get drops. So, how's the volume, by the way? Is it fine? Passive exile or... Huh? It's enabled? Okay. How do I know if a drop is enabled on my stream? Actually, don't know. Do I get drops for reacting? Or do I need to make a separate account to react to for my own stream? It's so confusing. Oh my gosh. We'll see. Is there bingo already? Nice. Hopefully they release his patch notes as well. Oh yeah, I forgot about Toda. And hopefully they have controller support. The one feature I want is what do you call it? The ability the ability to switch between controller input and mouse input smoothly. Oh, what did I do? I was just messing with this button, and I think I pressed the Windows key. It's... What are people doing while they wait? Oh. Share?
Seal noise type shit coming on.
Sorry. I hope they add mercenaries. Hope they add Templar. What is Templar? There's actually huge gaping holes. Should browse in this tiny int strength. Oh, this guy. What's his ascendancies?
Right, it's Ziggy fucking day.
Oh, whoops. This isn't the official channel. Oh yeah, Ziggy D is gonna get some insider info again. I mean, they did work on holy skills. And they've been doing a lot of corruption theming. What is this one called? Secrets of the Ancients? Could be anything really, because they had so many features. They said this one will have a lot of endgame expansion. Right. The finally long-awaited endgame one. Can you hear the music from this stream okay? It's fine. Okay, cool. I don't think the Twitch drops are actually that interesting for this one, but I mean, better to have than not. Maybe they'll finish out the campaign. But ExileCon's in November, right? Yeah, so this is when I would assume they're actually announcing 1.0. So we will have to see. Does this start just immediately? Let's see. Double dribble. Mass. Mass could be a church. Could be a unit of measurement. Volume can be, loudness. Or, unit of measurement. Back. Carry. Channel is like a nature river thing. I started this too late. I can't finish this in time. No. Net and elevator are things that both hold things. Is it like British slang? Like, alright, whatever.
Hi,
GG.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. We have a huge amount of stuff to share today, so it's going to be a good one.
Volume's okay?
Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim the Red Queen's font hideout decoration by following the instructions below. Okay, so with that out of the way, time to roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, Return of the Ancients.
Those in darkness,
Is that good?
who once lay dormant, now return. We who came before,
This is what happens in Civ when you discover a new type of terrain.
behold, the first edict.
Whoa. Oh, ritual update? Oh my gosh, actually. Oh, they put in astrolabes? Huh? Oh, okay. Now I understand why we have PoE1.
We become one.
No, we're losing good breach.
You are completely alone.
Skelly rework? Yeah. New pinnacle bosses? Kalgurin rework? Wait, wouldn't we have Kalgurin in the other skin pack last season? Water tiles.
Hunt like it's your last.
Continue the search. See what you can find.
Atlas classes? We had a roly-poly thing as a pet last week. Yeah. I think they were just behind the schedule.
Now see how your story ends.
Yes! Real Atlas tree, yes! Spirit Walker Ascendancy. Yeah. Oh, that, like the annoying boss. What is this? Oh, Phantom Lancer? Little Nora.
To face us.
40 new unique, but it doesn't show unique.
Oblivion.
Is this my favorite game? I've played it a lot.
So as you can see, there's just so much going on in Return of the Ancients, it's hard for even us to keep track of it all. Now we promised that this one was going to revamp the in-game, and I'm very excited to talk about it. But first, we've got to talk about the League. So to do that, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Now, for those of you who are new to Path of Exile, each time we release an update,
I wonder if Mark's
we
thinks about the
also
shoes
release
he
a
wears.
new league. Not only do we have a new economy, but we also introduce new content through the campaign, which gives you a fresh play experience right from the start of the game, as well as new mechanics, storylines, and in-game bosses. In the Runes of Eldur League, you will encounter a man being attacked by the undead in Clearfell. After saving him, he introduces himself as Pharaoh, a young blacksmith trying to bring back the ancient art of Ezomite runesmithing.
This game is so
He has
dark.
been collating his discoveries in a tome and is keen to show you how runesmithing works. By inscribing symbols on these ancient Ezomite remnants, you can create all manner of old magics. Unfortunately, on doing so, the corpses of the nearby undead are revived and infused with some of the latent power, making for a difficult fight.
So you craft
After
the
defeating these
craftables?
monsters, Pharaoh realizes that runesmithing is a dangerous business, and he is going to need the help of someone a little more martially inclined to discover these secrets. He lends you his tome and asks that you note down anything you discover when you return to him. In each area in the Runes of Eldur League, you will find a remnant, and as you approach it, you will notice that some symbols are already present, and some are waiting for you to fill them in.
Wait, is this like a way of
Depending
generating
on which
currency?
symbols are already present, you will have different options for which items you can create using this magic. For example, if you combine Tempest and Lightning, you can create an Orb of Augmentation.
Ah. So it's like guaranteed currency drops for... What is the name of this mechanic? Runesmithing?
But be careful.
Makes a match of loot.
The
That's
symbols
okay.
used to craft the items also
Oh,
empower
so is
the
this-
monsters around the remnant, who will be revived as undead.
Is this
to
where
fight
most of the
again
currency
with
drops are gonna
different
go?
properties depending on what runes you used.
Because wouldn't that just be a lot
So,
of inflation?
if you use a fire rune in your recipe, the
Show me the
monsters will be
end game one
empowered
with
with
6
fire.
runes.
Or if you use a moon rune, lunar beams will rain down as you fight the monsters.
Kind of like Arch Nemesis. Very soon is a drop.
After the fight, break the remnant to receive the item you crafted. As you get higher level, you will start to find remnants with more slots for more runes, allowing you to craft rarer items. As the number of slots increases though, more waves of monsters will be
Okay,
added,
I think they're taking runes out from the general
with
pool
each
then.
wave being empowered
And
by
so you need to
more and
deliberately
more of the
craft the ones that
runes.
you want, right? Otherwise, what's the point of doing this mechanic?
And this can get pretty dicey, because some of the runes can have powerful effects.
There's so much screen shake right now.
Like the Oath rune, which will cause one monster to be nominated as a leader, spawning waves of minions. The leader itself will be invincible, but killing its minions will deal damage to it.
Oh, monsters are in a union of souls. That's cool. We love that. We love that modifier. And it feels like a take two on ultimatum.
Some
One wave though,
recipes can
right?
get pretty large, requiring
Oh, because you're
6,
doing all of the waves at once, right? Is that what you mean?
7,
I don't know what that is.
or even 8 runes. But don't worry, you won't have to remember them. Pharaoh's runecrafting book will record all of the options, allowing you to simply pick which one you want to craft, given the existing runes that are already on the remnant.
So I guess
To expand your knowledge and to allow you to craft more items, Pharaoh has asked that you keep an eye out for signs of runic magic around Rayclast. He wants to document anything you find in order to rediscover the secrets of Ezomite runesmiths of old.
so the way this plays out then, you might just check the rune and then
The
if there's
first of
nothing
these can
good,
be
just
found
skip
in
it.
Ogham.
So it doesn't waste your
reveals to you
time.
an
Is that the
ancient
idea?
secret, buried deep underground.
But it's like a chest that you're
The
looking
runic
inside of
magic
and
which
then
the
don't
Ezomites
open.
believe to
Isn't
be
that kind
their
of
own
weird?
is actually of Kalguran origin. Thousands of years ago, the Kalgurans came to Rayclast to find sources of Verisium, a
You do
metal
them
on
'cause you
which
want to collect
engraved
the runes
runes
for
allow
recipes you
control
want to
over
do later.
reality. Pharaoh is determined to learn these
It's
ancient
parts of greater
ways and gain
recipes.
mastery over them.
But you said you know how to remember
If you
them.
can bring him more Verisium, he will be able to use it to smith power into any armor, granting you runic ward, the power harnessed by the Kalgurans since ancient times.
Oh,
Runic ward is a new resource that protects you from death. Should you run out of life, your runic ward will kick in, sustaining your body until your life can return. It effectively acts as an extra life pool. Of course, should you take enough damage to run out of that, you will still die.
it's like bonus time, bonus
Every
health.
single piece of armor in the game can be upgraded this way.
So there's no reason
even
not to run
uniques.
it.
Some are just a strict upgrade, giving runic ward with no downside. Others are more extreme, sacrificing defenses to get a much larger amount of runic ward.
It's a lot.
There are even some that add new
So
modifiers
it's
to uniques
they
entirely,
change it
making them
into
much
a
more viable
resource
for higher
that
level play.
it's specifically only for max
But
hit because
the
it'll
Kalgurans
only
use
kick
runic
in
ward
when
for
you're
more than just a
actually take a fatal
defense.
blow.
It can also be used to power many other
Yeah,
magics.
so it's a max hit defense.
Instead of using gems
specifically.
created from corruption, the Kalgurans used runes of power and fueled them with runic ward. Many of the options available from Remnant
How does this work
are
with
new types of
regeneration?
Kalguran
So are you
skills that
gonna
exclusively spend runic ward to
constantly
wreak
be
havoc.
increasing regeneration?
An example is Triskelion Cascade. Using it will cause your next spell to be triggered multiple times in a Triskelion pattern. You can use it with skills like Ice Nova that you cast from yourself,
Oh, triangle.
or with something you target at a distance, like Comet.
Oh no.
There are also skills to modify existing
What
effects
Comet
using
gameplay?
runic magic, like Frost Flame Nova. Using this skill on a pack of burning enemies will transform the Ignite into Frostfire, both burning them and building up freeze at the same time. You have basic buffs like Hollow Shell that guards all nearby allies, to more complicated mechanics like the Mark of Repulsion that creates a mark capable of pushing away all
So
nearby
it's a
enemies.
resource as well?
Instead of spending mana, like skill gems do, all these skills cost runic ward, and unlike gems, they don't have a color. This means that they don't care about attribute requirements, or what kind of weapon you use. These skills are designed to be used on any class.
How quickly does runic ward regenerate?
Mechanics that apply across many characters.
I guess you could do it like regular ward and
together,
have it only regenerate after a certain threshold of time.
And you can as well. There is also a set of runic supports that can be combined with regular skill gems in interesting ways. Concussive runes allows you to add these concussive shockwaves to any skill that stuns.
So you're not supposed to be spending the actual resource
to
if you're...
directly empower the damage on any skill. Now,
I guess it's kind of like a built-in mind over matter into the resource itself. So it's you use it and you can... It's a defensive
Buried deep in the jungle
area,
in Act 3,
so it's a
you
choice.
can find the Mystic Refuge, containing even more secrets for Pharaoh to learn from. Using this knowledge, he gains the ability to reforge unique weapons. With this technique, many low-level unique weapons can be upgraded to do significantly more damage.
Oh.
Now, we've been able to take a bunch of uniques that had interesting modifiers, but were not in-game viable, and give them a bit of a boost to get.
I see.
And it's not just low-level uniques.
They're
All
upgrading the
Kalguran
unique
uniques
power.
are able to be runeforged this way too, and they can do some pretty interesting things. Like Searle's Grit, a new unique, which when runeforged can get one of several different outcomes. Now, there is still so much more that you can craft with remnants. There are also 100 new runes, as well as many other new crafting currencies. This is the
rune
runes
page
of
for this
Elder after all, and some
when it
of
was
these
on sale.
runes have quite powerful effects. For example,
Dude,
this
rip
elemental
stash.
conversion rune will convert all the existing mods on a non-unique weapon from one element to another. Using it, you could combine a weapon with all 3 elemental damage mods into a single element, making a weapon with massive amounts of cold damage.
Oh.
There is also a rune that lets you destroy your rune sockets to turn them into a dual socket on your item.
Oh my god.
And there are even crafting meta runes.
Can
that
roll
unlock new
chronomancy
types of
modifiers?
mods when used with regular crafting. For example, this rune of chronomancy will unlock a set of time-related mods to be crafted on your boots. Once placed inside, use regular crafting orbs to attempt to get new mods like cooldown speed or increased skill effect duration. You can also create a new type of currency called alloys. Using regular metals alloyed with verisium, new modifiers not normally available can be directly crafted onto your items. Using imbued alloy could improve your ailment damage, for example. There are honestly so many options here that unlock all sorts of crazy crafting projects. So I think people will be experimenting with these for a long time. Once you get to King's March in Act 4, Pharaoh finally meets Danig, a real Kalguran runesmith. And riddled with excitement, he wants to learn how to merge modern Kalguran techniques with the ancient knowledge that he has found. From here on, Pharaoh joins in the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been leading. With the ancient knowledge that Pharaoh brings to the table, the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been going on will change significantly. For those of you who haven't played it, the Expedition League mechanic involves carefully placing explosives, uncovering the buried dead, and recovering verisium from them. By choosing where to place the explosives, you can choose which kind of challenges you would like to face, or rewards you would like to claim. But unlike before, expeditions now contain the remnants from Runes of Eldur, allowing you to do some specific crafts along the way using the new League crafting mechanic.
Okay, so
one very important difference from the simple remnant encounters
trying to give it more of
is
an
that
identity.
the empowerments that the remnants grant apply to every monster down the explosive line for the rest of the encounter, stacking together. This can lead to some pretty extreme situations. If you stack too many remnants, you might be in for a fight beyond your abilities.
I mean, we're doing big boom, right? I don't
Each
care.
mod on the monster is improving the items that they can drop. Once you get to the endgame, you will find that the atlas has changed substantially. To the south,
Is there a list
you
of
will
those
now
modifiers
find the
yet?
coastline of Rayclass.
Is it the same as the
with
PoE
the
one?
ocean beyond. Kingsmarch has not fared well after the Cataclysm, and lays in ruins. Rog's shop has been destroyed. but
Oh, they're
he is
bringing
much
back
more concerned about
settlers?
his wife, Gwennon. He would like to launch an expedition deep into the ocean to find her. And this begins
Poor
a new
Rog.
major mechanic for expedition, exploring
Boats?
the ocean. Previously, a logbook was a single encounter. Now, using a logbook, you can send ships to explore an area of the ocean to the southeast, uncovering a range of
Oh, it's
islands
like a treasure
to begin
map.
your search for Gwennon. You
Did
can
they even
hop
have
from
Big Boom
island to
PoE2?
island,
They did,
doing
they did.
many new encounters. There are islands with expeditions,
It just doesn't do any.
grand
Didn't do anything.
expeditions,
The logbooks are profitable though. I
new
believe.
bosses, and all sorts of other unique things to find. Eventually, you will find the island that Gwennon has been holed up on. It turns out that she has found the tomb of an ancient Kalguran, Medved. While she appreciates you coming to her rescue, she is still keen to blow open the doors of the vault and take whatever you can find inside. It's just a shame that Medved isn't as dead as you previously assumed.
Oh my gosh, this is like the male version of the Queen of Filth lady.
Now, after you have defeated Medved,
You should
will
introduce
find
him.
another logbook. And this time you can use it to choose which direction you want to explore. The ocean is vast and contains a huge number of new islands to find. With each logbook, you can explore one sector and you can go as deep as you like.
I'm an ocean man.
There are all sorts of interesting objects to uncover and dungeons to explore. Many of the islands have expeditions with totally new mechanics. So for example, here is a volcanic island with voltaxic sulfite. Blowing up the sulfite will unleash extra waves of enemies. But there is also this wall with a suspicious light coming from behind it.
What?
On blowing it open, a giant ogre comes out, and he is determined to eat as much sulfite as possible.
I thought it was delve.
The more sulfite mounds that you have blown
It's like
up,
nautical
the more
delve. Or
empowered
it's a
and the
difficulty
more
static.
rewarding
I
you'll
don't
become.
know. It's kind of weird that there's mechanics specific to it.
These islands contain all sorts of little
You
secrets that you
didn't
can
say that it
find
gets harder
and
when you
blow
get
up.
go deeper in yet.
Free trapped wisps, blow open root doors,
Okay, so you get
even
You get all
raise
the mechanics
ancient
from the other-
precursor technology.
in the main island too. I mean,
And
mainland.
of course, more bosses. There are more and further vaults to blow up, and one of them in particular is pretty important. The Tomb of Uhtred, the Star Drinker.
Is he throwing a flask?
Uhtred was responsible for calling down the meteors of Verisium, which
Please
the
show
Kalgurans
sword.
used to power their ancient magic. And upon
The bit
defeating
right on
him,
the stream
he
is, like,
calls
dying
down a
when the
truly
special effect
gigantic
is
one
playing.
into the ocean nearby. On visiting it, you find that it is shrouded by a strange energy emanating from the Verisium core of the meteor
Whoa.
within. There is something growing in there, and it can't be anything good. In order to gain entry, Danik suggests that the Triskelion Flame, an ancient Kalguran artifact that can absorb and cancel the effects of Verisium magic, could be used to enter. But to find it, you will need to locate the Tomb of Olroth, leader of the Knights of the Sun.
Oh no, if I fail this map, will I need to find him
Defeat
again?
and gain access to whatever eldritch nightmare is
Uh,
growing inside.
That would be sad. This game is so brutal when it comes to
Now,
failing a map.
we're not going to spoil the boss, but one thing you should know is that the Verisium that makes up the core of the meteor is of a quality that has not been available for millennia. Bringing this to Pharaoh and Danig should allow them to forge some objects of power, the creation of which has been lost to time.
Bypass this.
So
thing.
that's
I
the
couldn't
lead.
read it.
And there is a lot going on. To sum all that
It's
up,
not, it looked like
there
a
is a
blood mage
new
item.
encounter with over 30 new monster
I'm
types
sorry,
and over
the
30
lich.
new rune modifiers to enhance them. You can create more than 100 new runes to craft your gear,
Frenzy
as well as
charge,
dozens of other new currency items.
additional
And there are
aftershock.
new
They're
quests
like
added to
support
the
gems.
campaign to unlock even more new crafting options. Rune forging armors, upgrading uniques,
No, I can't read this fast. Okay, upgrading uniques.
dozens of
Sure.
new Kalguran skills and supports,
So all the shitter uniques can be upgraded now. That's
tons
good.
of
That's
new
cool.
islands to discover by exploring the ocean,
Yeah, it's a
5
good
new
idea.
bosses,
Upgrading
including
the
a new pinnacle
uniques.
boss, and a bunch of new uniques to top it off. But there is still a ton more to come. It's time to talk about the massive changes to the in-game. But for that, I'll hand it back to Jonathan.
Now, as Mark hinted at before, the endgame atlas is very different now, and the ocean to the south is the least of the
Endgame.
changes. The entire area around your starting location is now teeming with new questlines and things to discover. Will you investigate the strange forest to the west, the cracks in the earth to the east, or perhaps visit the ruins of a Val city in the north? The atlas now has fixed points of interest at specific locations, giving you specific objectives that are easy to find. Like before though, no matter which objective you choose,
Yeah,
going
tower
to towers
maps.
to see what's out there is always a good idea. The first time you do that though, something new happens. The earth shakes, and a gigantic fortress rises from the earth,
Oh, okay.
a remnant of the ancient precursor civilization. The cataclysm of the beast has caused an ancient protocol to be invoked. Should corruption ever take hold to this degree, the world must be scoured and purged of corruption. You will need to make your way into the fortress and activate the gates. Gain the keys to reach these ancient precursor weapons.
I really hope the
And
keys
disarm.
aren't that rare.
But this will be no easy task. The fortress has many areas to explore and many new things to find.
Oh my gosh, there's a train.
You will power up ancient machines, fight new and deadly foes, discover many new areas, and uncover some dark secrets. Now, the fortress is the first of the new full in-game storylines that we're adding in 050, and there's a lot going on with it. But not only that, it has some pretty cool new mechanics as well. The areas inside the fortress are special. Many of them have new mechanics or rewards that they grant. Like this map, where all the rares are contained in essence crystals.
But aren't it?
Or
But
this
even if
one,
there's
which
something
replaces
juicy-
all monster packs in the area with strong
Won't I
boxes.
just avoid doing it until I have like a triple tablet set up and a build that
Or
can
this
actually
one,
deal
which
with
spawns
it?
in his merry spirit that
Like,
always
you won't
moves on
want to
from a rare
consume
after you
it
kill
because you don't want to
allowing
waste
you to
it,
chase it through
right?
the entire map.
That's how I felt about the overrun by breach maps. I never felt I should do them until I had like a 20 divine investment
now,
I
just
could
like
do
the
for
normal
it.
areas of the Atlas, you'll need to fight
Maybe
the map boss of
remove
each area to complete
tablets.
the map. But
That
unlike
would-
a normal map, the ones in the fortress
That would
each
be-
contain
oh, 'cause
precursor
they have a
nodes
different
after the
juicing
boss,
axis, I guess?
and activating these nodes will give you points for the new and improved Atlas passive tree. Now, we had an Atlas passive tree before, but it was one of the areas of the endgame that just wasn't up to scratch. The Atlas tree now works quite a lot differently. We have significantly upgraded the kind of mechanics that you can find
Okay.
on the Atlas tree. Like this one, that gives a chance to make rogue exiles you fight retreat from combat
And upgrade their.
and
That's
move
so
to an
weird.
adjacent map. Before you fight them again, they'll upgrade their gear and come back with a grudge this time. There are also a lot of nodes that combine mechanics together in new ways, like this one, which lets Ismeri spirits possess strongboxes. All the regular monsters that come out of them are touched by the spirit, and the rares are all possessed, giving you some incredible
How
loot
good
potential.
are wisps? I never knew. Wow, look at that loot.
You get points from every single area you complete in the fortress, and unlike before, that means you can allocate the entire Atlas tree. Yes, this whole tree can be yours.
Huh?
This change is pretty important, since it allows us to be able to create many types of bonuses that we wouldn't have been able to create before.
Wait, what?
Like this one,
The
which gives a
entire
chance
tree?
for cities to be invaded by another faction, and can
There's
even
no
allow it to contain
specialization?
2 faction leaders, allowing you to get 2 crisis fragments. If we'd done this kind of thing in the old tree, we would have wanted to spec into it before running a city map, then unspec out of it before running anything else. With full allocation, we can have
What's going on?
in-game atlas
I
build.
don't want to create a clip.
So many nodes in the atlas tree are now multi-choice.
Stop!
Change is pretty important since it is up to you. Do you want your powerful boss maps to contain more essences, summoning circles, or rogue exiles? But there's also nodes that contain more unusual things. So for example, on this node you can choose. Do you want to give a chance for shrines to instead be given to the map boss in the area, making them more challenging but dropping special loot?
Oh my god, resistance shrine on the
Would you
boss?
rather give a chance
Oh
to be given a shrine
god.
buff before entering boss arenas, making for an easier fight?
That makes the inversion so much better. So you...
Now, I could probably nerd out about cool stuff in the tree all day. But we should probably
So it's
get
not
back to
about
the
pathing
fortress.
efficiently, it's just
Now,
about choosing
one of the
your
really
the
important
special
things we
nodes?
wanted to do was make it so that all the boss fights in the endgame are now accessible with a quest line. That means that to fight the Arbiter of Ash for the first time, you don't need to get lucky by finding keys. They will be in fixed locations and there's a quest to get them. But the Arbiter of Ash is no longer the pinnacle of Path of Exile 2.
What happens
For
if I
that, you'll need
fail?
to travel into the very center of the fortress.
I have so many questions.
An incredible challenge awaits you should you choose to go there. After the storyline, you still unlock keys for pinnacle bosses in the usual way, exploring the world and finding the keys required to get to them. But we have added a lot more interesting things to find out there as well. There are now all sorts of mechanics that can spawn on
One
maps in the
key per
wilderness.
successful attempt.
For example, some maps might spawn as a rogue exile hunting ground.
Can you fail the
containing
maps? That's what
multiple
I'm
rogue
asking.
exiles
That's what I'm
who are there to
wondering.
hunt rare beasts. You might come upon them in the middle of a fight.
Just in
and be
case I have
able
a
to take
build
out
that
both of
dies
them.
a lot.
Or a map of champions that makes all the natural inhabitants of the area into magic monsters.
That's a crazy mod. Wait, it does sound
Or
like
this
they
one
took out
that causes all
tablets.
shrines in the area to release as merry spirits when used.
If they just put it all over the atlas.
Once you have explored and found your keys, you can return to fight
Maybe?
the pinnacle in the fortress again. But this version of him will be harder. And not only that, he will have new unique rewards as well. Each time you fight him, you get the ability to activate one section of the fortress. And any maps that you didn't finish there will be automatically completed, giving you all the Atlas points. So if you're the type
Whoa.
of player who doesn't want to explore the fortress, and instead just race out into the infinite Atlas, you still have a way to get all those points. So that's the origins
Oh, the
of
points are
Divinity storyline.
specifically from the
It's
fortress?
a huge amount of new content with a ton of new areas, 5 new bosses, including a pinnacle, with a bunch of new unique items. But not only that, it also completely revamps the Atlas tree and includes a ton of new map mechanics that you can find both inside and outside the fortress. But this is just one of the new storylines. So let's talk about the next one now.
There's so many
Masters of
walls
the
everywhere.
Atlas.
Yeah, they took out like kind of
Earlier we
open
talked about how the
vibe
multi-choice
of
nodes in
the
the tree allow you to
atlas.
still have an in-game Atlas build, but we didn't think that was quite enough. You have an Ascendancy class for your passive tree. Why not an Ascendancy class for your Atlas tree? Well, that's where the Masters of the Atlas come in. Throughout Rayclast are many opportunities for those with the skills to find them. Atlas Masters are willing to train you in these skills if you're able to help them in return. One such master is Jado, a member of the Order of the Jinn, an organization that secures powerful artifacts to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Jado will send you on missions to investigate strange occurrences on the Atlas and recover the artifacts causing them. And for each one you recover, he will gain more trust in you and teach you more ways of the Order of the Jinn. At level 1, you could choose to massively increase the chance for rare and unique chests, or make it so that all map bosses drop an additional unique item, or make corrupted waystones have an additional modifier, but at the cost of making them send you to a totally unknown location.
That's a very powerful modifier.
Each mission you complete for Jado will unlock another row
Oh
of
man.
and give you another point to allocate,
Additional
letting you choose how you want to
modifier.
specialize. But there are other masters too.
You
For
need
example,
a
Hilda.
build with such good defenses to
Hilda
do
is a
that
member
mod.
of a guild of monster hunters. She will send you on missions to assassinate specific deadly creatures around Rayclast.
Run like
and
9
harvest
mod
their
maps.
parts. In exchange, she will teach you her monster hunting skills, like this one, which adds a 25% chance to upgrade any map boss to a powerful version. Or this one, which makes his Marian spirits no longer possess rare monsters, making them go for the unique bosses in the area instead. You might notice that many of the effects on these are both upsides and downsides. So Hilda, for example, can make it so that you only get one attempt when fighting pinnacle bosses. But in exchange for that, they always drop 2 uniques. Because of that, we wanted it to be easy to swap between them depending on what you're doing. As you unlock each master, they will appear on the side of the screen. Simply click whichever one you want to use to run the map, and all the bonuses you have selected for that master will be
The
activated.
UI is not very clear.
This allows you to have a few different strategies that you can quickly pick between, depending on what you're running at the
For the
moment.
bosses, yeah.
Now, one thing that's been pretty obvious is that the in-game leagues we created when
That's
launching
what
early
locks
access in 0.10
powerful bosses.
were not really up to the standard of the leagues we did since then. Fate of the Vaal and Rise of the Abyssal just have a lot more going on than Delirium or Expedition, for example. We wanted to do a serious upgrade to all of these mechanics before we do our 1.0 release, and so that's what we've done. All 4 of the leagues we launched in early access have been upgraded with not only new quest lines, but
No.
new mechanics, new crafting systems,
Don't change
new
Breach.
uniques, and new pinnacle bosses. One of the really important changes we made to all the leagues is that you can now find them on the Atlas in specific locations, and each one has a quest line that will lead you there to being able to complete the league,
That
along with its
temple one
Atlas
looked
tree
weird.
and its pinnacle boss. This is true even for the leagues that we didn't do major redesigns
Like
to.
aesthetically.
So let's use Abyss as an example. When you first encounter one in the endgame, you'll get a quest that leads you to the east, where you will find these mega abyss cracks in the earth leading away from the Well of Souls. All the maps along the cracks will contain abysses with special properties, and mapping along these cracks will close the Atlas scale abysses, giving you points for the Abyss Atlas tree. At the end of each Atlas abyss, you'll find an Abyssal Depths with the boss fight for one of the Abyssal factions, giving you a guaranteed way to fight them. And after completing all 3, you'll get a key for the Well of Souls, allowing you to fight the Vessel of Kulamak. This kind of thing makes an in-game league so much more friendly for new players, giving people obvious goals
It's
and
a lot
guided
clearer.
experience to complete them.
I'll say that.
Alright, so let's talk about the first of the upgraded leagues, Delirium, and
The
its new
best closing on
storyline,
the Atlas
Hare and the
squeaked
Raven.
me out a bit. Ah,
As you may remember, during Act 4 you were tricked
looks
into
like a
releasing an
wound
ancient
closing,
entity
right?
from a Karui prison known as Tangmazu, the Raven Trickster. Tangmazu delights in breaking the minds of those who step through his mirrors, and when touching one, he will attempt to destroy your mind with twisted abominations generated from your worst fears. In Return of the
I'm
Ancients,
scared
the
of
first time you
Delirium
approach one of
monsters.
his Delirium encounters in the endgame, you will find Elder Maddox locked in a trance. His mind is trapped in one of Tangmazu's delusions, and you will need to free him.
there's a lot of this like
Once free,
monsters
Elder
in a
Maddox
circle
demands that as
thing
you caused
going
this
on
problem,
here.
you should put it right. He asks you to travel west to the Withered Willow,
Right?
the location
Like-
he believes that Tangmazu first gained his powers. But be careful. As you travel there, the Raven Trickster will attempt to break your mind. Each map around the Withered Willow features Delirium encounters. Now this is more than a simple
Like
quest
Breach
upgrade.
is
The
a
mechanic
big,
of
is a
Delirium
much
has been
bigger circle.
overhauled
Expedition
and
is like the
At the bottom of the screen,
Expedition,
there is now a bar that
you know.
indicates how deep into Delirium you are.
I didn't see the
You can see
rework
which
ritual yet,
direction
but it
leads
feels.
deeper by
I
looking
mean, I
at the
guess this is a
fog.
big
And
circle.
the deeper you go, the more challenges you will face. By looking at the bar, you can see how long you have until the Delirium ends. And you can also see
Huh?
special encounters that you will face if you're able to go deep enough into the fog. At the end of the bar is always the boss of the map, but we now have
How
a
much time
variety
do I
of
have?
other encounters that you might find as you explore the horrors of your own mind. For example, you might encounter a purple
Okay, so it's
mirror
based
shard
on
that when shattered
distance.
will cause all the enemies to become more nightmarish. After hitting
Trickster
this,
God
you'll
Billy
notice the
Curry.
Delirium demons are
Most
enhanced,
Unga Bunga tribe.
significantly more powerful, larger, and scarier in general, along with more rewards.
Karui.
Or should you encounter a red mirror shard, you'll be sent into the depths of your mind. And must escape it while fighting off hordes of your worst fears. If you are able to do
Oh,
so,
there's like
you'll
holes.
gain a powerful amulet with 2 instilled notables on it. Once you reach the Withered
I guess
Willow,
that means there's no
Elder
blight.
Maddox discovers that a shard of the mirror is missing. You will need to track down Tangmazu and restore it if you have a hope of discovering how to defeat him, and that means entering the Raven Trickster's mirrors in an attempt to locate him. Each area around the Withered Willow contains
I guess Delhi didn't
delirium
really
encounters,
doesn't really
so
have
that's
a
good
mech
place to start.
associated with it. Just drops
As you do
voices.
deliriums,
and
some of the
cluster- oh,
special
it had
encounters
cluster
will drop
drones, right?
liquid emotions. Normally these emotions can be used to install amulets to add notable passive buffs to them, but in Return of the Ancients, emotions have a new function as well. Each one now has the ability to add crafted mods to jewels, allowing you to add specific mods to an item slot that can be quite difficult to roll. For example, Liquid Despair will allow you to add critical hit chance, while Liquid Suffering will allow you to add movement speed or Air of Effect to your jewels, but there are many more. Once
Okay.
you've done enough delirium encounters, the
They
location
reroll
of
the
a
gem?
grand mirror, an entrance into
Like an
Tangmazu's
essence?
realm is revealed. But it won't be that simple to enter. Using his powers, he reflects
You think
the
they'll
map boss
add
for a
bloodline
ridiculous
ascendancies?
empowered
I don't see
fight,
why they wouldn't.
then destroys the entrance into his realm of madness.
It's a system that you can just keep adding on to, and then
In order to find him now, you'll need to let the insanity fully into your mind. A strange fruit is left behind,
And it
which
makes
you
it
can
so that you could
consume to
specialize
fully
your
embrace the
ascendancies more.
madness in an attempt to reach the Raven Trickster's realm. Consuming the fruit will cover an entire area of the Atlas in fog, and every map you do in the fog will get progressively harder and
like
harder
a part.
as you explore the deeper reaches of your mind. At some point, you enter a new layer.
this content
The
looks hard,
simulacrum of your
man.
memories twisted and perverted by the Raven
40% delirious.
Should you be able to complete the simulacrum,
What are these guys?
Tangmazu will believe that you are worthy of a true challenge, and will let you take the remaining shard of his mirror, allowing you to enter his realm of madness back at the Withered Willow. If you dare to face him, it will be a fearsome challenge.
That looks sick.
So, that's the new storyline of Delirium. As you can see, it's not only a quest line, there are new mechanics, new crafting options, and new boss fights. But one question you might have is, what happens after? Well, once you've completed the story, grand mirrors will start appearing on the Atlas sometimes after completing Delirium encounters. After doing the grand mirror, you can select where on the Atlas you want to do your fruit-induced drug trip and get another key to fight Tangmazu. But this time,
It feels like you're
the fight will be
expected
quite a bit
to
harder.
kind of
And not
clear
only
out
that,
every
the fight will
mechanic.
be able to drop a bunch of new uniques that were not available in the
This
quest
is kind of
line
how
version.
PoE2
We'll
was
show
in
some of those
0.4 as well.
After doing a grand mirror, the decision of where to
What was
spread
that
the
dude
fog
that
will be
disappeared?
important, because there are some potent emotions that only come from certain
This is
map
Dark
bosses
Souls new
affected by
longer?
delirium this way. Like all emotions, they can craft special mods onto jewels, but these potent emotions can create mods that you can't get any other way. So for example, potent liquid melancholy is an emotion that can only come from human bosses, and allows you to add a variety of on-hit effects. Also, you might want to try instilling amulets with these emotions. They could have some interesting effects, with some powerful notables that do not normally exist on the tree. Like Storm's Rebuke, which makes armor break boost your cold and lightning damage. But also notables from a clearly deranged mind.
Fire
like
spell
Cal's Blessing.
Warcry?
This skill allows you to ancestrally boost fire spells after using a Warcry. How about using an ancestral Flame Blast? Now, just like before, you can also upgrade the League by getting points for a dedicated Delirium Atlas tree. But this now works in a much better way and has much cooler effects. The maps in the Delirium area of the Atlas give you Delirium passive points for completing them, so it's easy to see how to progress. Some nodes will add new types of mirror shard encounters to your Deliriums.
It says
this
12
one,
out of
which will
31. Do you
pause
get
the
every
Delirium
point
for
there
some
too?
amount of time, allowing you to more easily get to higher depths. Or this one, which adds extra Delirium modifiers to monsters when you pick it up. There are also nodes that can add new types of drops, like this one, which modifies simulacrum encounters to add special liquid emotions, which can craft time-lost jewels. And nodes that apply to the Atlas mechanics of the League, like this one, which causes the Grand Mirror to spread delirium fog over a larger area of the Atlas, potentially containing multiple simulacrums. Alright, so that's the changes to Delirium. The core mechanic now includes a bunch of new things to find, new monsters to kill, and has new mechanics on the Atlas. It also has new crafting system for jewels, and over 20 new unlockable notables for amulets. Not only that, we have a new pinnacle boss with a bunch of new
guy's so
unique
big.
items, and a massively upgraded Atlas tree just for Delirium. But there's still a lot more to come, so let's talk about Breach next. When you first do a Breach in the endgame, you will find Aelith, one of the Keepers of the Flame, an ancient order of monks dedicated to preventing the Hiveborn from entering the world. As you seem to be a keen
Wait,
slayer
it's still
of
Aelith?
demons, Aelith would like to recruit you to the order.
I
and
guess that
asks
makes
that you
sense,
travel to
given
their
her
monastery to
lore.
the south. On the way there,
Is
you'll
that
start
problem
to
you
encounter more
mentioned?
breaches,
Which
and you'll
one?
notice one of the first changes to
We
the breach
want to
mechanic.
do Delhi to
You still
apply
have to kill
fog
monsters
before
as
doing
fast
a
as you can to
juicer.
keep
Yeah,
the
because
breach
you just
open.
want to stack
But now you
everything,
can visibly see
right?
how much time you have left to keep it open.
You
and
want
how each
to,
kill
if you
extends
have
its
something
duration.
precious, it's never correct to just
Once
like
you've reached the
do it.
monastery, you will learn more about the Keepers.
Because you
In the
preemptively
25
know
years since the events
what
of
mechanics
Keepers of
you
the
have
Flame in
before
Path of
going
Exile
into the
1,
mechanic.
The war with the Hiveborn has not
Is this
gone
issue?
well, and they have
But in
managed to
PoE
establish
1,
a foothold
you
in the world
roll
nearby.
kind of what you
A
hit
gigantic
as you
area
go
has
in,
fallen to the
because you
Scourge,
can't
and the
guarantee
keepers are
bismuth
unable to
before
get
the map
inside.
starts.
Inside the monastery is the Genesis tree.
So it's more
a
like
powerful
RNG,
asset
just
to the
like
war
play through the
effort,
map.
stolen
If you
from
get
the enemy
the
and
god
gifted to the
roll, it's
keepers
like
by the
great,
dreamer
but
himself.
you never know.
Using the tree, Aelith could create a breach stone and penetrate the Hiveborn foothold, but without Hive Blood, the tree has withered. To get Hive Blood, you will need to take advantage of another new mechanic of breach. If you can keep the otherworldly portal open for long enough, the breach will stabilize and will enter a new phase. The Hiveborn will send their toughest
to
creations
cut
to defeat
this.
you, and the breach will not close until you can annihilate them, dropping Hive Blood that you can use to restore the Genesis tree. In some cases, you may even attract one of the deadliest foes the Hiveborn can offer, a Marshal of Zesht. These monsters also drop womb gifts, and if you take these to the Genesis tree, they can be used to craft items to help you in the war against the Hiveborn.
Womb
Given that
gifts are
25
fun.
years have passed since the beginning of the war, the tree has grown and withered many times, but with each cycle it learns and expands its abilities. When you first open the Genesis tree, you will notice these holes into which you can place your womb gifts.
Ugh.
Each womb gift can be
That shit
used to
looks
create
so
a different
gross.
type of jewelry and must be fertilized with Hive Blood. So for example, you can place this amulet womb gift into the tree and it will give birth to a random rare amulet. But the Genesis tree is capable of much more. As you continue to feed the tree,
There's so
branches
many
will
more nodes on
regenerate
this one
and
than the
allow you
PoE
more
1
and more
one.
control over what kind of items it will birth. So for example, this branch of the tree will allow you to control which base types of amulets can be birthed.
Oh.
And as you go deeper, it will even allow you to create new
I
base
see.
types
So it's for
that you
because
can't
so
get
that you can
anywhere
control
else.
the base type. I mean, that's like not. That's better, I guess. So it just looks like a lot more nodes.
Like this one, which gives you an entire spirit skill for free. Or this
Huh?
one, which has a rune socket in it.
What?
To the left and right are branches that will let you control which mods the amulet can get, including making sure that they're higher level, or controlling which specific mods that they will always have. With 15 points to allocate, you will have to choose wisely how you want to specialize your crafts, but it's worth noting that this tree doesn't have any cost to respecking it. You can enable or disable the nodes at any time by clicking on them.
It's not very elegant, but you can guarantee a
On
spirit
rings, we've also
amulet.
added some
Yeah,
really
if that's
interesting
what
new
you're
crafting options
going
as well.
for.
You have a bunch of new base types like these,
Uh,
but you also have entire
plus
new
one
classes
max.
of mods.
Oh,
that can
okay.
be
These are from.
The right-hand branch of the ring tree adds an entire new
One
set
of them had a
caster mods to
6% max
rings.
health.
From basics like extra
Is
elemental
Grey
damage
Wind
from
in the game?
spells,
Put it in. Give
or
me
more
Grey
niche
Wind.
options like this mod that increases the rate you gain seals for Unleash.
It'll be like PoE 1 where Fearers are almost be better than ground loot.
And on the left-hand side, you can unlock an entire new set of mods for minion characters. This stuff is
They
actually
were
pretty
really good,
important,
huh?
because casters and minion builds didn't have as many slots with interesting item crafting compared to attack builds.
Additional
The Genesis
pods
tree
on
narrows
minions?
that gap. There are also trees for belts and currency. I won't go over them too much here, but there are
They
all
were
sorts
really
of goodies
good
in
in
these too,
PoE 1, right?
like
Even
being able
after
to
the
create
nerf.
new catalysts for jewels, or a belt that gives lightning damage. Once you've done enough breach encounters, you may finally get a womb gift capable of birthing a breach stone.
Yeah, I don't know what surpassing chances either. I wonder if it was from last league. Oh!
And you can then use it on the Hiveborn incursion.
What?
Once used, the true extent of the Breach Demon's foothold becomes clear. They have not only transformed the land, but constructed huge sky hives as well. When you enter the outskirts of their realm, you will discover breach hives. Using the power of the Keepers of the Flame, these otherworldly structures can be burned away when walking through them. But for each one destroyed, more of the Hiveborn will attack when you attempt to purge the hive.
So this is more of a special occurrence? The A-list version?
These encounters are particularly rewarding for womb gifts, so you'll want to do as many of these as you can. But your real goal are the sky hives deeper into the domain. These twisted creations are securing the demon's entry into our world.
It feels like when you
Inside the
see
very center are the Breach Lord's tool
like
and ash.
a
and
reused
you'll need to
mechanic
defeat
from a
them
TFT
if you want to
set.
get rid of the foothold once
You know?
and for all.
It's like, whoa!
Now,
Breach
once you've completed the questline
Fortress, what could
version,
it
there's still more to
be?
do.
Oh
You
my
will
god,
find
it's
other
just
breach
like
domains on the atlas randomly
PoE1.
in your travels. For each one, you will need to find a breach stone.
Oh, you need to like, you
Destroy
can't
the
just
sky
spam
hives.
them. You have to keep exploring the map.
And defeat the Breach Lords.
Oh man.
And doing these encounters is what will give you access to fight Zesht, the existing Breach Pinnacle boss,
The
which you can access
spatial
by communing with the Dreamer
limitations.
himself inside the monastery.
I wish I
While
could just
completing the
spam the
questline
mech.
for Breach, you will also be gaining points for the Breach Atlas tree, and there are a lot
Oh,
of cool
okay,
new
so you
options
can't
here.
get the whole tree.
This node will cause breach hives to spawn outside of the hive-born domains on the Atlas.
PoE is really PoE2 testing ground. It really feels
And
that
this
way.
one will give Aelith additional abilities that you can
Or I
use
mean,
while attacking a
I,
hive.
that's not that fair because
Like this one, which causes all hive-born in the next wave to be magic, drastically increasing the difficulty.
because both
in
of the
exchange for
changes
way more
carry on
items.
over to each other.
There are also
like,
nodes that allow you to control
they
your
just share a
rewards,
code base,
like
right?
this one, which adds a set of new lineage
Like the new
supports to
corrupting
Marshal
gem went to
Zesh.
PoE, and then reach stuff goes to
Or this
PoE2.
one, which lets
It
you
goes
control
ping
which wound
ponging
gifts
over.
you will get.
Still hasn't talked about ritual. Yeah,
There's
seems
also
like a
some nodes that affect
pretty
the Genesis
meaty,
tree, like this one, which will cause Zesh to drop his
pretty
head,
meaty
which
update.
when returned to the Genesis tree, will grow a grasping orchid on the side of it. You'll have to experiment to find out what this thing is good for. Putting rings on its fingers seems to make it happy. So that's a rundown of what you can expect from the new
Hands
Breach
like
questline.
rings.
There's a new stabilization mechanic for breaches, hive encounters, and hiveborn incursions on the Atlas. But you also have a huge new crafting system and new bosses as well. Alright, so let's talk about the Rite of the Nameless storyline next. When you first complete a ritual
Okay,
in the
finally
Endgame,
ritual.
Aoife, a lost spirit, will appear. She appears to need your help, but isn't able to communicate more than a few
Oh, did you
words,
say that?
beckoning you
I
to come
was
to the Wildwood. Like the
not
other
paying
leagues,
attention.
Ritual now has a place on the Atlas to call home. The Wildwood could be found to the west. When you first arrive there, Aoife's spirit will guide you in, where you will discover that inside the Wildwood, spirits can take physical form. Aoife has been bound to this place by the King in the Mists, and requests that you free her, but in order to do so, you will need her body, currently in possession of the King. To reclaim it, you will need to gain an audience with him. Inside the Wildwood, there are many ritual encounters to complete. Like before, in
Oops,
each
sorry.
area, triggering rituals will resurrect the nearby bound monsters to attack you, and killing the monsters will give you tribute. In addition, each ritual you do in the area will add the monsters from the previous ritual, making the encounters much more challenging the more rituals you complete. Once you've completed them, spend your tribute to get items. Now, an important change to the rewards of Ritual is that all the items in the reward window are now uniques or omens, making this league's rewards much more valuable than before.
Okay.
In order to gain an
That's
audience
cool.
with the Nameless King, you need to sacrifice tribute to him. Any remaining tribute you don't spend can be sacrificed this way to fill up this bar. Once you have enough tribute for an
okay.
audience, return to the Wildwood to divine his location with the Nameless Shrine. His location will be revealed deeper in the Wildwood, and you will need to make your way to him, kill
Kind of
him,
weird, actually, but okay.
and get Aoife's
What?
body.
So you had to like not pick up loot to
Using her body, you can attempt to
get
release
to
her
the
spirit,
boss?
but this is when you learn about the true threat of the League. The Wildwood is built on top of an ancient prison. The King in the Mists didn't gain his power out of nowhere. He was granted it by an ancient being of darkness known as the Bodark, and the Nameless King's use of this power has been causing the prison to weaken. In order to prevent the Bodark from entering the world, a champion will need to enter its prison and beat him back, but those with a name are unable to survive there. In order to do so, you will
You
need
do
to
get a lot
transfer
of
your
trash
name to
stuff, so you don't
another,
mind that.
with a new mechanic
Yeah,
in the
I mean, I
Ritual
guess
League,
it's like
the Rite
an
of the
unlucky
Nameless.
protection.
The rite will begin
Bad
in
luck
a nearby
protection.
forest. At first, it appears to be a regular ritual encounter, but that will soon change. The final ritual of the area will include the map boss,
No, it's the monkey.
and defeating him will give you a piece of the effigy onto which you will transfer your name. But the ritual is still not complete. Once the map boss is defeated, the Atlas will open, and you will need to pick another adjacent map to continue the ritual. During the rite, each adjacent map will have different rewards to tempt you. So for example, If you go in this direction, you gain significantly more tribute. But if you go in this direction, the uniques in the reward window will turn into
Okay.
currency instead. You can also sometimes get offered
Mage
specific
Blood!
items that will be added as rewards.
What?
So in this
Mage
case,
Blood!
you'll have to choose if you want to get 5 Chaos Orbs or a Mage Blood. A
What does
difficult
that
decision,
mean?
I'm sure. Now, as this is one continuous
What does it
ritual,
do?
the encounters in the next map won't start from scratch. They contain all the monsters that were gathered from the rituals of the previous map as well, making them harder and harder.
Buffer to Mage
And that
Blood.
includes the map boss too. You will need to defeat both map bosses.
You're gonna
in
need
the
to be
final
really
encounter for your
tanky
next effigy piece.
this league. I feel
And it
like.
still doesn't end there.
I guess that's why they
Pick
added the
another map,
orb, the
another
ward
reward,
mechanic.
Add another
But
map boss
like,
to continue until the
it
ritual
looks
of
pretty
the Nameless is
spicy.
complete. It will take
So
5
much
maps
stuff
in
is
all,
just hitting
and it'll
you.
be an incredible challenge.
5
Once complete,
boss icons
you
on
can
the
return
screen
to the
there.
Wildwood to
By
perform
the way,
final rite. Transfer your name to the effigy, adorn the crown of the Nameless King, and enter the prison. Now, of course, once the pinnacle boss is complete, the league doesn't end there. As you do rituals
It's
on
like
the
the
Atlas,
Egan
you
memories?
can continue
Yeah,
to give
yeah.
tribute to the King in the Mists for another audience.
Mainstream's calling him pools. It's pretty good. For the
Picking up the
spiciest
forest to begin the
content.
rite of the Nameless once more.
One divine
And
orb.
this time with a harder pinnacle boss and new unique items to find. Of course, we've also significantly upgraded the Ritual Atlas tree. Get points by completing maps in the Wildwood.
Can we have
and
an
you'll be able to unlock some
ultimatum
pretty
tree?
Cool nodes. Some of them
I
affect
miss
the Rite of the
ultimatum.
Nameless, like this one, which extends its duration. You thought fighting 5 map bosses at once was hard? How about 6?
Wait, each
Or this
chain
one, which
adds
makes
another
maps
map
during the rite
boss?
Have more
Oh my
reward ones,
god.
often having 2.
What if you
You
fail?
also have
What
nodes
if my
that allow
build
things to
sucks?
combine with other content, like this one, which gives a chance for rituals to be created inside summoning circles.
Wait, this is independent
Adding a
of how
random boss
much,
to the
how many
ritual
portals there are on the map, right?
There is even a node which adds a new type of possible ritual, the audience with the Queen, which causes the bride of the king
Audience
to
with the
sometimes
Queen?
appear. Okay, so that's ritual. But let's have a look at what this means for in-game content as a whole for Path of Exile 2.
Wait,
When you include the expedition changes made
so
by
the
league,
portal thing
we have
was
a total of 5 new in-game
for the map
storylines,
bosses.
each of which has a hub, crafting systems, areas to explore, NPCs,
I'll let them
and a
wrap up.
pinnacle boss as a capstone. Not to mention the Masters of the Atlas storyline as well. But more importantly, you now have immediate quests as soon as you arrive at the endgame, and goals with obvious progressions that you can see how to finish. Each endgame questline has a progress bar that you can pop out from the side of the Atlas screen at any time that shows you how far through you are, and buttons that will take you to the hubs for them.
cool.
Overall, it's just a way better in-game experience.
In-game
with a
expansions to your
significant
league
number of fun
mechanics?
objectives to
Yeah.
complete. But just in case you didn't have enough
It goes
goals,
really
we did
wide.
have one other thing that you might want to complete this league. These are called challenge leagues after all. Where are all the challenges?
40 out of
Well,
40.
players of Path of Exile 1 will be used to the fact that each league comes with a series of challenges that you
Wait,
can
8 out of
complete in
8.
order to prove that you are indeed the best. We haven't done these
What
yet
do
in
I
Path
get?
of Exile 2, but it's time to change that. If you're able to complete them, you'll earn pieces of the Knight of Alder armor set.
Wow.
Opening the challenge screen will show you a series of 8 challenges. After completing each one, anyone
That
in
looks
chat or
okay,
in the
I
forums will be
guess.
able to see your prowess. In addition, you'll get a statue to put in your hideout showing anyone you trade with how many challenges you've completed. You'll earn the first piece of the armor set after doing 2 challenges, and the full armor set after completing all 8. So that covers all the content you'll encounter in Return of the Ancients. But what about some new tools to fight
Challenges.
against these new pinnacles with? Well, we also have some new Ascendance
Expecting
classes
more
as
of an
well,
Atlas
but to
overhaul?
introduce them, I'll hand
I
you
think
guys
they've
back
just
to Mark.
decided to just add on to what
As
they
Jonathan
got.
said, we have 2 new classes to show
They
you today.
believe in the
The
thesis.
Spirit Walker and the Martial Artist. Let's start with the Huntress's
They
new
haven't.
class,
Are there
the
no
Spirit Walker.
swords?
The Spirit Walker has developed an affinity
Still?
with the Asmerian
I didn't see
animal
anyone
spirits.
holding a sword.
She is able to infuse the power of multiple spirits at her choosing.
Oh my god.
On the
What
bottom
is
part
that?
of the class, you will find paths for each wisp you would like to commune with, be they primal,
Gain
vivid,
every second.
or wild. Each one can give
20
you different
mirrors,
abilities
mhm.
that align with the stag, owl,
So they have like
or
a
bear.
condition.
Each ability gives you a method to become possessed by wisps of that type, and a new ability when you spend them. The stag allows you to
Make your
summon
spender.
stampedes when you attack.
Mhm.
The owl grants boons in the form of their feathers, which adds extra projectiles and enhances the projectile speed of your next skill.
Whoa.
And the bear simply
Let's go
summons
Spark.
a giant bear companion to your side. The bear will maul, slam, leap,
Oh,
and do intimidating
companion?
roars to debuff your enemies.
Fair Spirit Companion.
Now you can specialize more into each of these wisps, but if you want to
Fair
combine all
build?
3 of them, then a new hidden power will be unlocked.
Wait, companions
power
heal
of the
damage
sacred
equal to
wisps.
60% of your main hand weapon.
This node is free and enhances the quality of all 3 of your spirit animals.
Huh?
Your bear will take some of the damage you take and grant you life regeneration. Your stags will become more aggressive, leaping towards enemies. And your owl-empowered skills will leave a trail of soaring ground behind them. But that's not all. The Spirit Walker has other powers beyond wisps, such as Idolatry, which can give you large bonuses for using idle socketables in your equipment. And this one, which is my absolute favorite. The Spirit Walker,
Tame
having attuned
beast?
herself with nature, can gain the ability to tame beast bosses,
Whoa.
opening up a whole suite of very cool options for your build.
No way.
Maybe you tame the mighty Silverfist in the jungle depths.
Yes. This is what we needed.
Or maybe a 3-headed chimeral beast in the chimeral
Oh my
wetlands.
gosh, remember those videos where they showed like a bosses fighting each other? It
Or
was in
then
preparation
there's a
for
giant
this.
Frozen owl beast.
Hell
Ricard,
yeah.
The frozen talon. There's so
Let's
many
RF
choices.
these dudes.
You're going to have to experiment a bunch with this
Oh,
one. and I'm very
baby.
excited to see what bosses you all choose to have as your trusted
Oh,
boss
I hate
companion.
that boss.
Next up, we have the monk's new
Damn,
ascendancy
that's
class,
great.
the martial artist. After decades of training,
Whoa.
he has mastered 3 of the 7
Phantom
hollow
Hunter.
techniques. Channeling hollow form technique allows the martial artist to create illusions of himself, which then use a skill of your choosing. Perfect for turning skills with less area of effect
This
into
is
ones that can
what
obliterate
do you
packs
what would you
with
even
ease.
call this? It's not a totem. It's
Should you find yourself overly vulnerable while channeling, you might want to take Way of the Mountain,
oh, you
which causes
channel.
you to be covered in stone when you immobilize enemies,
Okay.
mitigating large amounts of damage. This can even enhance your attacks too. By hardening
Master
your weapon
Yi,
in stone, you
meditate?
can deal even more damage. After taking Hollow Focus technique, you can manifest your spiritual energy into objects. In this case, bells,
What
which
what
will
is
appear
happening?
around the martial artist and can be shattered by any of his attacks, even ones from the Hollow Form technique earlier. Hollow Resonance technique furthers that
I
by
don't get
adding
it.
a manifested bell to your back, which rings each time you deal a critical strike, damaging all enemies around you. Through all the martial artist's
I don't understand
thorough
the fantasy
training,
of that one.
He has mastered the flow of internal spiritual energy too, and has engraved runic tattoos around his meridians. By doing this, he can gain the benefit of extra runes. Just open your inventory and add the runes. There is
Whoa.
one that counts as a helmet, 2 as a body armor, 1 as gloves, and 1 as boots.
Okay.
Finally, your hands.
The bell looks like
the
ass.
ultimate
Yeah, I
expression
don't
of a
know. I
master
don't
of
get
the
it.
martial arts.
Only
Taking Way
put
of
the
the
base
Stone
on it. This
Fist
is
will
stone.
cause your gloves to become a new base type when
You should
equipped.
search how to-
Each modifier on the
proper
original pair
related-
of
oh,
gloves
per
has an
level
equivalent,
modifiers?
more powerful and more impactful modifier. For example,
Whoa.
these gloves add some physical damage, cold damage,
Give it to me per
lightning
level.
damage, some resistances, and life
Per
gain on
level
hit.
fizz damage for attacks.
Now, when I equip these, they become literal fists of stone, and not only grant me a
As
bunch more
extra?
evasion and energy shield, they now also grant a lot more damage.
Max res?
Some maximum resistances.
Oh,
and a
I see. So
significantly
those-
higher amount of life gained on hitting
This is
enemies.
super weird.
With all
energy
the
shield
different rune
stacker.
combinations you could do, and the different modifiers and gloves, there's a ton of different build options, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can come up with.
Sounds fun, I guess.
Now, with so
it's gonna
many
make
new
shopping
bosses in
incredibly
Return of the
annoying.
Ancients, of course,
'Cause
we
you're
want
not-
to have a huge number of unique rewards.
Because you're not getting
There
the
are some pretty cool
modifiers
things in here,
on the item
so we
anymore.
wanted
It's
to show
like
you a few of them.
transforming into a separate modifier. It's like
Twisted
a
Empyrean is a two-handed
know,
mace
like a
made
dictionary?
from the purest of Verisium, combined with the
What is
beast's
this?
corruption. It converts
mana
all of your
sacking
mace's
one?
skills fire damage to cold.
it's breaking
and
the general
visually
rules
does so
around
too,
items. Yeah, I
turning
think
your volcanic fissures into glacial
that one's a
ones.
little controversial. The one,
This
the
mace
gloves.
also comes with its own built-in skill, Starborn Onslaught. Using Glory, you can leap backwards, throwing your mace at the ground, creating Verisium fissures, before calling behind it a storm of cold metallic bolts from the stratosphere.
Oh my gosh, look at those ground
Next, we have
effects.
Eventide Petals, an amulet that not only grants runic ward, but also comes with its own reservation
Cannot
skill.
use meta
Midnight
skills to
Zenith.
generate energy.
This skill causes your critical hits to grant Arctic petals that hover around you.
So are they building
Once you have
cast on
acquired enough
crit
of these
into
petals,
skills
they will be
so that you don't
consumed,
abuse them?
creating a floral ice crystal near an enemy. Then, destroy that crystal to do devastating cold damage to everything around it.
This is such an interesting way to cast common.
The Raven's Flock is a staff perfect for minion
What
characters.
is this?
Not only does it grant spirit reservation efficiency and minion damage, it also
Okay.
allows your minions to inflict grueling madness on hit, slowing enemies and making all other
Being
slows on
empowered
them more
uniques will make
powerful
Fairgrace
for
bow not
maximum crowd
ass. It
control.
could actually.
That's not
The
where
mechanics
this
of the
item
bow is
shines,
weird though, right?
It grants a skill called Spiraling Conspiracy.
Oh!
This skill causes a flock
What
of
is
ravens
this?
to circle you, dealing damage over time
RF?
to anything near them. Killing enemies, or just by standing near unique enemies, causes
It's getting
the flock to
bigger.
grow, getting larger and larger.
No
For
way,
your
they
PoE1
did
players,
it!
you can think of this just like a raven righteous fire.
Where did this drop from? I wasn't
That's
paying
not all,
attention.
These
He
ravens are
said
also
righteous
minions,
fire.
So they fully scale with minion damage and come with their own command skill.
Minion
Mad
RF?
This command skill causes your flock to create a tunnel of deathly damage between a set of illusory mirrors, obliterating anything in between.
Whoa.
Horror's Flight is a
Wait,
pair
where
of
did these
gloves
drop from?
instilled with the purest of fear. Equipping these causes your enemies to become terrified of you. These gloves cause you to gain
Oh,
stacks of
they
fear
put
incarnate when you cull
RF in the
enemies.
game? And it's a minion thing for some
To
reason?
aid in your culling, these gloves also come with the skill Crushing Fear.
You could do minion RF
This
with the
is similar
flame
to the
RF.
monk skill Killing Palm, except it deals chaos damage, and the amount of damage and area of effect scales drastically based on the power of the enemy. As you use this, gain
What?
your stacks of Fear Incarnate, which increases your culling threshold, meaning
Oh,
enemies become
shit.
easier and easier to cull, even to the point
Oh.
of being able to instantly kill some monsters from full life.
Wow.
Sylvan's Effigy
That
is a
looks
scepter
sick.
for those wanting to run companions. It allows you to have any number of companions of different types, instead of the normal restriction of just one per type. But what makes this cool is the Asmerian wolf companion it comes with. This is a persistent minion that
This is
bites
the
foes
perfect
to maim them,
item.
leaps to cause bleeding, and even howls to buff nearby allies. Additionally, it comes with the command skill Eternal Hunt, which when
Honestly,
used,
I'm
it will
mostly
howl,
interested
calling on
in
the spirits to
Smith the
manifest spectral
Katava
wolves to ambush all foes around you.
manifest weapon updates.
Liminal Coil is a
That build
crazy
is so
build.
ass every
It
time I try
allows
to
you to
use
apply
it.
as many curses as you please.
I want to
But
play
those
it.
curses will have no effect.
I want it to be
What's the
good.
point then? Two
I
reasons.
want to play it.
Firstly, your spells gain a bunch of extra physical and chaos damage for each curse on enemies. Secondly, is
Wow,
the
this is
skill it
such an
grants
interesting
called
way
Coiling Bolts.
Of
This skill is a projectile spell that fires coiling
Whoa.
physical and chaos projectiles with every cast. What makes this skill truly special, though, is that it will
Whoa.
split and chain through every cursed enemy, causing an absolute ruckus. See for yourself.
oh my god, that looks
Periphery is a
awesome.
unique bow.
I was
which
gonna say that's a
utilizes
really
all
interesting way of
powers
doing
the
combat.
Asmerian spirits by dealing damage of all elements, and all elements can cause all ailments. The
Okay.
coolest thing about this bow, however, is the Asmerian Swarm skill. These are minions that are summoned when you kill enemies.
They're
They will
tying a lot of
pursue
these
all nearby enemies, damaging them and inflicting a
cool
debuff on them
abilities
that
to the
boosts your
weapon
elemental
themselves.
damage even further.
Oh, that's why they allow you to upgrade
Watch
the
as you
weapon
mow
too.
enemies down, and the swarms of Asmerian wisps aid you, melting enemies one screen at a time.
It's like living lightning. Oh, my stream is dying. What the hell's going on?
The Ordained is a new spear, mastering in physical
Do you get
and
jump
lightning
from Final
damage,
Fantasy?
with high critical strike chance too.
Righteous
This
Descent?
spear allows you to leech life not only from physical damage, but lightning too.
Feels like you
It
really
also
want to run a
creates
unique
fragment of
weapon,
divinity
right?
nearby
Because
periodically.
it's simpler.
What are those? Well,
What did
this spear
they
has
had
the
like
skill
it was part
Righteous
of the
Descent,
mechanic. Yeah, it
which
is
an
jump.
epic divine leap. Aided
They put
by
in jump from
angelic
Final
wings.
Fantasy.
If you use the skill when a
You could be a
fragment of
dragoon.
divinity is nearby, it will become empowered, dealing significantly more damage,
Some
gaining
holy
massive area of
skills.
effect, and bypassing its cooldown.
The new mechanic has a
When
resource that
fighting
lets
a
you
boss,
upgrade
let a
uniques.
bunch of the fragments spawn, and then just unleash your divine havoc,
Holy.
obliterating them. Last, but not least, we
Please
have
show
a new
Atlas.
unique jewel, Voices. Voices is
Oh.
simple. It consumes 1 jewel slot to add more. There are versions that add 2 jewel slots, 3 jewel slots, and for those who are absurdly lucky or rich, one with 4 jewel
Oh
slots.
my god, they added
Equip it
voices.
and notice the slots appear next to your
This is so
character's portrait
weird,
in the center.
It appears there. They don't want to add
One
cluster
of the
jewels.
things we are concerned about is how long it takes for experienced
Oh
players
my
to replay
god,
through
that
the
is
game
so
in
strong.
each new league.
Yeah,
As we
all
learned
uniques
from
are
Path of
good now.
Exile 1,
I mean, I guess it's
one of
okay
the
to make
things that
the
can really
rares
help is having elements
better
of the
for the tree if
campaign
all
that
the
tell you
good
where to
shit's
go,
on the uniques, eh?
if you know what to look for. We'll cover just one example per act for acts 1 to 3, but there are many more
It
than
looks
just
pretty OP
these.
to me.
For example, Hunting Grounds in Act 1 is a large, sparse area, containing multiple entrances and landmark encounters. Here's an example of some of the changes we've made here. Finding the ritual encounter in this area isn't too difficult. Now after completing it, a trail of locusts will lead to the entrance to Freythorn. Just follow it
Oh,
and find the
sick.
source of the evil.
Yes! Yes!
You may also find corpses of dead animals.
Make the
killed
Azak
and
boggy
pecked at
better.
by the crowbell. You'll notice a trail of blood leading away
Make
from
it
you.
lead to the lady.
Follow the trail and it will lead directly to the boss.
Aktakpokta lady.
We even put a signpost on the road to tell you which way to go to find Ogham Village.
In Act 2, in the Mastodon Badlands, you need to find the Lightless Caverns and track down the Abyssal. Now to make this quicker, in the level you'll find these cracks. Just follow them, and it will take you right to their lair, allowing you to find and unlock the Well of Souls. In Act 3, the jungle areas have camps
They
of
look so
explorers
dead when they
to
zoom
sell
on
you
the
items.
NPCs.
However, they are now even more useful. By talking to the explorers, they will point towards the next area. Not only that, but it will also reveal it on the minimap, so you can know exactly where to go.
Okay, that's alright.
These are
That's a
just
little
some
weird.
examples. We plan to do more and more of these over time in order to streamline the experience.
It's not exactly subtle,
Now,
but I'll
as
take
this
it.
is
I
an
guess.
in-game expansion, it makes sense that we would work on Atlas QOL. We've added a search box
They
that
look more
updates live as you
performant.
type. Have
Ooh.
a specific map you want to run? Now they will be much easier to find. If there are multiple
Mountain.
maps, hitting enter will move you from map to map.
Now, making a character build in Path of Exile 2 can be pretty complex.
Oh,
And instead of designing a build yourself, many players enjoy
the
following
pointing was so
online
silly.
build guides.
Yeah.
We have a pretty awesome community that has built many tools over the years for designing builds, but we wanted to improve the experience of following them.
Oh,
So, we are introducing a new build guide system directly into the game client.
Here's how it works. Community creators who write
Ranger.build.
build guides can now create a new file format, a build file. Once downloaded, the
Yo,
builds
dot build,
appear
please.
in the in-game client.
Can
and
you-
selecting
can you
one
give
will
me the
show you
dot build?
everything you need to know to make that build.
oh.
So you can see all the passives you need to allocate, ascendancy
How does this work
points you
with
need
weapon
to
swap?
take, skill gems you need to equip, and recommendations for all the support gems you need to use as well. For items, the build designer can specify which uniques to use in each slot, or if needed, just add some notes to the item slot to say what kind of item you need. In fact, build creators can add notes to just about any of these areas, allowing them to
This is so
explain
weird.
different trade-offs in
Can't wait for the
context.
Ziggy D video.
Or
Try
just
not to
give
new
more
ship
info
that gets
about how these
immediately
things should be
nerfed before
used.
launch. Oh, true.
They can also give level ranges to each element,
It's a rite of
allowing
passage.
recommendations to change over time.
It's such a
Great
good
for
gig.
builds that need to respec after they reach a certain level.
Now, all of this is written in a standardized build format that creators can use, and we imagine that a lot of community build tools will be updated to add support for this format.
Now that we have trade market searching built into the in-game client, we have added the ability to price check items you can find more easily. Control-Alt-clicking an item will now search for it on the trade market, showing you the current prices. For rare items, it's handy to exclude some mods, so we added the ability to enable and disable each mod so you can see what effect each one has on the price. Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for Return of the Ancients. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Blood Reaver and Divinity packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always,
Whoa.
the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
Was that a sprint
The
effect?
Blood Reaver
The
series
lightning?
of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Let blood fuel your bloodshed. The Exsanguinator weapon effect draws the blood of enemies you've slain and funnels it into your weapons. Turn the appearance of your endurance, frenzy, and power charges into orbiting globules of blood with the Blood Reaver charges. While your charges are active, these blood orbs will grow in size when you absorb more blood from nearby enemies. There are options to have pure blood charges, or charges that still display which kind of charge they are at their core. A taste for blood doesn't negate a taste for style. The Elite Blood Reaver armor features crimson leathers and golden accents
too afraid to
set
make
yourself
something
apart
cute.
from uncivilized leeches. It also features a
It
back
terrifies
attachment
them.
fashioned out of the wing of a colossal bat. Alongside every Blood Reaver is their trusted gargoyle pet. In true gargoyle fashion, they take the form of a stone statue
Oh wow,
when you're
gargoyle pet.
idle,
Just
leaping
what
into
the
action
people
when you're on
wanted.
the move again.
What is this? So weird looking.
What good is immortality if you don't have a vast
Can
mansion
I get
to come home
updates
to
on
at the end
controller
of the day?
support? I would like
The
control-
Eternal
There's a
Blood
crab?
Reaver supporter pack contains
Didn't
the
see it.
Blood Reaver Manor Hideout. This exquisite 2-story estate features an organ, a grand dining table, and cages
What's
for
for
your
lunch?
visitors. You can alter the walls to create as many or few rooms as you
Yeah, I
like.
do the carnivore diet. Sorry, cannibal
Last
diet.
but not least, the Servant of the Manor, eternally bound to the Order of the Blood Reavers. This henchman will manage your store, so you can spend more time spilling blood.
That's my currency exchange?
We won't disappoint you. But if we do,
It's
you've
Dobby.
permission to beat us most violently.
The Divinity Pack
Oh my
series
God.
also contains 6 exclusive
Cat backpack
microtransactions.
from before.
Call on Divinity to aid you in eluding enemy hits with the Divinity Dodge Roll effect. As you sprint, actual
This is gonna look
divine
so
lightning
dumb
wings
when you
will form out of your
trip.
back, leaving a trail of radiance as you engage or escape from combat. For situations that are too dicey, call on the gods above to send down
Triangle
a Storm
portal.
of Divinity portal to create a safe passage for you to retreat through.
Kind of looks like an Oblivion
Adorn
gate
yourself with the Knight
flipping
of
into the
Divinity
ground.
armor set, a highly revered attire only bestowed to those deemed worthy for the divine cause. Equipping the Divine Surge character effect empowers you with a storm of divine energy. Using skills causes the storm to burst from your character, spilling raw divinity into the area around you. The Arbiter of Divinity wings are the final piece remaining to emphasize the force divinity has over this realm. This ancient precursor machine was found locked away in a highly guarded vault. Its original purpose is unclear, but it has been altered to fuel your maps using the pure, everlasting divinity within the statue. The pillars surrounding represent how many portals you have left for your map. This map device also tracks your progress as you complete the new Origins of Divinity storyline.
I really wish they
added
wouldn't
this
tie
expansion.
this in a map device. I wish you could split it
Additionally,
off.
all microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. On release weekend, we will also be releasing the Return of the Ancients mystery box, which will contain 2 armor sets, a set of map devices for your in-game adventures, a new tracking scroll that records the amount of currency you've gained from the currency exchange or your shop.
Oh, sick.
and
That's awesome.
Much more, like a set of finisher effects and affinity stashes. That's not all, however.
Reach
The
stash.
Fragment Stash tab is finally coming to Path of Exile 2. And with
Oh.
it comes some tabception. Inside this one tab, there's a tab for your various boss key fragments. There's also a tab for all your precursor tablets, with each type of tablet getting 6 tabs of storage. Finally,
6
there's a tab
tabs.
for your Djinn barriers and inscribed ultimatums, both of which get their own 6 tabs. That's a lot of tabs.
So that's everything in 050.
I think the
This is by
martial
far
artist
the
channeling
biggest
thing will
update
be
we've ever
good.
made
It looks like
to
it isn't
PoE1
limited by
or
anime.
2.
I think it
New
it
in-game
looks
storylines,
busted, doesn't it?
Pinnacle bosses, crafting systems,
They're not going to tune the
items,
numbers so it's ass, right?
ascendancy
Surely.
classes, and so much more. Now, because this update contains so much in-game content, we're doing significantly more testing than usual.
I just
For
don't
that to
understand
happen,
how
we're taking a little
you
longer
use
than
a
usual
skill
between
with
the
it.
announcement and the release. 050 will be released in 3 weeks on May the 29th, with the patch notes being released on the Friday before that, on May 21st. But there's just one more thing to talk about. Now that the endgame is up to scratch, we have to start talking about our plan for 1.0 release. The feedback we've had during early access has been critical for making all the improvements that we'll be making to the game. At the same time, we had to create enough in-game content to make an RPG that can call itself a successor to Path of Exile 1. Well, with 050, we now believe we have reached that point, and so this is going to be the last full-size league during early access. That's right,
Oh.
the next big update is going to be 1.0. Now, normally we would do our next big content release in August, but in the run-up to full release, our plans take a little
November.
longer on this one. As big as 050 is, 1.0 is even bigger. So
Oh,
we'll be launching
shit.
1.0 this year sometime after ExileCon. But that doesn't mean we won't be doing updates in the meantime. In this final phase, we have a lot of things to polish throughout the game and balance to improve. I'm sure there'll also be feedback about the new endgame that we need to incorporate too. The difference is that the focus is not going to be on adding more content like the previous updates, it's going to be on improving what we already have. But we still want to encourage people to try out all the balance changes and improvements that we're making. So we're going to be running a few event leagues during this phase alongside each update. Think remixes of existing mechanics or features. And speaking of ExileCon, don't forget to pencil it in on the weekend of November the 7th in New Zealand.
ExileCon.
ExileCon is a gathering of our players, and a chance for us to showcase everything we're working on for both Path of Exile 1 and 2. And this one will be particularly important for us, since we finally get to unveil some of the coolest content that we've been working on for a while now with Act 5 and 6. Tickets for the in-person event are currently sold out, but don't worry, all the announcements and talks are going to be streamed online for all of you to watch. Now, I'm personally so excited for this. This is the year that PoE2 comes out. The campaign is finally finished. It's been 8 years to get here, but we're finally near the finish line. And with that,
He
it's
used
time to move on
present
to our
tense.
live Q&A.
The only thing about the martial channeling thing, they always have tech issues, is I wonder if you could use it with some of the other types of skills. Like the new unique skills. Because if you can't use it with the unique skills, that seems kind of weird. Not me, right?
To sit
Alright,
down
there
for
we
a
go.
nice long Q&A again, once again today. We just had a
patches
teaser for Return of the
live yet?
Ancients expansion and its complete overhaul to just every single thing in the end game, complete end game overhaul. The Runes of Aldor League with a frankly somewhat confusing amount of crafting and systems and things in it. It kind of keeps going. And then we've got like the Kalguran skills that work across weapons, the extra looking ascendancies and some insane uniques and all that sort of stuff. But honestly, it's kind of easy to talk about what's not part of 0.5. So with that very elegant segue, let's do that first. So I think some people definitely had an expectation or a hope that there was going to be a new class or a new weapon type here.
I'm gonna watch the full Q&A. I thought they dropped the patch
That
notes.
making a class is something that takes longer than
Did
a
they
single
not drop
cycle.
it?
So yeah, it was never going to be on the cards for 050, unfortunately. But
So
Is that
wasn't
after the
was moved
Q&A?
in this case.
no,
was
no,
never
it just
really
wasn't.
planned.
It just isn't something that we can do in that short amount of time. So it's
Q&A
gonna have
is
to be the next
long,
one before
man.
before we're able to get.
Well, last time you guys teased like the druid and the huntress beforehand. right?
Exactly. So it's kind of funny seeing everyone like this. Like probably the mistake we made was having a sword
Are they
in
done?
the teaser for
Oh,
the
they're watching
breach.
it.
I thought it was a fishing rod.
yeah.
They're watching it.
So no one thought about that, but yeah, it's just kind of funny.
It is a shame, but it seems like you guys have kind of, well, you keep raising the bar on yourself as far as craft design is concerned. Like,
And it's not like we're not working on it in the background, right? Like that is definitely
I've
happening.
seen,
It's so
I've
hair.
seen a little bit of work going on there.
We're simple people from New Zealand. Like swords They're advanced technology that we haven't quite
okay,
gotten.
yeah.
Actually,
Just
no
don't understand.
swords.
We're trying to learn how they work.
Actually, no
Get on the map,
swords.
aren't you?
There's like a straight line. There's like some metal. These are complex
There's a
things.
lot to figure out there.
Wow, no swords until
Yeah,
1.0
do you
launch.
care to speak
That's
at all,
crazy.
like, kind of what your plans are in that regard, as far as like classes and?
I really should have.
The-
just
I
'cause, you
can't
know,
get
we're
over
still
the
the
pointing.
review for
That's
that
so
will
Not
come in
exactly,
time,
but like,
but,
what are you kind of hoping towards getting, like, from 0.5 onwards, you know, in the lead up to ExileCon in terms of that? Are you hoping to get like all of the classes in the game, just 1 or 2 more or something like that?
Well, so I think that what the main focus is going between 050 and 1.0 is going to be more about like improving what we have, like polishing everything. And 1.0 is where you're going to get the like, you know, the big new content update, you know, like that's going to include the, you know, X5 and 6. It's going to include like class stuff. It's going to include like all that sort of thing. Because really ultimately the main goal of what of early access is like make sure that all the systems that we have in the game are good, right? So we need to make sure the end game is good. We need to make sure that all of the like, you know, the skills, just the way that combat is good, and like all the various things, like, you know, like even stuff that isn't good yet, you know, like ascendancy trials, right? Like there's going to be stuff that we need to do before 1.0 to get good. And so like that's kind of, you know, so long as we can get that stuff, then I think people trust that we know how to create like, you know, an act at this point, right? Like, so that isn't exactly something we need to test per se, you know. So really what we need to do now is like, assuming that people are happy with the end game that we've released in 050, that will mean that we've kind of checked all the boxes of stuff that we need to know, you know. And yeah, there's still stuff that we need to improve, and like that'll happen between 050 and 1.0. But yeah, like that's the main thing we need to be sure of. And then
it's
once
like
we've
a-
got that, it's like now we can get, you know, the
like a
big
bunch
update,
of
the
things.
ridiculous update that is 1.0 ready.
And I heard you mention that recently as well, that you don't feel like you really need to get the last acts in for testing. Because
No, I mean,
you
like
know how to do that.
we know how to do that. It's one of those things that, you know, like I look, people saw in for like we know what we're doing when it comes to that stuff. It's just you know,
the plan's obviously to get like those last acts in, then finish the story and have all that come out at launch
in
to be
1.0
that
exactly, and look,
exciting
that'll be the launch.
conclusion to the story then. Yeah, exactly. So you
Could
have
be
done
volume,
though,
I don't know.
one extremely gigantic update here for Endgame, and it seems like you've done a lot all in one expansion.
Yeah.
And you've got this plan to like kind of do a little bit of like some other stuff in the interim. So why did you go for this route of trying to do so much all in one instead of spreading it out over, say, a couple of expansions?
So in retrospect, maybe we should have spread it out, but honestly the reason is because we wanted to actually make it so that like we wanted to deliver a patch where like this is what we expect the end game to be. Like this is the template for what leagues look like when they're in end game, and that kind of thing. And I feel like if we'd just done a couple of them, it wouldn't have really got that across. Like it needs to be like, once again, this is what end game is, you know. And it really is fulfilling a lot more of what we had hoped for in terms of feeling like a world that you can explore, you know, that there's things everywhere and that kind of stuff that we had wanted for. And the other thing as well is there were just like a few things about the current end game, right? It just didn't really give you goals in the right way. Like you get to end game, you don't know what the hell to do, and a lot of players just leave right there. You know, but there needs to be the case that when you get there, like there's objectives, there's things, you know, that feels like there's actually a storyline there, this kind of stuff, in order to entice players to actually go further than the campaign and actually get into end game. So yeah, I think that if we hadn't have done all of the leagues at the same time, it just wouldn't really have kind of gotten across what we're really going for there.
And it sounds like the plan now is to be able to focus on a little bit more polish in the lead up to ExileCon as well.
So yeah, I mean, we plan to have some more leagues, but they won't be like content, like
that'd be audio
type leagues. Like it's more like kind of like the 1 month event type things that we've done, and that's really just because we want to be able to. We still don't want to do mid-league nerfs, and so to be able to do all the balance changes we want to do, because there's a huge amount of balance still to do. You know, in order to do all that stuff, you still need to have an economy reset. And so what we'll probably do is like more event type stuff, like remixes of existing content, but also adding stuff where stuff's missing. So for example, like we still have a lot more uniques we need to make, especially that mid-game uniques, so that kind of stuff. Like we now believe we've got the standard of where a unique needs to be in PoE2 in terms of like, you know, and it's like way more than what you need in PoE1 in terms of being like to reach the standard. And so now that we've got that, we can expand on that, get more uniques, sort of, you know, mid-game ones, that kind of stuff. You know, so there's stuff like that that'll be coming in the sort of the updates between now and 1.0. But yeah, like it isn't going to be the kind of like, you know, mega content craziness that we've got for 050 here.
We have a lot to dive into as far as endgame things. While people
I don't
questions in the chat.
I don't know enough about
In the
basketball.
meantime, I want to ask you folks about the new league, the Runes of Aldur, which
thank you.
is like an expedition rework, but it's also its own separate league. This encountering remnants, uncovering these runes throughout this storyline in the campaign, and then into endgame. and I was like really like it's a lot. There's a lot of like crafting and items and reward types and systems and stuff going on here. In fact, Jonathan, you showed me this rather unhinged looking spreadsheet. Like I was like, oh, so these are just,
Purple
like,
is
random rules or
lazy.
something.
Yeah.
Show me this spreadsheet. Like that's like the recipes of all the how different runes combine together to make different things.
Yeah. We probably put too much thought into it that it honestly needed. But like, like we have to make sure that like if it's an iron rune, like what kind of stuff would be creating that? Like that's just something.
Wait, they
like,
didn't show Mage Blood. They just like
won't even think about that.
it was just on the map.
Pick for item, like that's something I don't really think about. But there is some thought put into that of like what.
That's
what
crazy.
Go to what recipes and.
One way to look at
What
this
does
is
it
this
do?
league has the most spreadsheets we've ever made. Like
That's a
I
idle
lost,
line right there.
the other day I was looking through all the we have this gig. It's called like Verisium crafting or something.
Yeah.
I was looking through all the tabs, and I was like, I was on like the 60th tab, and I was like, the heck is this? I was reading all this stuff, and it said like Mark's ideas, and I was like, I don't remember coming up with any of this. I did. There's just like
I feel like
pages and
he's
pages
always
and
Mark's
pages
always
of
in a
graphs
fugue
and
state.
stats and just like honestly,
It's
I've
too
lost
much-
the plot a little bit with respect to how many just like different things we've made and like it's
Late
honestly
night
just.
I mean, Mage Blood
crazy.
probably
Some of the rune stuff is
just
like
makes
also
your
super
stuff
bizarre.
permanent, right?
I don't even really understand that rune that's got to do with uniques. Like, what's going on with that?
It's called
your whatever you
Olaf's
call it.
Legacy,
I don't even remember what it's
and
called.
It's a rune that you can place in Ezomite and Kalgurin uniques to destroy the unique, and it takes
Your
one of the
charms.
mods
Oh
off
my
of
God.
it and creates a unique rune.
What?
With a slightly modified value sometimes, because obviously, and then you can put that in the same item class of a.
I don't even know about this system.
item.
Systems just keep coming out of the
There's
woodwork
just
for
there's
this
just
thing.
so many crazy crafting things going on. But it was kind of like, well, when we were designing the league, we're like, okay, we've got Kalgurans. Like, what kind of crazy crafting and magic systems would Kalgurans have, like that would be different than the stuff that's going on in Rayclast? And so their whole magic system is based around like this star metal that they have Verisium, and then they like the words give it power and so on. So we're just kind of thinking, we're using that as inspiration for all the different crafting things you have.
Blue shapes.
Yeah, all the blue runic shapes and everything. So it was just a lot of
little nuts on this.
yeah. We
one.
were
Oh my
definitely- there's so
gosh,
many
you
crafting
can
things. Like, in
you
fact, there's,
can
like,
tame
there's even
beast
Warcraft and stuff like
bosses,
that. There were
man.
entire
That's so
crafting
cool.
benches that we have designed. That
You can get-
practically,
you can do a
80%
barrier
of them have been
build.
discarded. Like, it's just like a huge amount
Who's the
of
most annoying boss?
Yeah,
Oh, the monkey, right?
Yeah, so like because I saw that
Monkey.
there's like, oh, you can bench craft
Monkey's
a thing and
so
then it
annoying.
changes the unique and it has a new modifier, but now you've also got a rune that steals modifiers off uniques as well. I had no idea.
Why
about
You can get 2 tame beasts, one for an aura, for like haste or something.
Yourselves these days. That seems to be a running theme.
Oh
I
my
keep saying this to you,
gosh.
like, why do you do this? Like, why do you do this?
Yeah.
Why do you make it so you have to like
By the
from
way-
now on you always have to look at all the modifiers on
Copper
gloves?
Citadel.
100%. So yeah, because of that monk ascendancy, now every unique we ever make that's a glove unique, we have to design extra mods that it changes to.
One
I don't
other
feel like
axis on
Zect would be that good.
All these new runes we've added, all of them.
Oh, is it,
Remember that
it's a
shaman
it's
that
only
has that
tame
whole bonded
beast, right?
modifier on every rune that we need to
Oh
also
shit!
add?
It's not all of
Yeah.
them.
Wow.
So does that apply to the ones that come from uniques like that?
So you do like hyena lord.
TBD.
TBD.
We're going to try.
committed.
Yes,
Yeah.
we are going to try to do it. Yes, but yeah, the idea is all of them will work. Yes.
So that's like there's some really unusual ones too.
is
Because
Count Geonor beast? He's like
put into an item to metacraft
kind of
and then be
beast.
replaced, right?
He's
I'm
one
really
in
proud
the
of
end.
that one actually because I really like the way that like doing the
Geonor.
crafting in a more understandable way. I reckon, than what the other one
Lost.
had. So,
All right, Wrath,
you put
this
the-
is
you
just-
put the item in, you
this
can
is
start rolling
relevant
different
to me
mods, but
now.
then you can take it out again by putting another rune on top. So
And
I
I
really
see.
guess there's going to be maybe some process where you put one of those in, do a craft, and then put another one in, do another craft.
Almost
and then
certainly, almost
change it,
certainly.
layer
Yeah,
it all
yeah.
together.
That one's pretty cool.
Crazy.
We got like chronomancy mods on boots. You got like a berserking themed one for helmet.
Monkey
There's, like, a
seems
kinda
pretty good. He has
decay
like the clear, he has the
time one for
slam.
gloves, and there's a few others there. So we've
You
kind of
know,
tried to theme them as
Wrathbreaker
well.
kind of has a
That's
move where
even
he like
different
sharpens
thing
his
what we're
blade
talking
and does
about
like
with
1,
meta
2, and
mods.
3,
Like,
which
that's
seems
not
kind of
just
bad.
shaping how we access the current modifiers, but rather
Right, this one
new
where he, like,
modifiers
scrapes the
by
side.
getting added to items.
I mean, we also have that new modifier.
But
pool
maybe
thing
with,
going on
like,
Breach
higher
as well,
attack
where,
speed.
you know, with the
Dude, if you
bring
get
in a
minions
set of mods,
chain-
and you cast a set of mods on rings and stuff like that. Like
That sounds good.
But the thing is, part of the reason for this is because we really wanted to make sure. So one of the things we're in the sort of early design phase of this is we're kind of like every league needs to have something.
It doesn't matter which one
that
wins. You just need to
You're
care
gonna
about the
keep- like,
moveset,
if you
right?
want to grind Justice League, that there's a thing that like a reward that like you can keep on that keeps on giving, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That there's like a reason to keep on doing this, like economically. So therefore, every league has to have some kind of crafting system that you can engage with for a very long period of time.
Silver Fist is
and
an obvious
like,
choice.
We didn't quite have that for like some of the leagues sort of had that a bit before, but now we want to make sure that every league.
Serpent
definitely has some
Queen
along those lines.
is a beast.
So that, you know, just
Is
a
it?
reason to
It's
keep
kind of
going.
weird because they're like
Absolutely
humanoid.
find, like, a niche, a thing, a
What about that
service that you
ultimatum
can
boss
do
that does the
community or whatnot.
defeat talent
I quite like to
swipes
see,
while?
especially,
Oh,
the
you can get the
really
you can get the
cuts on some of
bird.
those things that you can do there, and now with the runes and everything.
You
as
think?
Well.
It is a
So
beast,
for
right?
The Runes of Aldor,
That-
actually needing to like find those runes,
But
that
it
you're
stands in
inscribing those
place.
encounters, right? Because I wasn't quite clear on how that works.
What about the bird that
thematically,
throws
that's how
up?
it
You think
works,
that
but
one's
in
good?
reality, the way that you'll engage with it is when you find a rune that's
Chimera's
sort of inscribed
okay.
on a thing, then like all the recipes that relate to that rune will be
I
displayed.
feel like the
except
best
for there's a few
beasts
hidden ones
will
that you have to do
kind of
some
leap
quests
at the
to get.
target.
So there's some more quests throughout the campaign,
You
and
know?
also some stuff in in-game that you can do to
Like,
unlock a few more recipes.
It's kind. Will they even fit through doors? It's a lot about their AI.
Like that. So effectively, like you're just picking from the book every time. So like if you want to just look at this as like, you know, walk up to the object.
That's why the monkey's
there's
good
some
because the
recipes,
monkey's
just
like
pick which
a
item you want. That's
melee.
effectively how you can engage with
Melee
it.
unit.
But,
Crowbell.
thematically, there's kind of more stuff going on with the way that the recipes form and how and what we decide to put and stuff.
So you showed that these remnants, then this new remnant system, obviously it shares the name with remnants from expeditions themselves, and in endgame it actually replaces those remnants. So you are still finding these standalone remnants from the league mechanic, like in maps as well as expeditions.
Correct. So yeah, every area there'll be the remnants.
Are they gonna
and
have
you'll do the
insane
standalone
health
remnant
modifiers?
Mechanic, but then when you do expeditions, all the what used to be called remnants there have been replaced by these remnants, which serve a similar purpose because they both give you an extra reward, but also make the monsters harder. And even just making the monsters harder in itself, by the way, does add more rarity to the monsters. So like the more runes that you are
Is my internet dying?
adding to the fight, the more rewards you're going to get. So it's worth doing even aside from the reward that you're picking. There's still like extra juice that you're adding to the monsters as well.
We've effectively got a more unified monster mod system now. And so anytime we're pretty much adding
My
mods to
computer is
monsters, be it
exploding.
now runes, and we've even updated delirium mods to apply to the same system. They all go through the same. They all add. There's like a rarity, XP, life, etc. columns, and so we're just trying to make sure that.
One of
there's
them
a-
makes a summoner something that will be
you know,
bugged.
whereas before
One
it's
boss that
system
was
over here,
split
system over
through
here,
King's
system over
world at
here,
one
then
league
different
wasn't even
reward
unique
axes, and
monster
we're just
and
trying to make
inflated
sure it's
stats
all
was crazy.
difficulty
Yeah, it
equals
was.
reward.
It was.
Right, and that's the key thing. Like we always want to make sure that whatever the difficulty we're adding, we're always adding rewards in kind. And a lot of the stuff in PoE2, I mean, it's been quite hard to balance it, but it's one of those things that if you get it right, then it feels right.
It sounds really fun.
If it doesn't, then you kind of don't know why
I-
things feel
I-
off and like why things just like this thing's.
I'm
too
excited
hard and
about
that kind of
it.
Stuff.
Yeah. So on that topic, actually, so each of these runes has its own different modifiers that it does to make monsters harder. Is that something you can kind of engage with? You're like choosing the recipes.
So when you're choosing the recipe, you're also choosing what mods effectively go on it because each rune that you're inscribing effectively
If there's no
comes
patch
with,
notes,
the
then-
thing that the monster's going to do. So there are definitely situations where you might want to decide to like pick something easier because you don't particularly like this mechanic, whatever. But it means you're missing on whatever item is in that recipe. So yeah, like the goal.
I get a
there
feeling
is
it might
that
be
the harder,
after the
the
Q&A.
rarer the item, the harder the runes are. That will be the rune modifiers. That will be
Everyone
added
just
to the
watching
monsters.
patiently.
There's some pretty like in expeditions and what we're now calling grand expeditions because as what people knew as logbooks
the
before.
logbook is
What level do you normally hit? I think 95
the cool things where, okay, let's
is.
say there's like 12
It starts getting
remnants
hard at
and you wanna get them all
95.
on the detonation chain. Each
I think
remnant
you're
you
gonna
do,
want a
you do the
really
fight,
tanky build this
and
league
then
because
one of
everything
those
looks
runes is
super
passed on to
juicy.
be additive with the next, so it doesn't manipulate. So effectively, the monsters have the mods of the remnant, and then all.
I
of
don't
the
think
next
controller
remnant's
support's gonna be any
monsters have
better.
One of those runes as well as all the ones they had. So every remnant's harder than the next, getting more and more and more mods. And you can imagine if you go down 12, you can have technically up to 22 extra mods, which you'll note is the reason why we don't display a whole bunch of lines of text on it, and we instead have the bar of actual runic symbols.
so you can mouse over those or something, can you? Like to see the modifiers?
It wasn't.
You were meant to be able to, but probably not right now.
It's a long presentation. It took forever, actually.
There's this thing that we will do later, which is this pause rework. I'm going to just spoil it now because it's like one of those things that we're going to
Pause rework?
The intention for frickin' ages has been, we just haven't had time to do it yet, that when you pause the game, game, you can mouse over all of the different things and like
Oh,
find
thank God.
information
That'd
about
be
them.
so good.
So the intention would be to like be able to expand all of that stuff, like so look at all buffs and explore like what exact stats they give and that kind of stuff. If you want to do that, we've just been planning on doing it for ages, but
Fantastic,
we
yeah.
didn't get around to it. But
I've been really keen on that.
yeah.
Do note when you are the runes do say what they do on the remnant, and when the one that moves onto the next remnant has an extra icon above
So
it.
it's not actually moving on
Intimidate?
all of them, because I was going to say, because it's kind
It
of
does
like each
not
remnant has a
count
lot of
towards your
modifiers.
companion
So it's like-
limit.
is it
No,
just
so let's say you have a remnant with 5 runes.
Yeah.
One of them will have.
I feel like this
symbol
was
above it,
supposed to be
and
the
that one
druid,
forwards onto
right?
the next remnant. And so you can do a little bit of.
Or is it a
crazy one, the
variation
next
of the
one
druid?
Is maybe not as bad. You're like, oh, maybe if I just make it through that, it'll be
20%
okay. and the next
more
one,
max
Yeah,
life
but then
equality,
and so
by the
order of them
way.
kind of matters as well. And then, like, okay, let's say you're obviously each remnant gives a reward.
This
There's a
Bear's
little
just a
bit of
free
more,
companion?
You know, if you're a
That's so
juicer,
good.
so to speak, you're gonna want to do a thing where you're like, okay, I want to get as many runes as possible. And so you want to kind of do things like avoiding.
It costs
overlaps.
nothing?
You want to make sure the last remnant has the most amount of runes.
There's some
probably.
info here.
And there's
Okay,
all these like,
thank you.
different little things you can think about to
Death
try
to
and.
expedition then.
There
maybe.
is, yes, and it's the kind of thing where people are like, I'm going to try and squeeze the most amount of rewards out of these out, or if you just want to just go blow up a bunch of stuff, also that's completely fine.
On that note, extreme archaeology is still a thing with this new system then?
I like. How do I?
Giant explosion?
Oh wow, it actually works.
Not in the direct
Consumes a
sense.
frenzy charge to cause an
Not with grade
explosion.
logbooks.
Right.
Oh, this is the jump one, right?
I believe it's on one of the master nodes.
Oh yeah, cool.
I need to
Wait, how do I-
that because
Okay.
I can't be sure, but I believe it is.
As an
yes.
empowered
that
version,
was always the thing for regular
1,275%.
But like, obviously, you don't want that in a grand expedition.
And you get a
Because
heal.
you're just like, well, okay, I'll get 1% of the island, I guess. Yeah, for the regular ones,
I can
should
move
be
it?
there.
Wow, this is
Yeah,
advanced. What the heck?
Cool.
If it's not,
It's funny though, like
One melee
there's also a
range.
sort of hidden amount of work that we sort of glossed over there as well in all of the like log.
Yeah, it looks like they're moving a lot of
items, like
cool
what-
skills
what
to
used be called
the
logbooks, but
uniques,
now
right?
Grand Expedition Islands.
Yeah.
Like we put a lot of effort into like making a bunch of.
Yeah, I
unique
wanna
islands with
see.
weird shit. Like like every one of them. Has
Your
got,
maps
like,
have an
unique
additional
things to find and blow
revival?
up that like are kind of weird.
Yeah, so it's not just a bunch of
Oh,
generic maps with
shit,
expeditions,
25%
Yeah. They've
more
actually got a lot of effort put into them in
effectiveness.
terms of every one of them.
That's
has,
a really
has
good
2
one.
to 3 things that only spawn there.
Upgrade map bosses.
That are interesting. So yeah, there's quite a bit there too. Like it's kind of like we didn't want to spoil.
Oh,
too
this
many
is
things,
the
'cause
map
it's kinda
boss
fun,
one
like,
then,
finding,
for
maybe this will
Hilda.
explode, maybe that'll explode. There's like things like that you can do. But
After
yeah,
waste
this is fun.
zones.
there's even like
A random map area.
there's like special logbooks you can find. Now that a logbook
Open a random
is
map
just-
area?
you click it to
What does that mean?
reveal a section of the ocean.
Yeah.
We have one that you can get that
Corrupted?
you can turn on, and then when you click it, all of the islands revealed have extra modifiers.
I don't
like
understand what this
expedition
modifier
or
means.
themed modifiers, so like more
There's a
explosives,
double
more
effects of
radius, and a whole
tablets
bunch
when
of
it's
stuff
so
like that. So,
over.
Yeah, I
No.
guess kind of somewhat
No.
familiar with how towers work in the rest of the.
What are exceptional
of the
items?
islands. Like
But
an
then you-
AoE craft of maps.
Okay.
Well, but then you also have ones that reveal like guarantee.
This one-
Olroth will be there. For
It's
example,
like, what,
so it's a little
difficulty?
bit- which is a way to
What's the
trade
difference
for, like,
between
then
these
getting
two?
Olroth kills,
Spicy.
of course.
Nice.
But isn't it more
you
like
can always
Gamba?
just trade for like the pinnacle boss keys themselves.
Anyway,
so,
yes,
yeah. But
He's not the fake pinnacle anymore.
right.
And you are actually using regular waystones, so you can kind of juice up
Yeah.
the expedition maps, the grand expedition
Exactly.
maps now,
Yes, you can.
potentially quite a bit. That's pretty juicy. It seems. I think you kind of mentioned, Jonathan, that it feels a little bit like Delve in some ways.
Yeah, it is a little bit. So the exploring ocean is sort of supposed to feel that way because it's one of those like sort of infinite expanses that you can go down.
Delve
but,
the ocean.
Yeah.
Delve
I
the
mean,
sideways.
I still want to make proper Delve one day, but at least we've got this.
You also don't have to run
meantime.
around the islands reading all those giant blocks of text anymore, hoping
Yes.
to not get some.
Oh, you remind me actually. So with the runes, is there modifiers like immune to fire damage and can't leech from them and stuff like that? It's
No.
cool. They're just gone. Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Just
New
more
skills
traditional modifiers
that
and
cost
then there's
runic
cease at the
ward.
top. Like there's one called Power.
Oh, they have no
Rune, which is
color
the
and
reverse.
ignore attribute or
takes
weapon
every mod and
requirements.
Makes it tier 2.
It's
Some
very
of the more
experimental,
meta
eh?
ones, and then there's the ones some we showed, and there's one
The
that
open
causes all
strand,
monsters
it'll open to
spawned
a
by the
random
remnant to
map
share a
instead of
life pool.
strand.
So which is actually
Oh.
crazy. Also very satisfying. Like, when
sounds
you-
fun,
SCP for level
Funny thing about
20s.
this
Yeah,
is
yeah,
that
yeah.
if we'd
Those
done
are
a normal
nice.
live stream where we were just doing a league, like so much more of the stuff we probably would have delved into.
Yeah,
But instead, because we had so much in-game stuff as like and other things as
Instead
well.
you're doing like 5 leagues.
Yeah, exactly.
So you
Like,
couldn't really
there's-
show any of
yeah,
this
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Which
There's,
one
like,
was that
there's
one?
tons of like hidden stuff.
It's like,
in
I
there.
can't believe you.
Oh, I
this
see.
Thing where like a rune steals a unique modifier. That would've been
Okay.
the whole system you showed
That's
up
like the
in.
one in
Exactly,
PoE2
exactly.
and PoE1,
Like,
but I think it's 2 modifiers
I
in
mean,
PoE1.
another one of those we cut for time was the ability to upgrade runes that there's a thing that will upgrade a rune that's already in your in your gear.
Yeah, you can get like a perfect.
So you get a
iron rune.
perfect rune of any rune can be upgraded past the normal level that it could normally go to using one of those. Like it's called the masterwork rune.
Rub your runes
So
together.
yeah, there's stuff like that as well. There's all sorts of
Which
stuff.
you can then do incursion, extract.
Is it
and trade,
glory
by
skill?
the way.
Oh, you could use this with the other dude
There's
then,
like-
right?
Yeah,
The bear guy.
Yeah, so you can actually trade those.
Wasn't there some way to like get a ton of
Oh,
glory?
yeah, and you've got another category ones that
It's a
I feel they can't be
two-hander.
very, but I assume not with that either. because
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
like-
So that's like the
You get
like,
glory
things
from
like
freezing or
Filing an item
chilling.
that's done.
Yeah, yeah.
This is where you're going to get the weird economy where the upgrader item is for some reason cheaper or something than the rune that's taken out of that. There'll be some weird, someone's extracted a perfect rune because that's like an abnormal thing you got to do incursion, and the upgrader item is like for some reason going to have a weird price differential to the rune. It's always
It's gonna be a wild economy. I mean, not to mention just like 100 new runes in general. That's kind of like rather a lot, isn't it? That's
Yeah,
a lot of runes.
I think it's 160.
160 now.
Yeah,
Jeez.
but it is the runes of Elder, like you know.
That's right.
If we didn't have some runes in it, it would,
exactly.
Yeah, it'll just be Elder League otherwise.
Oh, you can get
And
right.
That's not even all.
So now you can
Like, there's
do
the,
mods onto
Elder
jewels
crafting
so
series,
that
which is like,
Yeah.
make-
it's
we
more of
make
a sync
version of their
and
essence
gives more
crafting
value
because
to the
of course
daily
it's
mechanic.
great, right?
exactly.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, it's a payoff skill. Yeah,
do you
yeah.
view this league just as like it was a crafting focused league from the outside?
One
but it was-
I mean,
Fear
we knew
incarnate.
the Verisium stuff, like they're known as like a
We're just
whole
spiraling
culture
into
of blacksmiths and
Yeah.
like doing stuff, right? So they're gonna,
sense.
yeah, they're gonna do some crafting.
Do you think there is like a too much for crafting?
Oh,
options, or is there some way that this is
right.
like kind of segmenting out that makes it feel like it's still manageable?
Yeah, this one. When
I'd
you
like to think it's
upgrade
manageable. Honestly, I find the rune
the
stuff, I mean,
unique,
can
do you
always
upgrade
add
the
a lot
level of the
more
skill? That's
supplemental
what's
type
the
things
most
like this, but Every
important.
time you find one, it's like it's just a thing in itself. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why we steered away from like too many crafting bench type things. We've got like
It has auto scaling in it.
It's
with
like it's
this.
honestly way cooler to find an item.
The
and
very
then,
unique
like,
mod
okay,
of
now this is a
enemy
physical thing that
mod.
I've got. So yeah, like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you'll notice the Verisium Metallurgy one we have, the rune smithing, rune forging, whatever the names we ended up going with, it's just here's your input, here's your output.
Exactly.
That's it.
So that one can be simple. You don't.
Oh,
need
to become
I think one of the giant
it
lists are part of
goes
what's
from a
kept people
dot
off from
to
crafting
a
as well.
hit-based
So,
build.
yeah, I think doing it the way we've done it here is honestly
That's-
honestly more new player friendly than the kind of.
So it becomes
giant list
more
you
like a
feel you need to
brand
understand when you see it.
after
Of
you
course, as
activate
these
it.
things go core, we'll see what works. We'll see what.
And also
doesn't.
10
We'll
to
see
Ravens
what worked
leave.
in-game and didn't, because again, once
They don't
the
wanna
things are
hang out
core, How
anymore.
they appear in the campaign, you don't know. Maybe these things work really well
It's
in the
chaos
campaign and
damage.
need to be pulled into a system that's more campaign friendly without having to have remnants in every area and stuff like that. So. It's always nice to keep an eye on that and see
Weird.
what works, what's good for onboarding,
You're talking about something
what's
like
good
this?
for
Yeah,
campaign
you were.
progression,
You were.
what's all of that
I
kind of
remember.
stuff. I mean, honestly, all of this stuff, if you're using it all, you're going to be significantly more powerful in the campaign. We have a
Schooling
bunch
madness
of,
again.
those kind of purple runes, those powerful runes appearing throughout the campaign that you can get from the remnants.
That's
as
a
well,
built-in.
and, like,
I know. But the single target's a hit-based
some
one,
of
which is
some of them
interesting.
were, I think, but like there's the rune for bows that gives you 50% chance for an additional arrow, and like that. It's not like
'Cause
that's
hits are
in-game,
easier to
that's
scale.
just early.
So-
now, of course, you're going to get the thing of like, do I want to?
So it means that they can scale off of, like, damage gained as extra and stuff. The only thing that matters is if it-
But, like, the power is there if you need to use it and if you want to use it. So it's kind of up to you. And if they're abundant enough, go free. And if
But to go back to your original question as well, we do sort of want to make sure that each of the crafting systems does like.
I'm
have
assuming if you switch to
specific
item,
domains
they'll
most of the time.
immediately
So in the case
disappear,
of the
right?
breach one
Like,
again, like that's
no
about
weapon
purely
swap
crafting if
shenanigans,
you're
no
into,
snapshotting and
like
shit.
these specific things. And in particular, you've
include a
got the
lot of
cast rune
mechanics,
minion stuff
increase
as
the
well.
price for
So you're kind of looking at that and you're like, okay, like if I
Like the
if I need
breach
to
rune,
cast,
cash out thing. Yeah,
some
yeah,
minion
yeah.
jewelry, then like this is the league I'm playing. But then if I'm not having to
Yeah,
go
yeah,
create
yeah,
that,
yeah.
then I don't have to necessarily understand that one. So we do try to like we're trying to
Minions
make sure
have
that
increased max
it's
life.
not like for every
Minions
single
have
item slot,
a
or every
increased
single use
attack and
case, you have to know
cast
about
speed.
every crafting system.
Oh,
There
you
are
get
specific
bone ring
ones that can help
mods.
with specific areas.
Yeah, okay. And you can
Chaos
look into
res,
that. That does divide it down
5% max
more,
life.
make it a bit more
That's kind of the
digestible
intention.
chunks.
This was actually one of those things we discussed
Offering
way
skills
back
of-
in the early
oh.
days of PoE2 about how we would
I hate
differentiate
the
crafting
offering
in
skills in
PoE1.
this game,
It's like
actually.
trying to have a little bit more segregation.
Oh, it
of
means
the
you're gonna have to
different
run an
crafting item
offering
systems and different item
skill,
sets.
even
Yeah,
when you're running the
exactly.
RS
So you've also
skill.
got this other crafting system in this because we're not finished through that list yet. So you can use rune forging to upgrade items, including unique items
Correct.
to
Has an idol
increase
in
their
it.
base damage or give
It's a
maybe some
helmet.
armors new rolls with ward and things like that as well. This is like another round.
These
to
are
modify
weird.
Uniques, which you've been doing a little
Like,
experimenting a bit more.
it's an amulet,
with
but
over
it
time.
pretends to be a
and
helmet.
this has
It kind
the
of
ability to
hurts the
change graphics on
immersion of
Uniques
the
as
item,
well.
right?
Correct.
that's
So the changing
It's
affixes
kind of a
file, I
weird
believe,
mod.
is mostly the Calguran Uniques where it does that.
Like, it's a ring, but it's a
that not
glove,
Can you
so
tell
it takes
what
away
is
from the identity of a glove.
We are going to add a way for you
It's
to
definitely
tell
weird.
if
Yeah, I
it's
think
Izomite Calgarian, and Val for the other one as well.
Because the more you do this
For
kind
the-
of
for the
stuff,
weapons, it's mostly about
the less
increasing the base
the
damage to
you
make it
have
so that a lot of
the
the
core
unique can
identity
actually
of
something
the
you can use
individual
in-game.
items.
Because there's obviously a lot of uniques there that are interesting but not viable for in game because they just don't have the damage. So that's kind of like one of the main things we're solving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then,
What
for,
is
for
this?
The, for the armors, it's all about like being able to make that ward versus other defense trade-off as well.
For the Calgarian uniques, what we've tried to do is have that, because most of the Calgarian uniques are in-game, right? That's just, drops from Olroth, drops from the new Pinnacle.
The Fairgrove's
a few
bow thing
others.
might be good.
And we've
Imagine
tried
a
to
guy
have
wearing a
multiple
glove or
outcomes
being
on
on his
them,
head.
and you don't get to pick, so...
Glove
for
hat.
Example,
It's also
there's
because
a
you
shield,
have
new
a
shield
hat
being added,
already, so it's like hat on a
and it is
hat.
a strength
what?
deck shield, so armor evasion, and it comes with raise shield, and it has some mechanics around that.
This one also
In
has
the
auto scaling,
Verisian
right?
bench, you can put it in.
You,
can craft,
have
and
a ch-
it can
it's like
turn into
a- what do you
full
call
air
it?
Space, a full evasion base with parry, or a full strength base with raise shield. So you can.
The one
if
from
you wanna get
PoE1,
away from it being
that
hybrid,
summons a
like, that's just one
dude's
example. Now, you
absolution.
might have to get a few of them to get the one you want.
You
Deal with it.
summon
But,
them
for all
as
of
you hit them,
that's kind of the
or
idea,
when you
is that
kill.
Some are just mods, some are a bit more transformative. There's just like
Getting it
there's a
started
weapon, and one of the
should be
outcomes might
easy,
that
right?
It's just higher
Yeah.
damage, slower speed. One of it might be that converts all of its damage to lightning, like it's.
Oh, they have like a
Tempest
prismatic
theme. One of it might be
property.
that, there's like just a whole bunch of different stuff like that, and like some of them are a bit more niche, some of them are a bit more spike. But the idea is that there's generally we're going to try and aim for
So
three different
this one
outcomes for
deals
every
more damage for
Calgarian
each
unit.
type of elemental ailment on the target. So does that mean you
There are some other niche cases.
Oh, I see. And then the bow itself lets you inflict literally everything, right? So it's like that's kind of weird too, right? Because it's so neatly packaged. It's like a skill and what do you run with the skill, and then it's like a set bonus kind of. There's no more thinking of what unique you would run with this skill. It's this one.
Try and add runic
And
to
you can only use this one. You can't even change it if you wanted to. There was some weird interaction that let you get something similar.
It's like weird things. Where it's like, what happens when you convert nothing into something? I don't know, So, and then there's some other weird cases as well. So, yeah.
Interesting. Well,
But shouldn't everything just be able to use that RF skill? Why tie it to the item? I want to just use it from level 1 and feel the progression, right?
Uniques in general, I think this crafting, the ability to modify uniques, change how they work a little bit.
I don't want to have to play a completely other build in order to finally get to play the skill that I want to play.
Unique, or do you have kind of like an idea of?
Although I guess maybe the idea is they'll make every unique really cheap, so you just need to upgrade the unique now, and that's. But then why even have the skill gem system if you're gonna tie skills to items anyways, right?
I think it is okay. Like what I wouldn't
Relevant to the build you want to make, the curse one. You want to use curse for massive life mana spend.
So as long as we're not doing that, I think it's okay. I mean, look, we
see.
have to push the boundaries. Even just the fact that uniques have socketables that go in them
this one?
changes things a bit. But I think
Magnitude of curses is 0.
Looking at that as like the
An enormous more
got
curse
random mods,
limit.
it sort of
True,
feels
yeah.
more like it's just an extra place for things to go on your character. So I think it still works in terms of
Interesting,
the
yeah.
flavor of what a unique is supposed to be.
Yeah, it feels like a separate layer.
It's also weird
Yeah,
because
I
these
guess a lot of the time
skills,
you are
because they're not
changing
skill
one unique
gems,
modifier for another unique
they don't
modifier
interact
to a
with a lot of the
song,
other
whereas this
mechanics,
still
right? Like
retains that
meta
meta
identity, which
skills
quite a lot is there as well.
and stuff like that. Although I guess that means that you
So,
can
kind of like
increase your
transitioning-
power,
oh, wait,
relatively
first, I did want to
speaking.
ask about the Runic Ward thing. So Runic Ward obviously has undergone
It's also
a bit of
a zero
redesign,
mana
a
spell,
bit of a concept
which is-
change here. It's now
yeah.
a layer under your life.
Yeah,
and, how did you arrive at this design? Kind of what's the reason for it?
Well, once again, we were thinking, okay,
What
we
the
want to
heck?
be able to
What
make
is this?
a magic system that
Smear
feels like it's
and
fundamentally different
bolts
than what you'd
and
have on the
names.
Classed.
You can bleed.
We were trying to think like, okay, we
They dash. Okay,
how do I say
cool.
this?
Discipline.
Yeah, I feel like I've lost myself here.
Any number of
like,
companions of different
I guess it is
types.
really just coming, something that feels a little bit different. And we wanted to make colorless skills, right? We wanted to make a thing where these skills can be used across classes. So all of those skills we want to be used. But we didn't really feel like we would be able to use an enemy
This is
system
good,
that,
but you don't get plus
that wasn't
levels.
independent of the existing ones that we had.
Right.
So
And so then we're like, okay, if we
Iron
make
Ward
something
is
here
not
where you
a
get
spell.
to be able to trade some level of defensiveness for offense. Because
Oh,
you're
yeah,
spending
it's
effectively
spirit,
over the
right?
life pool,
Yeah.
then we'd be able to make a
Sag.
system there. But we probably couldn't have used life because if we'd done that, there's so many other things that
Dude,
are going on with
invented by
life that
armor.
wouldn't have really been able to.
Yeah.
that wouldn't
Spikes.
have been able to work. So hence, ward. I mean, it's just a completely different thing than what ward was in PoE1. We just sort of used the term, but it means something completely different in
I
PoE2.
think it's just a significant upgrade from PoE1's, just like kind of one-shot energy shield. I mean, that was like hard carried by uniques. Whereas this is a way more, just applicable system. You can just have a little bit of it, and you're just happy to have a little bit of extra
forgot what I was
life
talking about.
effectively. Works way better in the campaign. Works just as more of as an isolated system.
Yeah,
It
this doesn't have
need to
plus levels,
like,
so-
okay, here's now 4 unique mechanics, and now my ward is a build.
So
Which is fine if it's all in game.
Like, what are you gonna
that's fine,
run?
but, like,
You
we're
could run
talking
the
about
Blue
having something in the
Bear.
campaign here, a full league.
Is
and a
this a
system we wanna
require
engage with and
spirit?
get some,
So you can run the
borrowed
bear,
power out of,
you can run the
these
wolf.
skills and whatnot, and so
You could
it just works a
run
lot better.
the
One
boss,
thing
I
should mention
guess,
with the ward is
and
that
then you
when
could
go
run a
on base
utility
types,
a utility
it's usually
companion.
strict
I
upgrades.
guess.
Like if you're during early in the campaign, you're not.
That's
trading
because
off
some
anything, you
companion
just
skills
get
say you can
extra
only have
bonuses.
companions of
But as
this
you get
type
into the
or
end game,
something.
that's where those bases start to be like.
Oh,
okay,
it's
in
also
order to have
because a
more
lot
ward,
of,
we're gonna be trading off, your other defenses, and that means that when we finally
a lot of
do,
you can only
eventually move it into
there's.
core,
Wait, do you
it's
still
gonna
need
be
to increase
it'll be a
companion
question, like,
limit?
do I want to go for it's not going to be something mandatory.
It says any
If it had just
number,
been
as
always
long as you have
it
different
would mean that
types.
every single
So normally you can
person is
only have
rolling
one
every single base
companion.
type, and we don't want it to be that way in the end game. We want it to be once it gets there, it's like a choice of like, do I want to engage with this? Do I not want to?
Which
So it's
might
kind of an
open
important
up
consideration at the end.
We've actually also
this mythic
handcrafted every
Katapa
outcome.
build.
So every single generally how you would expect
God.
this kind of thing to be done.
No, it doesn't. It
here's the
says any
formula.
number
It
you
can do
can
this.
have.
We've just gone and said, nah,
You think you
like,
still need companion limit?
let's do it manually for everything, which means it was a metric amount of metadata to add.
And every base type we add has to have the ward, the rune crafted rune forged version.
No. You can have any number of companions if they're of a different type.
Very, very heavy on runic ward, where base
Right?
type B might have just a little bit, and some are in the middle.
So you
and
can't-
some
no
sacrifice
repeats.
A bit more defense where others don't, and then the same with the uniques. You're getting like crazy different outcomes where it's a similar thing. Where it's like what is Calm's Heart going to do? What's Brass Dome going to do? There's like different kind of things that
I think I'm reading it right. You can have any number of companions of different types.
With these non-random ones on armors,
I didn't realize that.
when you have both the slots, if you mouse over the right one, it will show what you're going to get, except for like those Calgarian unique outcomes, like I said.
Those are
So
supposed to
that's
be
a
a bit of
bit more
mystery, transformative.
special. But most of the time, you can see what you're going to get. So if you're just like, oh no, I don't want to lose that armor, then don't lose that armor. Just So but yeah, there's some crazy stuff. You'll get some runic ward
So what, you can do
stackers, you'll get
increase
some people that
companion
just have a
limit and then
supplemental
equip this and
amount
then
just to
get
stack with maybe
multiple
just enough to use a skill or just enough to use a support, and you'll get people who are just trying to spam
like
the skills as
multiple
much as they
Smith and
possibly
Katava
can.
weapons?
You
Is
have
that
some
what you
people
think it
who have
does?
low amounts stacking higher region of it, and like all kinds of stuff is the goal. All done via the metallurgy, the runes, the different skills. Like the whole suite is there, so there's just all kinds of stuff you can do.
Yeah, and on the topic of the Kalguran skills, this is like, especially because this is like something that gets asked all the time, is like, oh, can we have more weapon agnostic skills? Things that kind of like blur those boundaries a little bit now that you've got those established. what's the design process or the goal, or how you?
So
approaching
it's a little bit
making those
tricky
skills?
because we have to make sure that these things are going to be things that can be used across classes. Like I don't want to just be like, okay, this one's only for like one particular character, and it needs to kind of span them, and that means they tend to need to
Have any
work with
number
things
of
like existing
companions at
debuffs and
different
existing buffs. We've got one that generates sorry, they've got various things that that just play with all of those different mechanics.
Yep.
So like the example we gave in the presentation of like converting fire to frost fire, like that kind of thing. Like there's a lot of different builds, a lot of different character classes that'll be able to play with that.
Yeah.
And ideally that means that it can just open up the different.
Because there's no way it means the
different
other
ways
thing
to be
though.
able to synergize between
Because then you could just have multiple boss
and then because they spend
boss
wood rather
companions.
than some other resource, it means that
If it means the other thing that you're saying.
Yeah, potentially slot into any build and don't have attribute requirements or colors.
Right, that wouldn't make sense. They wouldn't let you do that. So that's too much.
Yeah.
So that way
You just increase companion limit and you get like 2 monkeys.
Times it seems. Oh wow.
I think I'm right. I don't know. We'll see.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool that it's often the case when we add these things it can feel a bit shallow, like it can feel like here's this whole new magic system but only there's this little amount, whereas here I feel like we've actually gone here's this whole magic system, like here's a taste of it, and like in some cases like sure 25 skills now, we'll see what happens later, and like there's things to expand on, unless they're of course terrible, in which case they never existed, you know what I mean? But I mean for the long-term health of the game. But you get this thing where it's like it really feels like with respect to the Calgarin magic, the Calgarin technology, we're just like getting further and further and really learning more and more about how these people gain their power, how it's different from everything on Rayclast, and like it's honestly been just quite cool. And like Runic Ward, as I said, it feels way more than just like, it feels pretty core. Like it doesn't feel like this like just secondary thing. Not that you have to do it, it's not mandatory, but it feels core when you do engage with it, which is
Manifest weapon.
like very cool. And I wouldn't say we've gone this deep into like a extra resource system and thing like in any league ever before, not in this regard. So
yeah, it's like usually just like some map thing, you collect petals or something.
yeah.
Seems a bit more engaging than that, a bit more fundamental character builds. Okay. Well, it seems like that's something you would probably want to keep long term.
I might be right about what. You can have
Yeah,
one
definitely
companion
works.
of any
if
type
people like it,
at a
ultimately.
time.
Since we're talking a lot about gear, just kind of zooming out to a bit broader picture, some outstanding.
So you'll be able to have like
issues from our last meeting,
like 2 tame beasts or something,
plus
or like 2
skills is
manifest
often
weapons.
brought up as something that's has a very high level of impact on your gear.
Don't even make
choices
sense.
And can feel for some, I think, a bit restrictive. As
I don't think it works in manifest
We did
weapons.
have a big conversation about that. I can't remember what we finally decided on there.
Yeah, it's one of those dexterity-like conversations.
Yeah. This is a
I
while
think
ago.
we are trimming a few levels off the top.
Yeah, that's right, I
And,
remember
or
now.
more so,
Yeah.
more so, we're trimming some off the top and moving some of it up so that there's still a high-level mod. But doing that for the weapon mods.
I want to see if there's like a arrow on the UI that says
I would say that
like the
given
count
like
of the
this league in particular, like I
companion.
remember we started it and we were like, here's all the things that we've discussed we need to fix, we need to do all this. And then it was like, oh, and here's the like 8,000 other balanced runes and crafting systems and everything we want to do and new classes. And it was like
the amount of
new
features
versus
they push for
existing, having a
PoE2
bit of a
is
conflict, and we were,
so
I
insane
wouldn't say we got to do as
compared
much
to
of the
PoE1.
balance fix up to a lot of the stuff we've discussed previous that we wanted to do here. But as you were talking about at the start of the Q&A, like that is, and what Jonathan said is that is a lot of what we want to do. While we have the team making the acts.
Yeah.
Like that's a different kind of balance. We don't have.
Oh my god, let me in.
You're not adding runes and crafting systems to the acts in the same way,
Which
right?
means that those designers
it's
are
a
freed
different
up
team. So
are freed up to be able to work on all of those kinds of larger balance
You
concerns.
can pretty much do some balance leagues between.
We
now
do,
and-
yeah, exactly, and we do have a big list of stuff we want to change there. Like there's a lot.
it is a list.
Which isn't to say that we didn't do some balance for this.
I expected you to do almost none on this one, given the scope.
No,
of
there's
what you
definitely
want.
some. There's some-
Actually,
And the loading takes forever in this
cover
game.
a few of those.
Got
Yeah.
like some chronomarts.
I want to see the UI
we're doing a bunch of
for
stuff, honestly, just as much
manifest
as we can,
weapon.
to be honest. Like we're not sitting idly.
If it
not
ever
doing but
loads.
yeah, like I understand that there's a few things which I assume you're going to bring up a couple others that are left unresolved, and
Certainly.
hopefully, maybe one of them's resolved. We'll see.
Well, the next one was Rarity, reprising our earlier discussion.
Canal hideout, please. I don't even put that much in
You were
it.
saying that you were eager to, at some point, remove Rarity from
I am interested in doing that. It's still a question of what we can replace it with, but there is one other
You're talking about
change to
rarity
talk about
again.
around that is a bit more subtle, and I don't know whether it will matter or not. But one of the things we identified, I mean, look, the thing people often say with rarity is they just don't want it to give currency.
Yeah.
That's like a common thing that they'll say. Like people who say they want to keep rarity, they'll often say, "Oh, but it should. You could just remove the currency from it, and then it'll be okay." So what we were thinking about is like, there's a sort of market dynamic that goes on in PoE1, but hadn't been going on in PoE2 so much, where people couldn't really respond in PoE2 to the market by like picking the reward type that they would like to get as much.
Yeah.
So in PoE1, it's like if currency is becoming more valuable, you can respond
There's no
to that
number
by finding
here.
ways that give you more currency. And if uniques are becoming
It's only always
more
active,
valuable, then you
so I don't
respond
think
to
I
that
can
by
have
finding
two
more uniques
manifest
and that kind of
weapons
stuff.
even with
So
that.
there was like a little bit of an aim here to make it so that the league's a little
The
bit
UI
more,
doesn't imply.
like by picking what league you're also picking
I think
more of what types of
the
rewards
way
you
that
want
might
to
be
get a little
coded
bit,
is
which can
is
mean
like
that,
plus
there's a
one
gap
to
in the
limit
market, you
of
can fill it
manifest
that way,
weapon.
and that should result in
Because
like more
because it's a what do you call it?
I mean that people can respond to the price signals that the
It's not a
market is
regular
giving them
skill gem. I can't
by,
equip it
finding
twice,
the correct
right?
thing to like get the thing that like the market is valuing more right now.
Can you equip
Seeing that
skills
phenomenal
twice?
difference between the
Oh.
two games on like the economic statistic level.
Well, I
something
think
where-
it's not so much looking at the statistics, but just realizing that like without the ability for players to do that, it can mean that you can get endless inflation in one thing because people aren't able to respond to that
Oh
by
my
effectively
God.
getting more of that thing to
I
drive
just
the
ruined my
prices down
build.
again. Like so that kind of stuff actually can.
Oh, I
matter.
hate
So
that
one of the
you
things we have
it
been
like
doing is
auto
making it so that-
upgrades this
yeah, like
stupid gem.
here's a league you can farm more to get more of this thing, and like even with regard to something like breach, because you can pick like there's mods for picking what type of womb.
Can you
gift is
equip
gonna
the
drop
same
more
gem
often. You can be like,
twice?
okay,
Oh, you
currency's more
can't.
valuable right now. I'm gonna pick that one. That's
Oh, maybe
like,
you can
let
then.
that tree be the one that I'm getting more of, and that kind of stuff. So it's like giving a little bit more control over what the rewards are, which should actually lead to a bit more price stabilization here as well. But
Interesting.
we'll see how that works. Like I don't know whether that's actually one of the things, but it does seem related to the fact that in PoE2, since rarity effectively boosts everything, it meant that like that mechanic wasn't letting it be one of the levers that people could like use to respond to the market that way.
Yeah, exactly. You were just going to do it because it was clear.
Sorry, guys.
So
for
this
turning it
this
into a
UI is
console
missing.
fun, but, it's like,
I like it. I like
They're
it.
just showing us a
I think
line.
it's just ignoring the whole economy aspect. It just gives players.
Yeah, I want to
agency
see if I
decide
could
what type of weapon they want
summon
anyway,
multiple
right?
manifest
How is that not
weapons.
just straight up just better for like, here's what I need, here's what I want, I'm gonna go
My
get
little
it.
mace
And here's
boy.
the different levers I have to be able to achieve that. Be it via choosing a different league, be it by choosing different multi-choice atlas tree things within that league, be it by picking.
I want to
master
do the
and
manifest
taking
weapon
a
build,
certain,
man.
You
I
know,
wanna do
Atlas
it.
master skill that changes the rewards of one of the leagues. Like there's many different axes here, which is very, very cool to just be like, all right, we're gonna try and get the best out
So
of the uniques
bad.
today.
Look
or
at
I'm
him
gonna try
go.
and target farm this or that, and like it's just
Oh
a win.
my
Even if you're
God.
just like, I don't care about inflation and all of the trade and all of that. Like it's just
The
good.
wording is so
win-win
vague
on
for
that
that
regard,
unique.
hopefully.
Yeah, it's
Assuming
But
the
in
economy
saying that, that
adapts.
doesn't necessarily mean that we're like happy with how
It's very confusing.
item find stuff is like there's still might
Yeah,
be changes.
yeah,
along
correct.
Well, it sounds like you're still eager to replace that.
Yeah, I am.
Given that you can find the
it's one of those things that's surprisingly hard, alongside.
if it actually does
alongside,
allow you to have
decks
multiples
and
of the
various
same
other
type,
things.
including boss uniques, then
the forever topics that
it'll
always
be
seem to
very,
come back
very,
and,
very
to
expensive.
haunt us every
Yes.
time.
Yes, keep you awake at night. Since we're talking economy and inflation, is that something you guys are kind of like interested in looking at?
Maybe
in
I
some
shouldn't.
way,
This
like
looks so
Six
bad,
Flags,
actually.
Exalts or divines or kind of managing that sort of stuff, or you just kind of like
This is a
see what happens.
This is a weird one because some of the perceptions that people have about like what each
God,
thing
every time I
means,
try this
can
build,
be
it's so
backwards from what
bad,
people
though.
expect. But yeah, I do think that that's gonna come down to
Maybe
that
it'll
sort
be
of
good patch
ability
notes.
for people to respond to the market. I think that's gonna help.
If you're
But
using it
we'll
for
see. If
manifest
doesn't
weapon,
help
aren't you
with that stuff,
summoning
then
that
we'll
unique? Does it even have
What
good
stakes for
stats?
exalts is an inevitability.
I don't. No. There's a.
Yeah,
The
it's
reason
kinda
is
has to. Sinks for divines. I don't know. Find mage blood. see
there
what happens.
is.
I was like, you have something in the works for that one. I know how you do.
Where is it? It's a keystone.
Wait and see with that. On the topic of crafting, are there any with all this new stuff?
This one.
Are there any changes to like?
You can
existing
equip
stuff
a
for
non-unique
crafting,
scepter
like,
while
how
wielding a
crafting systems
talisman.
work, the currencies work. How happy
And,
have you been with the introduction of greater and perfect orbs?
I would just say that greater and perfect.
So you can
are
equip a
too- especially
scepter
perfect is just too common.
and
Like, we're
a
probably gonna
talisman,
have to drop
Especially
that to
right?
transfers and orgs. Yeah.
And yeah, because
So-
effectively it's sort of being a problem in that kind of
But that means you only get a
in the
claw,
end game
dude.
crafting. is like probably a little bit too easy. So we'll probably make
I don't think it's gonna work.
Of some of that stuff a little bit. I think it's probably just a little bit too far. Like, not to make them like impossible.
Mostly
to find or anything.
transmute and augmentation.
Mostly transmute and augment. So it was just making it a little bit too easy.
Yeah.
So
Damn, this build is
The
crazy.
outcome of that is that they become the norm, like immediately.
Could it
right?
go?
Sure. So,
And I have a
there'll
manifest
probably be a
weapon.
change there, but yeah, like I think that it was just being a little bit too easy to progress in that early in-game part. Then.
Okay. All right. Now I'm going to hit you with. I usually do this at the end, but right now
I did really
surprise
enjoy this
QOL
build.
UX round. So you've got this in-game build planner, which is an awesome addition. Very excited and kind of surprised.
No
that
patch
you
notes
did
yet?
that as well. It's a huge leap over what you tested in the
I
past.
don't.
Like,
I have
went away
no
for a
idea
while,
what
which is
this
like the ability
means.
to plan
Yeah.
passives. So I guess
I'm
that's
actually
the
so
reason why that went away,
confused.
since you had a bigger
Any
project
number of
in mind.
companions of different types.
I'm curious, what, when you take a different angle on this, what don't you want to do with this? Like, where is the line of where you don't want this to? Because this is something
I'm not sure. I think that I'm interpreting this to mean that you can break the companion limit as long as you have unique companions.
Yeah, okay.
Because normally you can't have that many companions. So I think that's all that lets you do. It doesn't mean that you can have two Smith-Katavas or something. You can have any number as long as it's of a different type.
And that's absolutely fine. We want to give as good of tools as we can.
And companions typically cost like a lot of spirit.
Desirable
So
theory of the game to be that you join the game having never played it before and you just explore and find the stuff that's interesting. So but then like if you're already going to a website, to find
it'll
a
be so
build guide,
squishy.
then at the point
Makes
you've
it
done
better.
that, like we might as well make that as easy as possible for you to do and follow and all that sort of thing. So
We've actually made sure to keep it hidden unless you know to do it.
So unless you
it's like,
basically drop
you don't
the
open
file
your
in.
passive tree and it's like load files and you're like, what the heck is going on here?
Now I should mention that,
kinda key, I like that.
we didn't put it in the live stream because we weren't like 100% sure that it would be there, but it is being worked on right now that there's going to be like a one-click solution for getting a build from a community website, right? So the idea is like, a community website can put a link, and when you click the link, it'll just add it to your account.
Like with filters, like what?
Yeah,
Sync does.
exactly like with filters,
Yeah.
right? So then it can just add it to your account, and that way you don't have to screw around with files or anything. And that's important for console players as well because they obviously can't put
true.
files on the console.
Yeah.
So basically they'll be able to add it to their account just like an item filter, and then now it's just going to appear there and then that stuff will work.
I know right now you have to have a real trust in your filter creator. Because they can just hide mirrors. So hopefully your build creator, hopefully your build creators,
right?
So April 1st, your build creator just completely just changes your build randomly for a day.
But the documentation for how to do the build file should be going up today-ish, and that means that what I'd expect to happen, although obviously it's up to them, like the various community projects like Path of Building and that kind of stuff, to all like adopt that and make it so that you can so that you can export a build from those tools, and then then the creators can create websites showing those off and that kind of thing, and like that kind of stuff is what we'd expect to.
Yeah, it just improves the actual like physical act of like having a build guide and implementing that, and using it for people who are. That's awesome.
And if we also find that like build creators are interested in adding notes to more places, like we tried to get everything we could think of, but there might be places where you like because the idea is like anywhere where a creator wants to be able to say like here's some more tutorialization that they want to add. But the idea is that they can kind of do.
If there are changes to Smith-Katava,
I can tell people to upgrade their life flask for life flask that.
it'll be so bad though. It'll be such a bad build. My heart wants to do it. I just want to.
People overlook it.
I want to have it.
So another one from our outstanding minutes is the mouse and keyboard and controller hot swap.
I know, and it's becoming a running joke at this point of like people promising it every league and then not delivering it. And the annoying thing about it is that it's one of those things that like someone will work on it for like there's a surprising amount of code to do to change it, but then every time it's like the guy like someone will work on it for like a month or something, and they'll be like, oh shit, we've got this urgent league UI that needs doing, and then they get derailed. But I promise this time is the time that we will get it for 1.0.
I took him for the fragment tab. Sorry.
Yeah, it is actually legitimately was.
But not sorry because the fragment tab's kind of I want it and I need it.
Yeah, but it's just like I think whoops. I think there was a bingo card that you saw where you're like, so many people want this.
Yeah,
fragment.
Fragment
so you can actually blame the bingo card makers.
Yeah, I guess so.
Hot swapping was on there too. I had my hand over it. I was like, look, they want the fragment tab.
See.
Really, what I mean is, I want the fragment tab.
Another one that I haven't mentioned.
Do I have to buy the
before,
fragment tab?
is visibility issues. So skills, I think, are being designed to look as cool as possible under normal circumstances a lot of the time. Like the artist, I imagine, is working on them in that situation. But then they can become extreme on endgame builds, right? You're adding like 10 extra projectiles and screen size AoE scaling and attack speed. So I think like a good example is Explosive Grenade. Phenomenal looking skill, immensely satisfying. Sounds, visuals, but now we've got like grenade nova projectiles with totems firing out multiple of them at rapid
it can
pace.
get pretty extreme. It can get pretty extreme.
You got to put your sunnies on, man.
I know.
It's funny when I'm streaming, you can see the face just light up whenever you toss a grenade.
It's one of those things where, like, you know, over time, ideally, we're able to just improve the situation with regard to effects. I mean, we do have some systems for limiting this kind of stuff, like to prevent certain particles from spawning.
I was wondering if like some sort of dynamic culling effect.
We do have stuff like that, but it's one of those things that it's easy for it to get left till the end and then not done, because the effects artists are obviously optimizing for what looks good. And whenever you're like, you know, if effects artists come to me and like, hey, what do you think of the skill? It's not I tend not to be like, okay, now let's see it when there's like a bajillion of them, you know, like, and like that's one of those steps we should probably take at some point. But it's like we do have systems for it. It's just, you know, a matter of like spending time working on it, and it's the kind of thing that just over time will slowly
It
improve.
honestly is a time problem.
Yeah.
Like we do, it gets tested internally. It does get reported. There are issues, tasks that are made, and they say, help my frame rate, help my eyes. It does say that, and 100%. And then it's like,
Yeah, what are these
I can
comments?
optimize
Oh my
this.
God.
I don't quite know how, and a few people have to collaborate to
We
do it.
definitely do
and-
fix the worst cases, like when they're really really bad. We do. But, before you see them, ideally. But there can also just be cases where it's like we didn't realize that a build would be created that could get to this level of insane.
Well, yeah,
and that
when
kind of thing.
explosive grenades were added, there wasn't a way to do all of this
exactly.
stuff.
So
But,
then,
like,
you know,
And
three
here's the
leagues
thing,
later.
sometimes it is the balance that's
What
the
are they
problem,
saying?
right? And then so that can be a bit tricky.
I don't know, you
when
just
it's
sound
how
like
you know, is
balance
this
and
an
visual
engine
clarity or
task,
something.
an art task? Is it a balance task? And
and that's the funny thing about it as well, because all of those sorts of issues have to actually go to a game designer, because they're the ones who can decide, like, is this even acceptable in the first place?
Yeah.
And that's like a sort of a very tricky thing. So like we did do some nerfs in 040, I believe, to some of the grenade spam stuff that you could do.
What is
Obviously, you know,
demon
there was one of the
mages?
mechanics added that kind
What-
of
what
made
is
it come
this?
back again. So you know,
Yeah, it was.
yeah.
It
What?
was like slight enough, and then way more.
Yeah, okay.
It's
it
brighter than ever.
happens.
Yeah, yeah.
That's good.
But you know, yeah, like we'll resolve them over time. Like we will
Yeah.
get it better.
And just to reiterate, because in the past we'd asked about the idea of like transparency sliders or brightness sliders. and
I'm not a fan, honestly. Like I think
It's
does
been there since the
fundamentally kind of
first data
ruin
mine.
Something there that I'm not, you know. I'm
yeah.
not-
So you that's like the. In
I
my
want to
mind,
try and
that's the
fix it so
easier
that you don't even have
It's
to
a
think about it.
it's a
not single
demon
user,
mages
it's not
that
anything
casts
like that.
socketed
You wanna
spells
take
in
the hard
order,
route,
so it's
you
like a
wanna-
meta gem
Always,
for
every time.
Yeah.
The hard route. That's the best route.
for a minion.
The last one I have, maybe, unless there's some extra challenges
So
in there,
weird.
is are you guys looking to get full Steam Deck verified sometime
Yes,
soon?
yes. Well, I was telling you about that.
Steam
earlier.
Deck
So,
verified
this is
for
a,
PoE2? Yeah, right.
There were a few things around the UI.
The wiki
that
has
so we
stuff
can
that
get
isn't
Steam
in the
Deck
game.
verified,
Right,
like
right.
UI size. So we've actually added a lot of options for UI scaling and like different.
I was just
areas
looking
now.
at companions.
So pretty much everything, like you know, like hovers versus like, you know, the like just like all these different areas are now scalable. All the different parts of the UI, and that means we can now have defaults for Steam Deck that we can now go, okay, hey Valve, can you Steam Deck verify us, please, and get all that stuff. And we're sort of testing on the Steam Deck now. Like we have, you know, Steam Deck stuff internally. You know, it's a thing we're taking seriously because we know there are a lot of people who want to be able to play it on the deck. So yeah, it is now a thing that we're. You know, I really want to make sure that by launch especially that it's like a perfect experience. There's still some performance issues at the end game on Steam Deck, like it's still not quite there. that we
A
need to work on.
perfect experience.
But during campaign it's fine. But
I'm
like
not going to play
during
grenades
in-game,
on
it could
Steam Deck.
be- yeah. So there's like a few things there we still need to do to improve. But yeah, in terms of like the experience of you know, like the main experience and all that stuff, it's way better now.
Great news, excellent. I keep seeing in chat, so I'm just going to ask it. But like, people are asking, like, tell me about Mage Blood, but like, quite clearly,
We're not
you
going
want
to tell you about
people
Mage Blood.
Yes.
You have to find
You
Mage
want people
Blood.
to find
Yeah,
Mage
yeah.
Blood. I mean, you did drop some extra hints there, kind of subtly. But people can, maybe you can rewatch the Q&A and kind of like find out what those hints were.
I know how to tease a unique.
This is
You know?
like, I mean, this is like outside of a headhunter or something.
Joe
this is
Mage
like one of
Blood.
those, like chase long-awaited
Yes.
items.
And the tricky thing is
right?
making sure that people actually like it as well, because we don't want to disappoint people.
Yes.
That would be
We like
sad.
when we're
It's going to be
filming.
insane, though. It's going to be insane.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
When we're filming the trailer, I'm like, you make sure that Mage Blood's on the screen for a second. You put that text there.
There's one frame of Mage Blood. You can
They're like,
dig
but
through all
it's
the
so
frames.
rare. I'm like, I don't care. Do it.
Excellent. There's one
funny.
for you to look forward to. Before we jump into the end game, let's talk a little bit about campaign leveling. So there's a pretty nice signposting tricks addition there.
Yeah,
very
yeah.
nice.
In one case, completely literally a signpost.
Literally a signpost.
Yeah,
I did know that.
it's one of those things that I like. So we do understand that if you're a repeated playthrough, like it needs to be that it can be efficient. Yeah. We were
Oh, I
thinking
thought they
about,
would
what
make
is
things to
better
make
in PoE1
subsequent
than PoE2 in this respect,
playthroughs
and we're
a
thinking
lot
there's just,
faster.
like,
I
people
thought
just
they were
learn a lot
hinting
of
at that.
tricks.
Yeah.
But then we're like, are there even
I wonder what
enough
Mage will
tricks
do
in
to
PoE2
charms are so much worse
learn?
generally.
Like,
Yeah.
you know, like
I mean, you
we
could
want
add
much
like
things. We want to sort of
200%
compare attention,
increased
you actually
effective
can work out, hey, like,
charms.
this thing leads
They're
to
always
that, and all
active
that
or
sort of
something.
go
I
nuts on
don't
that.
know.
so yeah, we are just going nuts on it, right? Because it won't actually affect the time it takes for a first-time player to play through, because like they're not going to know what it means.
And that's the
Decent.
secret, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's the
exactly.
secret
I think it
sauce.
might not even be
And, like,
related
in
to the
some cases we have
charms.
shortened some stuff. Like,
Because
for
charms are kind of
example, at
based
the
on
end of Act
triggers,
2, there
so I
was,
don't
like,
know.
2 areas of the cart, you know, like the Farragut
Yeah.
cart. Now there's just one.
Oh, nice.
You know, like the one that there is like very slightly longer than one was before, so like it doesn't feel like a complete compromise of that. But like,
What if it does
is
something
definitely
like
shorter
get
than
the
what it
effect
was?
of
There's just
all
stuff like
charms
that,
in the game?
all through the game. And then there's some counterintuitive
Or something.
things, that
Something
we've done,
ridiculous.
Like, in some cases, you want to take an area and that was linear and actually make it non-linear, but with wayfinding, right? Because if something's linear, there's literally only one path to go. Like it entirely depends on what your clear speed is to get from
Get
one end to
effect
the
of
other.
all charms in the
Something
game.
is
you can
more open, but then you've got things that point you where to go. It's like if you know what those are, now you can get through it faster. But if you don't know what they are, it's still like an area. that's
Get
gonna take a while
okay,
to
it's
get
fine.
through.
Gain effect of all
Exactly. So,
non-unique
things like that can
charms
actually be
forever.
something kind of
I don't know.
counterintuitive that you can do. Because a
We'll
lot of people
see.
just assume, like, in order to make it shorter, the way to do it is just make the levels smaller, you know. But that would compromise the first time experience.
It's because
So
there's not
really
enough
about, like, you know,
charm
how can
slots
they make
yet,
take you
so
less
it kind of
time
doesn't make
while
sense for
also
it
not making it take
to
you less time if you were playing for the first time.
Yeah,
only be
so,
based on the
even,
current charms that
like,
you have, because you only have 3 charm
Jungle
slots,
Ruins now,
right? That's not that many.
Silverback, the big old
monkey.
quadrilla. is
Or
now
maybe
in
it'd
the
let you have
direct
6
center of
charm
the
slots and
Alright,
they're
so
always
you can always
active.
find them easily,
Maybe
right?
If you
Like,
find
that could work too.
You know, northeast, southwest, you just
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
And then
Because 6 charm slots is a lot of charm slots.
You know, there's all these different ways. I mean, if you find the venom crypts, you escape out the other end.
Yeah. So
Like, it's just-
there's an extra exit in the venom crypts that comes out directly next to the exit of the area. So if you want to go down through the venom crypts, it's actually can be a faster way to find the
you can
exit
take
to
a
the
shortcut.
zone. It's like a shortcut through there. So and then the venom crypt. Here's an interesting one. All the snakes. This is one people probably want to notice. I'm going to tell you. All the snakes will go towards where the venom crypts are. So all the snake, the
going
little
home,
snake
yeah.
critters, they're going home. They're going towards it. So if you see a snake, that's the way that the venom crypts are. So there's like little details like that everywhere. Just little
What?
things
It's
like
little
that.
snakes?
That's so cute. I love it.
It's a little bit of stuff with monsters as well.
I'm gonna go with 6 charm
like
slots.
there's
and they're
venom
always
crypts
active.
Again.
You know, it's reasonable for
Towards
mage
the
mode.
boss room where there was the shaman making the whole venom potion. Now you get more of the humanoid monsters
Yeah.
of that tribe.
So that was an area. It was really hard to find that final place, like
Yeah.
where it was. But now that
Do you have any
know,
ideas?
Like, if I find those type of monsters, that means I'm getting near the place.
I don't think
where
it's
the-
enough for it to
We've done that in a few places. So like
to
you
just
get
have the
a
charms active forever.
density
It
of
has to be
monsters
something
increasing,
psycho.
Or more so, the other types of monsters phasing out as well. So
Random 3
introduction of an
charms are
abnormal
always
monster, or
active.
one that's not natural to the rest of the area.
That is
Or,
basically
in
6
some cases,
charms.
one that's natural to
But
the
you
area,
also get
and
3
then you
random
to a
charms, you
section
mean?
Where now only those monsters are there, and all the other monsters aren't spawning.
But they said it's really rare,
For
so
example, the
but the
snakes
desiccated belt you
in
can, you
Kef,
know, you roll
right,
it.
around
But Mage Lord you
Kabbalah's
can't, so I don't think it
section,
will be
the
like
boss there
that.
is only Serpent Clan. You don't get the
So,
other
if you want to find
monsters,
Cabal,
so-
then you find run in the direction where there's more snakes.
Yeah.
You know, like that kind of stuff. So yeah, that is it. I don't know if we'll get it all perfect in one go, but we're going to be doing a lot more of just that sort of stuff all through the campaign.
We've definitely got more to do, and we're just going to keep going.
Excellent. Good stuff.
And also, what we're finding is it's just adding more flavor to the areas.
Yeah.
It's adding more identity.
Yeah.
It's adding
Some of those
more
really
interesting
sound like
things,
that.
and yeah, it's just an upgrade overall and on every axis.
I had a little bit of hands-on time, and I was especially a fan of the Ogham Village change because, like, now you actually you come in and there's an obvious cobblestone road there, and if you follow that, you get to the blacksmith. It's
Exactly.
like,
Oh, that was so annoying to find before.
yes. And it actually like it makes the zone feel a lot better as an actual zone too. Now it actually feels like a village, like a town. It doesn't feel like just a random maze like it was before. Like, so it actually, it's a bit more of a I don't know.
There's a tweet
believable,
about
realistic
capping
area.
view botting.
It's like good stuff.
View
on
botting
the
is
leveling
bad for
topic,
business.
something that comes up somewhat often.
We're using an
is
algorithm.
This idea of like, so you've got new skills.
If
to
you are
get
view
unlocked
botting, you
all
will
the
get a
way
cap
through
to your
into, like,
CCV for
late
fixed period of
Act
time on all
4.
Twitch.
And I always thought of this personally as like
Based
a
on
good thing, right?
historical
Like, you've got a
data,
nice steady progression
and you
of new
get
stuff to
longer
play with.
penalties.
But recently I saw some interesting reasons why people don't like this. And that's the idea that you sometimes spend hours leveling a build that.
What if someone else
isn't your build,
viewbots your channel
you play all
though?
the way through to Act 4 on some other build that you don't want to
It
play
seems
until you get you know, your top tier ice skill.
to not be thought out
So
very
I have to
well.
imagine you're like a fan of having that like long tail of progression, but there are other reasons why.
But you get a
kinda,
cap
want this
based on
spread, and I feel
non-viewbotter
like
traffic,
the
so I
idea of
guess it's
compressing, I don't know,
supposed to
maybe
not
the main
matter that
skills down
much.
to the first 30 levels or something.
That's actually not something that
That's
I've
really
had,
weird.
come up before in terms of being a problem like that. So that's very interesting to think about.
I've seen. I prefer the slow unlocks personally. Like, that's my style. I prefer.
I mean, it's certainly as a first-time player, you want it to be that you kind of get that, like, you know, it feels like your build is still progressing as you get through the game. But it is interesting, of course, to think if you want to just speed through and you want to play a certain build, like that is certainly something.
Even on like the experimentation level, so like, you know, when you respec to a character at endgame, it's like just trash. It feels bad generally to do that because you didn't have that evolution of that build over time. And I feel like maybe if you're swapping over at level 52 to your actual build, then because that's when you get the skill, then you don't actually really have much of that progression evolution of your build to test.
It might be more of a matter of just swapping where some skills are given.
I think
like, it also can also be that we're not necessarily, like, it's not necessarily clear when we're creating the build, like what some skills might end up being ones that feel like main skills in that way.
Yeah, I imagine that needs
so
review
it's probably likely that that's like one of the issues there is just like moving things around where they start.
Yeah.
It's just that we don't want something that's like too flashy to be something you get really, really early, because otherwise it feels kind of strange in the power curve. Like you do need to feel like that level of progression of like the skills get more epic. So
I imagine like it's pretty okay to have things like those glory skills and stuff like that right down the bottom there.
Well, certainly.
Like
I mean, the last row tends to always be those.
Viewers is a banned
in
word.
theory, those are not things that your entire build
They'll be
is,
invisible
like,
to
made
viewers
around,
and, like
so
you
it's
said,
more-
weaponizable by bad
The examples
actors.
that I get see brought up
Oh
usually
yeah,
are
but if
stuff
it's based on
rather
historical
like,
data,
what's that ice skill that shoots projectiles
then
around spinny one?
what you could do is if someone's having a viral moment, you deliberately viewbot them, and then they just, you know, they don't get their views, which is really sad.
Last tier, and it is kind of
I
a main
see your
skill,
point.
and it's not really.
But I don't think
see your
people
point.
do that, right?
That one honestly might be
Surely?
able to come down.
All right, so that's something to.
But that is
There's
something that can
some
happen.
Tweaks to the levels. There's some reorganization. There's possibly. I mean, I could see a thing where also once we have the full campaign in place, maybe there's a point where we're like, okay, you want every skill by, and then we come up with a new point. You know, like.
But I honestly suspect the rearranging is the solution there.
Nice. Okay,
Sure.
that's good to hear. I think that would be good for these people who feel like they don't get to play their build for a long time. There.
Right.
Kind of carrying on with the topic of skills, builds, and balance, we have the two new ascendancies, which you seem to be getting a little bit like with the classes. They're following a similar trajectory of getting a little bit more. A little bit extra, a little bit more high effort each time. So,
Well, as we kind of learned from PoE1, like you know, we have changed some, but ascendancy classes are kind of like just forever things.
Yep.
You know, we obviously have a whole alternate classes league and stuff like that, which is cool. But you know, we don't. On rare occasions, we're obviously going to change the balance, change kind of what the skills are, but who those characters are and the identity of that, and most of them are going to remain fixed for like a long time.
Yep.
You'll get rebalances, you'll get changes, like obviously, right? We've done that a lot, but like, you know, I wouldn't expect the Deadeye to despawn anytime soon as an identity. If ever, just by the way, just and so like they just need to be high effort, and they need to be, you know, something that we are like something that comes up a lot, and you'll notice it in these two. Like now, for every single beast boss, the Spirit Walker,
yes,
we have to make a tamed version.
This is what I keep saying. Like,
for every pair of, for every mod on gloves, of which we just added a bunch of alloys. And there's, you know, it goes on and on. We have to. It's a maintenance, but the thing is, as I said, these are forever classes. These are identities. These are very important, and so it's like always very worth it. But now we just a bit of a rant here about those beasts, because it's come up a bit recently where I'm like, what is a beast? Are the new pinnacle bosses beasts? And I'm just like, oh no, what's going on here? What are we doing? Like, you know, like some, you know, there was
yes, make them all beasts, man.
Wow, exactly. So
this is relevant to my interests.
Tame the count? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, only in second form.
Only in second phase, yeah, maybe, or maybe because
I mean, cool.
you know, or maybe specifically Nah, I don't know. I don't know where we're getting with that. I don't know. The point is, it gets a little bit complicated. It's like, where does it end? And you know, how much you're talking about, you know, visibility. How much of your screen are you willing?
How much of your screen is filled up with the
Pinnacle
beast?
boss and things like changing the scale is not actually as trivial. Like,
Yeah, I was like, I thought you were
There's a very easy node to get for companions that just gives them onslaught while you're shapeshifted.
you know,
If they keep that one in, then you're gonna have to be shapeshifted.
People were running around with 5 for a while, and it
Which
was
would kind of suck, but I mean, whatever, I guess.
But yeah, it's
But you gotta give him
it's quite
onslaught.
fun, but
Onslaught's
I'm so excited
absolutely
to just see
insane.
how honestly, it's such a weird thing to say. I'm so excited for how much work we've created for ourselves in the future.
I'm very glad to hear that. That is good. That was the right mindset, I think. Excellent. So with the Tame Beast thing, like when you get your first ascendancy, that Tame Beast gem is actually a higher level though. Like, is this something you?
Yeah, we do have a thing that we're going to do about that.
Okay.
There's a solution I believe that we had for that one.
Yeah, all right.
But yeah.
And with this being the idea of being a big single beast, and a lot of the time, like, I don't know that bosses compared to say like aura beasts don't have a bunch of utility stuff on them. Like, I'm sure there'll be some, but not as much exactly. So I imagine you want these to actually be things that kill stuff. So how do you make the big single minion work?
We have, like, honestly, I think it might have even been, we've tripled the damage, I think, of tamed beasts. Just FYI.
Cool.
What? Tripled the damage of Tame Beasts?
We want, like, damaging companion builds outside of obviously just Wolf Zerg to be more of a thing.
Okay.
So, you know, we're doing a bunch of changes to, for example, we're trying to give them a longer revive time. The idea behind the revive time on that, which I know sounds bad, but just let me explain. The thing is that with obviously an undead build, you generally have a swarm, and so the revive time's a little bit lower, and the assumption that things are dying and reviving more frequently.
Yeah.
Companions should be a bit more. You obviously have 1 or 2, and you have a lot fewer of them. They're more significant, so they should take longer to revive. And so these like uninvested aura companions, and when they die, you should feel that more. Like, you should be having to invest into them to keep it alive.
Okay.
On the other end, we're making them deal way more damage, so they're more of just an aura bot. And then for the bosses in particular, what we've done is gone through, and for every single one of them, we've gone, okay, are you good at stunning? Are you good at freezing? Maybe they have, you know, the primed for stun thing. Maybe they have, we're trying to just really give each of them something that can complement your build.
Themes a bit.
So it isn't just a question of just taking the bosses. It doesn't mean just like,
No,
hey,
you're
it's like,
actually, like,
all of them are actually like designed, you know, in terms of like what they can be.
Crazy. So it's even more effort.
Yeah,
Because
it's more like, you know, it's just more like taking a creature that's got existing animations.
So there might be multiple that are viable. They actually thought about it.
For companions, there's obviously a bunch of uniques. Some of, I think we showed 1 or 2 today. But yeah, playing into that archetype a lot more for sure. It's definitely way more fun to play. Like lately, it's just running around with your kind of mini zoo. It's kind of fun. So.
Awesome. On the martial artists, the Fists of Stone that converts gloves, you showed that working with a rare, and that was quite spicy. A lot of uniques don't have like modifiers that are like actual kind of like regular modifiers. So does this work on uniques?
Certainly does.
Crazy.
Why not?
Why not?
Every unique glove from now on, you gotta find some way to convert their modifiers into something else.
Does it affect the mods that go on the runes that are in the item?
I don't think it affects socketed mods. No,
right.
It's meant to affect every explicit mod. We talked recently about vile corruptions and whether or not it does or doesn't. So TBD. But yes, it does affect uniques. It is intended to affect all essence mods and alloys and all of that. But like, honestly, you will go as far as we can with these until we run out of time.
There's a new unique for Diablo.
Have their unique modifier pools.
It's called the Cow King's Crown, and it has a different modifier based on the day of the week.
I can't remember a whole lot of specifics.
Monday +1 damage to 2-legged enemies.
I guess so. I'm wondering what happens if there's like a pair of
10% decreased chance to be unlucky against yay distant
generally
enemies.
don't touch the skills.
Yay distant.
Well, that's interesting in its own way.
Or, like, you know, we're not. Look, having to remake a skill for this is a little bit in the.
Good,
I talk about creating work for ourselves. That's like that's not a bang for buck win. So like making a new skill of a skill for this.
Is that real? Yeah, I think so. It's so dumb. It's silly. Yeah, you want
maybe in the future.
Well,
but
stuff
not
like
right now.
this, right? Just to collect, just to have.
So normally patch notes would be right out of this Q&A, but thankfully we're not holding that hostage today, as that's coming out a week before.
Yeah, so it still needs to
launch.
be that it's a week before launch because there's still too much that will change between
Yeah,
now
or
and then.
usually going right up
I
until
mean,
the end.
if
for
you
that.
got them now, that'd be.
I wonder why they made
inaccurate,
RF a
and then
minion
they'd
build.
Get disappointed or even happier, who knows? But too much would just change, and you know.
But
it
maybe
would-
we can speak.
I
like,
wonder
on the
what
big-
other
bigger
options
picture
they thought of
intentions, which
before
to some
landing
extent
on
we've
that.
already been doing a bit, but like a classic, another minutes from previous. You've done some buffs to armor and evasion, added some new mechanics here and there. Is there any additional love for those on the card in some way, or defenses in general discussion?
Defenses. So we looked at a couple of things. Like the first thing we identified, because I'm all about like just reviewing the fundamentals. Is we're like, okay, we at some point in one of our many millions of spreadsheets, we were like, okay, here's obviously you have an expected amount of how much defense does someone have at a certain point in the game. Now that we have obviously enough players, enough statistics, we went and then had a look, and we were like, oh, people are way low, especially at say between interlude, Act 4, mid game, early end game. People's defenses are significantly lower than what we had deemed as what we wanted them to have.
Oh, they're gonna
And
buff
you can look at that in a
defenses.
few ways. You can say, well, okay, people aren't upgrading gear as much as we wanted or expected. People aren't upgrading, I wouldn't say want, expected is definitely more of the thing. People aren't maybe taking as many defensive passives as we had expected, etc. And there are obviously many reasons for that. Some of them are garbage. But at the end of the day, right, we balance.
Oh,
the
so
game for
everyone's
people
just
to
gonna
have this
collectively
much
get more
of a defense,
defenses?
or this much EHP, and they don't have it. So let's get them to have that amount is our play. So instead of obviously changing, you can either change monster damage at that point, or we can give people more defenses. So we are generally buffing all of the base types on all of the defensive gear, on all armor and evasion, I should say, up to the end of end game, because like peak characters, there's a lot. You can get a lot. So like we've taken some of the outliers that are the things that make the end game characters have a lot of those defenses and kind of brought them a bit down. So it shouldn't be worse. It should just be the same. But relative to rares, they could be a little bit worse. But yeah, ultimately,
this is mostly from Act 3 onwards, right?
pretty much, yeah. So more armor and evasion is the start point. We've done a whole bunch
More
of other
armor
stuff,
and evasion, eh?
Energy Shield there's a thing where it has too much recovery available, like too
Oh,
easily
hello.
for recharge, and like
Hello,
we've done
Kelly
a few
Barnes.
things.
Sorry,
A
I was
lot of
looking
them
at
are outliers, not
looking something
necessarily
up.
all of them. So we've done a bit of changes to a whole bunch of stuff.
You think it's a
But
bot?
in particular, we're also doing like the deflection equation is honestly kind of not good enough. It's too rewarding for very little investment, and then there's like a kind of weird thing in the formula that I was trying to figure out the other day, but and then for investing beyond that, it's kind of like, well, not worth it.
Yeah.
The passive tree nodes are too weak. There's all these clusters there no one cares about, well, mostly. There's other things like
You didn't spell armor right. It has a
armor
U.
applies to elemental. Like there's a bit of it. Generally, it isn't weak, but I wanted 5 clusters for it. I wanted you to be able to actually invest in it if you were in different parts of the tree. Currently, there's only like 3 nodes that granted in the strength section. It's not enough. And then all the way through to like things like the hybrid section of the passive tree, where normally you have armor in the strength section. Over here you have evasion in the dex section, and then combined you should
And
have
PoE has a U. Yeah.
both of them on the nodes.
It's
and you do it for armor and
British
evasion,
spell?
and then
I
you
don't know.
have I know, big
Does that
red
mean
tip.
that the
Then you
shield
have things
build's
where,
gonna be
okay, all
even
the armor
better?
and
The
evasion
values are gonna be higher?
notables are, like, kind
It's like
of
a damage gain disexer build.
some of them don't even grant armor and evasion, and so there's just like a ton of work across the board. And then those secondary defenses don't generally have hybrid nodes, which they should. So if you're now playing hybrid, you have to double invest in the secondary axes, and so there's just all kinds of just like, honestly, what I would establish as fundamental problems going on here that just need to all be addressed. And when I look at all of them, I'm like, well, they all are just buffing it, so that's great.
Awesome.
Except for like a little bit of energy shield problems, other hybrid going more northeast, like we looked at all pure evasion versus pure evasion with 1,000 energy shield or more kind of thing, as in a Ghost Dance user.
Yep.
And like the differential in power of using Ghost Dance with 1k ES is just out of control. And I know everyone will be like, make everything like that. That's how this works. We're not going to do that. So like Ghost Dance needs some changes. But then also
Shield skills are specifically about armor
playing
on
hybrid without
shields,
that
right?
needs to be brought up. So there's a whole bunch, and then also, I mean, the highest death rate, just to
That
be
is
clear,
a
and by
good point.
300%, is armor ES, which I don't have an exact plan for
I don't
yet,
remember.
but that needs a lot of love.
There's a missing piece of the puzzle there.
Yes,
I feel.
and it's obvious, right? You
That's
look
my
at it and you're
favorite
like,
game.
obviously,
I
but
like
it's
Minecraft,
I don't
and
exactly know what the solution is yet, but we need to do some more love there.
Stardew
But like,
Valley.
generally speaking, yes, where there's a couple of OP outliers, but everything should be getting raised up for average player, especially mid game, early end game, without having to. And you don't have to. The only way to play it shouldn't be this one very specific node to take this very specific skill or use this very specific node or use this very specific unique, and just trying to make it just more broadly like investing in defenses no matter what feels good. And we're not there yet.
yes,
so,
you're right.
Anyway,
Her
Giga
armor
Raid.
on
We
shield.
covered a lot of
Yes.
things there, but anyway.
Excellent. I saw a few questions about it
You are
in chat.
correct.
It does surprise me a little bit. I thought there was more of a consensus that life on the tree was unpopular, as it was kind of in Path of Exile 1, and it was always deemed as like a tax, like, oh, I guess I got to pay my life node tax. But I'm curious how.
So I guess you just get armor applies to elemental damage, and then if you just have more, I guess it'll just be tankier.
Kind of like 0.5 of the way
This
in.
build really suffers with
Again, I
damage after
personally
a while.
prefer
though.
it not being there. I think it makes the decisions of what I'm taking on the tree more interesting and where I'm pathing.
To
And
not have it.
I think, to not have it, I think that will increase over time. I think I am less penalized for hunkering down in a certain section as opposed to having to get this like minimum life percentage threshold
patch
by
notes yet?
going to certain spots. I think it allows you to be a bit more free, but I also understand why people are asking for it. Especially like I see a lot of people comparing life and energy shield, where it's obvious, right? They're both your life pool, but energy shield should be compared to armor and evasion, and obviously they're asymmetric, so I can understand how that can't be so trivial. And I can also understand that when people are dying to a thing and they don't necessarily understand why, the answer is I need more life.
Oh, he spelled armor
I
with a
get
U.
it. But that can not that it can be that the problem and the solution don't have to be the same thing. Like there's an obvious path to the solution when you're dying, you're running out of life. But it can be that there are other ways to solve that problem. And when I look at the defenses and just identify fundamental problems, how much of that problem will be solved by just fixing those fundamentals?
Want to make those juicy to take and actually.
Yeah, so I'm not ready just yet to like, but that doesn't say things like these are off the cards for sure.
Yeah, I know you've been discussing.
But if the defenses are bad, then we should fix the defenses first and then see if it's still bad.
Really, well, I'm just going to go follow the trail of bad until and then we'll see.
It's just that the reason why we don't want to do it is really we just don't want to make it so that if you don't know to pick life, then you're just going to suck. And this is a thing that PoE1 has, right? If you don't know that you have to pick life. Yeah. If you don't know that, you just die. And we wanted to try and remove like noob traps, right? Of just things where like the things you just have to know. And so ideally we can get to a situation where we just don't,
Thing is, I'd even rather solve it with more immediate options. So, for example, if you're dying a lot and you're like, I need more life, here's a cluster 12 passive points away. It's like, okay, so I got to level 12 more times to now feel a bit stronger. I would rather just immediately go, if you need more life, then the way to get that should be itemization solutions. Like you should be doing it on your gear and that should be something that is readily available via things like essences or various crafting systems. Like, I mean, Runic Ward kind of is that in a way. It's like, I'm dying. Okay, let's add some Runic Ward. Now I'm probably going to die less. Like, I understand it's more of like a campaign, newer player problem kind of thing, but I don't like, I need to be tankier now because I'm
Life
dying.
from tree feels good though.
It's all good. I'll be able to solve it 2 days.
Like the
from
feeling
now
of
if they're playing only, like,
permanence
an hour
and
to a day.
defenses, I think,
also
is what
just
makes
want to
it
make sure
feel
there
good.
are immediate solutions to these things as well via itemization. So it might be even that
As
we need
opposed to
look
just
at
getting
that.
all of your defenses from gear.
Okay, I am looking at that more recently. I was like, damn, a lot of these runes that are ongoing.
It warps the tree. It does.
We're doing
It
the martial
does.
artist, and you get these rune slots. And I was like, okay,
Especially
there's some chase
with
stuff.
the way that
But these
interacts
ones in
with
the campaign are just kinda
damage
sad.
gain does extra.
Like, there's some sad, like, obviously resistances are fine. I got no issue with that. But some of these other armor runes, I'm like, well, that's just That's not okay. I put that in, and now I'm like just I'm what 2% tankier. Like, what am I even getting out of this? Like, I want to make sure that. So I was looking recently, and I'm like, we just need to buff all these armor runes. Like, those were meant to be problem solvers for holes in your core stats throughout the campaign, and so even just things like that, where it's like, yeah, you should be able to just get a lot more of that just by using defense or armor slot runes, as well as adding new ones, because honestly, there's kind of a thin selection, and it just ends up being like resistances in most slots.
Yep.
Until end game again, well, even still sometimes just resistances there as well, depends, but. Yeah, obviously we're adding 160, so that's a big difference, but I wanted to make sure there's a lot more in the campaign, and the campaign ones are buffed as well, so I don't know. There's heaps going on here. It's like hard to nail down to a single problem and a single solution, and I know there's like the easy way out, and we don't like necessarily the easy way out, and I don't want to have to make these kind of compromising decisions that I feel like have made a very good upgrade in many ways, when we have just fundamental problems left, right, and center still. So we'll just keep fixing them, and that's part of, again, this lead up. Like, we need to address a lot of these fundamental balance concerns by release, right? This is why we're wanting to do, these intermediary patches, and here on out just like make everything better, plug all the holes, get everything good. Because it's really hard to do that when you're adding 100 new systems and crafting systems at the same time. You're like, okay, we're making holes faster than we can plug them. And it's obviously not that dire. Like, most of the time it's like pretty, things are pretty comfortable. But it's obviously it's my job to make these good. And so I look at them with a lot more self-criticism. But at the end of the day, we will get it pretty damn good, if not, perfect. Balance is never perfect.
We were talking about yesterday, how do you make the passive skill tree good for launch? Like, how do you get that? Like, what are the problems with it? Because it's something that, like, you're adding more and more cool stuff to it, but at the same time, there's still people that just kind of like don't like the passive tree for some reason, and it's often a lot of different reasons, like the size of it, the travel nodes, like the downside nodes.
It takes a lot of massaging to get the tree into a good kind of state, and it's really, really tricky detail work as well. Like the difference of just like one node here, one connection there can like make a huge difference to quite a lot of stuff. So it's just
I've identified, as I said, issues with defenses, there's issues with lack of interesting mechanics in some, and some of those is just due to the absence of classes. Like, you'll notice the parts of the tree that have 2 classes for the start point have just generally a lot more going on, because there's a lot more stat design, mechanics design, and stuff that's happened. So that's the thing that expands, and as you get more ascendancy classes, as I said, we're doing the Spirit Walker, all of a sudden companion stuff's going to be a lot more fleshed out. So this is stuff that's just going to happen over time anyway, but we're going to do a big push to try and fill in all those gaps. There's obviously just like a bunch of just terrible clusters. As I said, there's notable armor and evasion notables with no armor and evasion, and like, yeah, they have a stat, but why can't they have like a immune to ailment thing, but why can't they also have armor and evasion? Why must it be only one or the other? And there's all kinds of just things like that kind of everywhere, and it does take time. It does take a lot of like really fine work of going through and tweaking everything, and iteration after iteration after iteration, but it'll be all right.
I think some of us feel like a little lost on what you need to do the passive tree, but we walked away from that conversation with you. You seem pretty confident that you know exactly what you need to do. You're like, give me a day, I'll fix this section. Like
100%. I mean, I did literally say,
confident.
Give me a day and I'll fix one of the slices, and it won't be perfectly fixed, because again, but it'll be twice, 3 times, 4 times as good. But like getting a day is not exactly entirely trivial, but that's all right. We'll get there. I am confident we'll get there, though. I have no doubt in my mind that I see a road to success there. So it's just a matter of getting there. And yeah, it takes time, and I don't want to make things worse in the meanwhile as well. So obviously knee-jerk reactioning everything in, and sometimes stuff you can't come back from, or makes it very hard to come back from, can be very dangerous. But I would say that, like, if there's any criticisms after 1.0, which there always will be, like, of course you can't, there's always going to be some finer than others, some broader. It should be significantly less core issues by that point, if hopefully the majority of all of them are addressed. So but yeah, hopefully if we do a couple of cool eventy league economy resets between here and full release, we'll do some substantial passive tree updates as well at the same time. That way we can get a lot of feedback and testing, right? I'm not just gonna take a shot
You
in
hate
the
their
dark
ability
without people
into
being able
lighting
to get their
again.
hands on it.
Life
so,
is kind of a crutch to
which
get
is similar
better
to why we're
defenses
doing,
in
you know,
PoE1.
doing the in-game now is very important because you need
Yeah,
a
it's like
lot of testing and a lot of eyes
I
on
don't know
that
if
for quality.
if
for
you
just
make the
making
other
sure
defenses good
people
enough
really enjoy the end game
that you have enough
after
EHP, it should be
10,000
fine.
hours, not just, you know, how it looks at the
We'll
start.
see.
There's
All
lots
the
of
new
time
content
there,
that they
and obviously
announced
the
looked
player base is capable
really
of testing
juicy.
this at a significantly faster rate than we are.
You know, like Delhi.
So that's the
A
joy
lot
being
of
able to
content
try
where it
and
looked
get
like
all
you're
this
just getting
done before
swarmed by
release and
tons of mobs.
have
So
it to be as flawless as
I
possible.
don't know what
Excellent.
they
On
want
the,
defenses to look like
build
in the
meta
game,
side of
honestly.
things, one of the ones that came up was fire and ignite builds, but kind of like damage over time builds in general. In particular, there's kind of like absence of the pure damage over time build. Like it seems to be always better to scale the hit damage and treat things like ignite as an add-on. And there seems to be various other problems with ignite as well in terms of like scaling. It seems to be always correct to go like stacking, or in some cases people are saying like, well, the best way to play ignite is chaos damage. So how do you guys feel about kind of like the state of that sort of thing?
Those keystones are always going to have that level of like one way is quantifiably better than the other in an interesting way. But yeah, this obviously it's not fully fleshed out or fully right. Like you can tell while playing this, and we do want to do more. It was number 3 on I had my like top 5. Here's the things I want to fix. So like defenses was number 1. Number 2, I think I actually had some stuff to do with some minion stuff, which, I mean, we've done a lot of itemization for, but I didn't get to do as much as I wanted. You know, we had the Ascendancy classes in there, had Chronomancer in there, and I had, you know, there was like some gemling stuff in there, and we had Chaos hits, and, you know, by correlation, Archon, we had Ignite. Like, these are all in my, I was saying top 5, this is now a top 10 list,
That's
I guess.
more than 5. Okay, yep.
But, you know, like, they're all up there, and so as soon as we actually get to Haul Ass and start fixing all the balance,
Cool.
more than we, you know, have been able to with this patch, given that it's kind of the same resources, trying to ensure endgame is good, and trying, like, there's quite a bit of overlap there, and with all the crafting systems in the league, like the same resources that are going to be looking at all of these. So as soon as we can get to, you know, as soon as we're like back focused working on the campaign with our core like content, monsters, pipeline, etc., and you know, thus doing less systems, we can have those guys come in and just like start fixing all of these balance systems.
Is the intention to get to there being builds that are like the pure dot feel, like where you don't really have the upfront hit damage, so you dual flame blast and then it's just pure ignite, that sort of thing?
Oh, like the whole spreading wildfire ignite fantasy 100% needs to be a thing where you're just doing like, cool. You know, there is the thing where like when you take away hits, things can lose a lot of satisfaction, but there is a different kind of satisfaction of just watching the world burn around you or decay around you. So, you know, you trade one for another, and different players have their different preferences, but 100% that is something that we want to support. We had a bunch of keystones in mind for enabling it. We had different supports that we thought we could try to enable it. It's just a matter of being time to execute it. So I would be very, very surprised if it doesn't come in one of these interim.
Did they say there's so many unique jewels or whatever?
To at least some degree.
With that, wanting to get things right.
I want to see the new
1.0,
patch
there's,
notes.
Man,
and they're not going to
1.0,
release any of the
where you get
new
to
stuff
establish,
until
like,
it
here's the
becomes
base of
time
what
to
the game's
play.
supposed to look like, and that's what you were saying with
I'm just waiting for patch notes, essentially. Why, are they already out?
How you feel about a few things and how close they are to where you want them to be for that game's foundation thing. One of them is the pace of combat.
They might not
especially in
today?
game maps across the
What?
spectrum. So like from the lower end build to the really high end builds that are just currently.
Did they say?
100 move speed through maps.
It's a really tricky question.
It's
because,
3
like,
weeks away
people
this
get such
time?
different experiences here.
Oh, no.
Like, there are definitely a few. Like, part of the issue that we have is that people often judge things by
You're
watching
kidding.
streamers who are often playing something that's completely cracked and out of control.
Sure.
And so people don't get an understanding of what the average player is actually experiencing, and it can even like affect like our designers in some ways, because like when you look at people and they're just like completely trivializing things, it's easy to forget that the average player isn't like, you know, is actually taking it longer. And when I say average, like the true average is like way worse than you might expect in terms of the number of minutes that it takes them to kill bosses and so on. Like you know, like it's easy. Yeah, it's easy to look at it and be like, oh yeah, like everyone's killing bosses in 5 seconds, but really there's a lot of people out there who aren't.
So do you feel pretty good about the lower end of things, but less good about the higher end of
Well,
things?
I mean, there's things that need to come up as well, for sure. But it's more just that, like, okay, like, you know, there's some things that are a bit out of control with, like, you know, on the top end, like, you know, there's some of the stuff going on with triggering, and
They
like,
didn't say?
is a bit out. You know, it's a bit out.
They
of
typically
control.
said at the beginning
and
of
so there's stuff like
the
that, and like as I said, I think a lot of people judge the pace of combat from things like that.
such a Q&A section.
So you know, yeah, like I guess that's the
Ultimately, it comes down to if you have a mage blood or equivalent, you should be cracked.
right.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think I've said before that the ideal situation is the first time you fight a pinnacle, it should be a pretty damn tough fight. But then after that, you're getting more stuff. You like the post pinnacle content of getting uniques and like pretty like leads to like craziness, and then you feel like a complete god. Like you do want to get to that point. It's just that, you know, like there's just
By the way, I have made a change in that regard, by the way, which I know will be nice for some people. Every boss where you've had to farm for the fragment and go through 60 maps and you finally got there does now have infinite attempts.
Nice.
So
Oh
once
my
you've earned it,
gosh.
unless you decide to log out and
I thought we did that in 040.
we did it for some things and not for others.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just
So it's
it
all
is
across the board now.
it is across the board
Universal.
now. If
Excellent.
you've done all that, you can try. Well, you can try it. You can
What
die
if you get
150 times
disconnected?
and keep going. But of course, if you just like let your instance time out and die, that's a different story. So if you go to bed,
Okay.
sorry, my bad.
So if it
But,
crashes,
you know,
you're
I would still
you're
love to be
fucked.
able to do that, such that if you log back
Oh,
in
damn.
like the next day, you're still there and able to do it. But there's a slight technology gap there for maps right now. But I know that's just it's the whole the reason I bring that up is because that whole like, oh, I don't want to fight the pinnacle yet because I might fail it, you know, and or fight
And then what
end
that
boss,
and then what that then leads to is that you only do it once you've over prepared.
Yeah, and then,
so
and then
like
your first,
so
your first
then the
encounter is
first
disappointing.
encounter.
I've
Yeah,
done that
That's a
before,
good
yeah.
change.
So that's the
You're
reason.
like, oh, that was kind of lame.
I didn't notice that
not
when
what
I
you want.
fought
You wanna go
Arbiter,
early and
but I just didn't
have
understand
an
why it
uphill
was
battle the first
happening.
time, don't you?
For sure.
Yeah, exactly.
But I guess what I'm trying to say there is that I think that like that the pace of combat is correct in many instances. It's just that there are some things that then lead to that being bananas. But then you still want it to be bananas after the point where you've done that. So you know, like it's just a question of the power progression needs to be right. In terms
Sounds
of
like if
through the
anything,
game.
you just want a wide
There's,
spectrum and just tuning some certain points of that.
For sure.
There's crazy things you see where even when you go and ask a lot of our designers, you're like, how long do you reckon the average boss fight takes? And you specify a boss. You're like, how long do you reckon the average, I don't know, what's a random boss? That killing the
How do you feel about
Forsaken
this
Sun
new
takes, let's say.
update overall
And, like,
so far?
honestly, I would say my experience.
A lot
at
of
this point with
in-game
understanding how to
content
gear my character and build my
things,
build
but
at
it's
that
not as
point,
exciting
you
'cause it's
know,
not new,
sometimes
right? It's just
honestly
remixes
8
of things
seconds
we're
and
already familiar
sometimes
with.
It's 20 seconds, and it's like, is it ever really
And
more than that?
more of the
And
mapping
then you're like-
content
and then you get
that
with all of our, or obviously a lot of our designers.
I'm kinda
play,
lukewarm
lots of
about
people,
anyways.
And then you go and actually look at the stats, and you're like, oh, it's 119 seconds average. That's 2 minutes.
The new
That's what we
uniques look
intended
fun.
For it to be.
Yeah.
And so the average across and that's the average, which means there's some people taking 4 minutes and whatnot. And so it's actually like, oh,
Like the new,
numbers are
what is
not
it, the
as bad,
obelisk
and, yeah, it
thing?
turns out
Like,
if you know what
anything
you're
I showed
doing
the
and you're
map is
good
like,
and you
okay,
play
like
it
I
a
understand
lot,
it's
you kind of
good
kill
for
things
new
quickly.
players,
I know a lot of
but
people might be like, oh, you should have that be flatter because what the hell, an 8-second fight's not necessarily fun. Right, you're not engaging with any.
And there's like
mechanics and
sections
stuff,
of the
and some people are
map,
like,
but
"Nah,
I
if you're
don't
that powerful, you're that
fundamentally
powerful, and if you know what you're doing,
like
have it
a
be
lot
that
of the
fast,
map
right?
layouts
So
anyways,
it's a
right?
bit of, thing where some people want
Sure, we
the
got room gifts,
way
sure, we got
less,
like ritual stuff.
variance between character power, but also then that feeds into the end game of you want characters that feel like gods among gods.
Some of the
among
system
gods,
changes
right?
are good, like upgrading the
you
uniques and
can
stuff.
do that, but it is again just comes back to
But
you know, do you have item X, item Y,
that stuff
item
is
Z,
interesting,
of
but not
different
exciting
kinds.
in the
So
same
when
way.
things
Yeah, it's
are
very
too cheaply OP.
It
as
looks
in
fun. I
almost
think it'll
free,
be
and I don't mean
better
economically, I mean,
than
like, as
what
in
was there
just your
before.
general time to earn. Generally, that has to
There's a
come
lot
down.
more stuff to sink your
And I think
time
that really is the
into,
message overall.
but
Like, you know, if it cost you a lot, then yeah, you can be a god. If it didn't cost you very much, maybe that's going to be something that we would consider nerfing.
So Leech,
it's just a flow of
and
mapping.
us
That's my next
triggering.
one. The state of recovery,
You know?
especially because like really fast life recovery tends to lead to situations where in combat the only thing that matters is the thing that kills you instantly. So how do you feel about recovery overall?
So we're
With-
definitely unhappy with
'cause
Leech.
you never get
And
to
this is one of
move
those things
faster
where
in
we
this
attempted
game.
to simplify it from PoE1 because PoE1 had the most complicated Leech thing in the history of the universe.
So funny.
And so we're like, we're going to simplify it. We're going to try and make it simple. But unfortunately, the simple
There are
thing has not led
fantasies, but
to,
they're not fantasies
a
that
good result. And so now
lead
Leech is,
to
like, it's a bit of a
being
problem.
super
So
fast,
we
I
are
guess.
changing it drastically. So, like, are we fine with telling people how it works now? Like, we could go into it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Remembering
Yeah, right,
PoE2,
right.
I
So
feel like I
basically
want to do
one of the-
whatever
so the key
moves
thing that we're
fastest
first
game
changing is
time,
we're going,
probably like a
to
ranger.
a single source
And that makes
method of doing
sense.
leech, which means there's only one leech buff active. So whatever is the biggest hit that you did, like you're only leeching from one place, and that obviously then means that we need to change all the balance of leech and everything like that to make that work.
You change the leech?
But it does mean that
What?
there's a difference between there's more of a thing with like life gain on hit versus leech is like a thing between like fast hitting and slow hitting builds. Like higher hits are
One
gonna lead
source
to,
of leech now.
To more
From your
leech. But the other
strongest
thing we're
hit.
changing as well, and this is just kind of to retain the idea. Like, so one thing we liked about what we had was that when you get more leech percent, you do get more leech. But the thing is that the way that damage scales, like it just gets completely cracked at some point, and like it gives you insane amounts.
You can't give too
So
much
effectively,
leech.
what we want to do is add a cap to the amount of damage that leech will consider when calculating how much leech you get. So I don't know what that number will be. Like I don't even know what order of magnitude it is, right? But let's just say that it's like 1 million or something, right? Like I don't know, maybe it's less than that.
Yeah, it's hard to say what that number is. It's more that there's a goal of the kind of expected rate per second you get for
so
various levels.
Effectively,
of
there'll be a
investment.
number that's like 1 million or 100,000 or some number, right? That'll be like, okay, like after when we go to calculate leech, we're first capping your damage to that. Like, you're still doing the damage, by the way, but like just for the leech calculation, and then we apply your leech percent to that. And what that will mean is that it's always the case that getting more leech will give you more recovery, right? Like if you double the percent on your character, you get double the recovery. So there's no like capping thing like that, but it just
no
means
max
that
life related cap.
exactly.
So there's a
at some
maximum
point, like,
amount of
getting more
recovery that you
damage
get
isn't
from it.
increasing your recovery.
Right.
And that's like the key thing that we need to
That's what you're trying to
prevent.
disentangle.
So, and I mean, the intention really is to sort of get it so that, like a typical character who's like investing in leech who actually cares. It's like they're able to recover their entire life orb in like 3 seconds or something like that. Like that's the kind of thing, right? And yeah, you could go further than that with like even more investment, but it's probably like not worthwhile compared to other stuff. And then like other characters who aren't investing are going to get less than that sort of thing. But like you do actually have to, like we don't want it to be so ridiculous that that's the only like source of recovery you would ever need.
Yeah.
Because it's now.
I actually noticed a lot of indie games having issues with this, where they have like a lifesteal stat, but you add more and more multipliers on damage.
Leech resist on monsters, like a
Leech resist?
Currently, you leech less from a
because all of them have
magic
instant
monster than,
leech,
say, a
and
unique
then
monster.
it's like
because
uncapped.
The assumption was you're hitting many, you're AoEing. Now that now you only get one instance, that's flat.
And it just trivializes all recovery in the game.
Consistent between boss fights versus not boss fights, which is another thing. I think a good thing. Like you kind of can rely on that in some level.
But if you have all the affixes, you got some investment, you could between 20, maybe up to 40, 50% of your life recovery per second.
That's where you're aiming
which
for.
Is obviously still pretty fast, but and then we're removing some of the instant leech just because.
Sorry, I actually hate Discord. It's the one app I never
It's funny,
download.
because I remember you coming to me at one point and you were like, either we can nerf like all these skills by 10 times, or we can nerf leech. Like that was the thing that you were saying.
It's part of the just like damage begets recovery, which also begets energy triggering, and like it just feeds into itself, and then you have
Wonder why
characters
there's
getting
so many
3
more
million
today.
% of their life per frame.
What are you talking about? These are authentic, real human
triggering.
beings
This is
that
part
just
of the
want to be
meta squeeze
Discord
skill
friends.
equation.
Infinite triggering per frame, and it's just like, what are you supposed to do? And hence
That
the
are
200
really
million
interested in
DPS, like
PoE2.
infinite recovery and immortality builds.
The leech explanation sounds like complicated, and it kind of is on the back end, but the player-facing side of it is now just that you get a leech percentage, and that's the only affix.
Yep.
And you get more of it, you get more. Like,
For
there's
most
no other...
people, you get a mod, and now your life starts recovering.
So it's very
honestly better than before.
And more importantly, and better than before. But
Imagine
also
getting view
importantly,
botted when your
double-
average
doubles the
concurrent
life you get.
is 1.5
So,
viewers.
like, there's a lot of calculation
And
going
your
on to
view
achieve
count
that.
doesn't
But
change
the
at
one
all.
player-facing thing that is
Because your
important to know is
historic
that there
view
is a point
count
beyond
is so
which getting more
low.
single hit damage is not going to
It's not
increase the amount of recovery you're
working.
getting.
Yeah.
So at some point,
so
obviously,
funny.
getting damage gives you damage, but at some point, getting damage is less
You promised!
valuable than
You promised
getting more
10,000
leech
viewers!
investment if you are simply wanting leech investment.
Oh my god.
Interesting. All
How
right,
expensive
there's
are
obviously
his
some
shoes?
adjustments there for people to
For sure. It's a big change.
Mark.
with the meta skills and custom crit comments
It's
and
like
things
fancy
like that,
shoes.
and their interactions with these various things.
For sure.
Yeah, so that's going in 0.5. This stuff for people to figure out.
Yeah.
Cool.
Go test it out. It's all fully
All right,
changed
wrap it up.
internally.
Wrap
Feel
it
free to
up.
go
Give me
overlook it.
patch notes.
Oh, all right. and with that, so like I mentioned, the part of the core problem ultimately is that you, aside from the meta skill stuff, you're if you're recovering so quickly, then things have to kill you very quickly. Does that allow you to look at things that are killing very quickly? Then, once you start to feel like recovery is getting a bit more under control.
Well, part of that, I mean, that folds into the whole the defenses and everything thing. But like outliers are outliers for sure. I mean, obviously some stuff is intended to mess you up. It's kind of the point. But you know, it all folds into the same, be it recovery, full life, one shots, characters having significantly lower defenses than we anticipated, tools for getting more life via runes, like all of that folds into the same problem here of, yeah, if you're absent of all of these tools and you don't know how to do the like very, you know, I guess the meta strategies, then yeah, you sometimes are just going to get obliterated by things. So,
Looking for someone to queue with?
Obviously, that leeches a case of bringing down the top end.
Come on, man.
But I think more the defense is
PoE2.
bringing up the defensive tools, like i.e. body armor runes.
The bots don't even change their prompt for
everything. All of
PoE2.
this is going to help contribute to ideally things feeling more fair. And of course,
Their
as
shoe
expected,
tips
though,
need to touch.
if anything's just like one-shotting you and you don't think the telegraphing's enough, you just let us know, because like, you know, it might be on our radar, but it might not be on our urgent radar, and maybe we need to do something about it. Like, we have improved a lot of these things either via increasing telegraphing.
Oh my
or
gosh, they're
damage,
actually so far
we have
apart.
problems with a whole number of
It was
skills,
an
especially
illusion for
early.
the camera
I'll say
angle.
the number of those is
Oh
dwindling.
no, he
but
switched
they're
legs.
still there, and obviously we might add some new ones on accident. But you know, just keep telling us about that stuff 100%. It's not the intention. I mean, the important thing is things feel fair, less so than damage one way or the other. So, you know, if you're getting insta-killed by something you couldn't even see coming, that is a problem. We're obviously adding a ton of new pinnacles and all of that, and we're going to do our best to get everything as well telegraphed and as, you know, the correct damage output and everything. But, you know, we miss things, and if things feel unfair, just raise the alarm.
Look at the chat.
With that, we'll change topic a little bit to endgame, and I've seen it getting
This
asked a lot
sucks.
with Temple going core. Is
Death
there any major
recap?
changes
Question
there
mark?
to
Question mark? Question mark?
Temple snaking works, especially.
We had to get rid
Temple?
of the snake strategy. It caused a lot of problems. We actually had a solution for the snake strategy.
Oh, they're talking about snake.
The proper solution, as it were, that we wanted to do right after the league launched. Like, it was actually, I was actually on holiday, and like, I was like, okay, I need to like fix the snake strategy. But the problem is, the one that we came up with is that we felt like it would be a mid-league nerf if we deployed it.
Yeah.
So we made like a few band-aid fixes, but it wasn't really the correct strategy. And ultimately, what the snake strategy is it comes about because there are rooms that the game wants to delete, but it can't delete them because it would disconnect the temple.
Yeah.
And so what we've got as a solution to that effectively is that if that would happen, then it will just create an empty room there that still connects it up, but isn't the room that you had there before. And that just means that there's no incentive to kind of do those weird strategies anymore, which should result in all of the like the weird, really broken stuff from happening. Yeah, like you can kind of take it more at face value because you don't have to worry about this like particular way of organizing things to be able to, you know, to be able to do well.
And to be clear, the current like snaking is resulting in what we deem as 1,000% unacceptable levels of item drops.
Yeah,
like,
the item drops are out of control due to that.
out of control.
But there was just there's always the situation when you've got the stuff where like
I remember
we would love
some
to
people
nerf it, but you can
defending
only nerf something like
getting-
that if it hasn't gotten too out of
What was it, like
out of
60
containment before you
divines
nerf it.
per temple?
Because the moment that people feel like, oh, like 10% of the player base have like gotten, well, and then I can't do it, and like you're pulling the ladder up behind them and that kind of stuff.
Exactly,
Like, it just doesn't feel good.
Come on, guys.
So
This is
the whole thing.
we just sort of had to let it be. And the thing that sucks about it is that it can like make people's perception of what the correct level of item drops is to be incorrect, and that can then mean that like when we don't have the like bananas temple loot going on, that people like might not be as happy with that. But it'll be a thing there, like, you know, one league down the line after they've forgotten about that part. it'll be okay. But yeah, like that was it was out of control and we didn't love it. That being said, like there are also some. Did you get the extra reward stuff for the reward rooms? Is that like
we've done some buffs to the reward rooms.
So basically, just like if you play it conventionally, there's some buffs to the rewards when you're like for the stuff that was like pointless to do before. So in particular, the reward rooms that you get for killing the architect, like those weren't good enough. We want to make sure, you know, so people weren't even bothering.
There was a
playing them.
strategy where people were using those to like get quick at Zeri runs and stuff as well, and we fixed that problem. There's a bunch of algorithmic problems with like how rooms get deleted or decide to get deleted or swapped have been changed such that there's not like some of these weird you know, they got to the point of being honestly a little bit exploitative to the point it's like, oh, I hate that I have to do this thing.
Yeah. We certainly don't want anything where people feel like
This
I
is
have
a
to do this
crazy
weird thing that I
mod,
don't enjoy
right?
doing in order to get the most rewards. Like that's the key
They
thing we
will.
want to. Yeah, because of course they will do it, right? Because that's the most rewards.
Couple
So.
Attacks
cool
of Barrier
things.
Spirits
Yeah,
allies
Atlas
were
tree
there
now
in
applies to the
peasants gain
temple.
2%
Cool.
of max life
Right.
regenerated
Whole
per second,
thing.
causing 8% of
We're-
damage
we're
to be taken by the
obviously
Barrier
relevant.
Spirit. Storing
there are
ground
some
gives
cases
30%
where obviously
increase
there's no summoning
evasion,
circles in there.
40% increase damage while full life.
And obviously it has its own Atlas tree now. Now that it's core, and its own entire quest line on the Atlas.
That's
You
good.
can go there and do the thing.
There's a
and
place where it physically is.
I think they're gonna make the companion build really strong.
That are blocked behind killing the
Because
architects.
it probably took a lot of work to get the
unlocks
bosses to
and
work
stuff like that.
and not get stuck in
Districts the
doorways
city
and
where, like, you
shit.
kill the architect, and now this district is unlocked, and you can go in there. And,
Oh,
and little
cute.
things. Yeah, there's just little things.
Sort of exploring that. Very nice. Production, could I request a brief intermission for us so we don't have to rush the rest of the endgame discussion? How you guys feel about just having a quick 2-minute break?
Sure, if that's what you'd like to do. We've never done that before, but all right.
I know, we've never done that before, but we should. We'll be right back, folks.
Okay.
You're taking a break? He's had to pee the whole time or something? Okay, he's just talking about whatever. Alright, looking back at moments from the earlier stream. Yeah. Tame beasts can capture unique beasts. Can have up to 1 unique tame beast summon. Unique tame beasts have 30% increased movement speed. Oh, that's sick. Tame beasts are possessed by random Azmir spirits, changing every 20 seconds. Wait, no, that's terrible. Is it gonna create the dumb animation? What are the Azmir spirits? It's a golden charm? Spirit of the bear. Increase max life, stun buildup, extra fire damage, bleeding on hit, evasion rating, increase crit chance. Periodically summon a ravaging flurry of spiritual cats, but it says players. This one specifically says players, so it will not do anything. Or I guess these are the player variant mobs. Alright, let's do rattle. From threat to bean. Append a letter to threat to get a first name. Change 1 letter to get part of the military. Drop to get a nice. This is treat. Is it trick or treat? No. Add a letter alternative to treat. I'd append a letter to get a first name. Change 1 letter to get a part of military. They're back.
Firstly, I'm very happy to see that the world looks like an actual world now.
Yes.
It's an atlas, an actual map. It's where you go and do exploration. So was
Doesn't
this
even
kind of the
feel
goal
like
for
they
the
took a
outset when you were
break.
making this whole world map style atlas from the beginning?
Well, okay. I think that I didn't realize when we were making it the importance of having those fixed locations, like knowing where things are.
Okay.
And like, so it's like we wanted it to feel like there was a world of stuff to explore, but I think that we did make a mistake in not necessarily like realizing that it is important that you can get your bearings and that kind of stuff initially. So having the fixed points like has worked even better than I expected. Honestly, like I was a little bit worried it would make it feel like too samey every time, but honestly, it's really cool. Like,
Shouldn't this one be Mr. Bean?
I don't know if we really showed it, like how easy it is to sort of get to the things, but it's usually to get to one of the league things. It's only like 4 or 5 maps away from the sign location. Like when I was first showing it to you when you first arrived, like like you do just go. Like I started with it just all fog of war there, and I'm like, okay, if you just go down this way a little bit, then you get into the breach area, and if you just go like right a little bit, then look, there's these abyss cracks here and stuff like that. So that's really cool. And the other thing is as well is just like the fact that there's like a giant ocean to one side means you just got your bearings. We're like, okay, we're on the edge of the continent here. Like this is where we are, and we did even try to sort of think, okay, well, like in the physical Rayclast map, like this is the direction in which like all of the temple of the Zeres temple and everything of Laraval was, and like so we're going to put it in that direction. We try to sort of like have our bearings so that all those things are sort of like have some kind of real world analog, which is pretty cool. And there's even, if you go far enough into the ocean, you will find Oriath over there.
I didn't know you were going to. I didn't know you were going to say that.
Which has the beast the apocalypse is there. So it doesn't actually do anything. Like there's not a reason, but it's like we wanted it to feel more like this is actually
wait for
like
5 and 6 for that. Right?
Yeah. So it'll change later once we've got the rest of the campaign in. But
that blew my mind though. That you can just go in the ocean as long as you pick the exact right direction.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of more of an Easter egg than anything.
You can
but
go in the
we do want it to feel
ocean.
like it is Rayclass that you're exploring. That this is like like things are at least broadly where they're supposed to be.
Oh, it's a
and,
trick, right?
Like while it is like the biomes and stuff like that are all randomly generated. Like what maps are there randomly generated. Like the initial layout of where the landmarks are is is like really nice.
We're gonna have like a world first race to Oriath or something like that.
I don't know, maybe
expedition race, so you can get over there first.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So I think before when you first started Endgame, you just kind of ran maps and it took dozens of maps for anything to kind of
happen. Yes, I agree. And now we want that to be way shorter. So like the first time you open the atlas, like there's towers that rise out of the ground, and like there's a quest marker right there to do that.
Wow, was it
but you don't have to do that, right? You can go a different direction. And pretty soon you'll run into like a breach or something, and then you'll be an NPC. Like within 1 or 2 maps, there'll definitely be an NPC telling you, "Hey, look over here," and like it'll appear in the fog of war. You'll see there's a quest marker. You're like, "Oh, right, there's something over that way." Like that's the kind of experience that we want to have of like feeling like you are exploring, like a kind of. Like, I guess it's more of a sort of, it's funny because it's a little bit, in a way, it's sort of a bit more like that sort of open world game design that you would get from a kind of open world game, except it's on a kind of like Atlas level. So you need to be thinking, get that feeling of like, but there's points of interest and stuff to find and that sort of stuff. And not only that, but we did want to make the kind of the infinite part, like once you have done all the quest lines, the infinite part needs to be more interesting too. So now what we have is all of the leagues are adding Atlas mechanics.
Oh my god, it's
so
pop culture references. I can't do this one.
I guess that's one of the other things I really want to make sure people are aware of is like all the leagues do have things that interact with the Atlas in interesting ways. So like you've got the delirium fog thing where you're spreading fog over, and the the positions of things matter, and where you pick to do it will matter, and
actual
like that sort of stuff. Actual abyss cracks that close on the Atlas is really cool. Like I really like that one. That was one of those that people thought I was a bit crazy when I suggested that one, but it's one of those things that's just it's just really cool.
Crazy.
So it's fun to come up with those kinds of mechanics for leagues and think about how they can escalate and so on. But it also adds like another sort of deeper layer to everything too, because one of the big issues we had with all of the leagues was that they had kind of like their mechanic, but they didn't have like, and here's how the mechanic changes, and here's how it evolves, and like there wasn't kind of a lot of that going on with those.
I think this one is Seal
early access leagues, and it's really adding all that extra depth that like makes an actually interesting thing. And like part of the reason why we identified that is because like when we came to write a quest line for them, we're like, well, there actually isn't
parts of the
enough here to
military
write a
that's
quest
4
line
letters.
for. Like there just kind of wasn't really stuff enough to do. So it's like we have to add a bunch more to make it so a quest line is reasonable to do. And so the quest line actually sort of drove in some ways, like making sure that there is an evolution that happens across the course of every league. And I guess that really does set the standard now for what you have to make a league for PoE2. Like that it's going to have things like that and mechanics like that.
It seems like you're really trying to min-max the breadcrumbing here in particular, because like you leave the town is like literally the second map is a tower, and then like 3-4 maps after that is the gate of the giant fortress.
Yeah,
that just
exactly, right? Like,
boom,
we want
comes
to
up in
we
front
want
of
you to get to that stuff quickly, right? And
Yeah.
the funny thing is that it also, like, look, what we said earlier about how the different sort of amount of time it takes for like the average player versus what people believe is the average, like it really does need to be that minimal number of maps to make that happen, because for some people, like, they're taking a long time to complete maps, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know, like if it's taking like, you know, 7 to 15 minutes in some cases to a map, like you don't want it to be multiple hours of gameplay to get to the first.
Even that's fast by the average.
Yeah, and it's like we don't want it to be hours and hours later when you finally get to one of these things. So it really does need to be just a few maps. And obviously, if you're a fast map runner, you're going to just blaze through that real quickly. But yeah, you do need to sort of consider, you know, what that experience looks like if it's the first time, because a lot of this questifying stuff is for people who don't even know what's in the end game.
Yeah.
Like an issue you'd have with the first time player before
Don't
is
know
you'd
what's in
go
the
to
end
the end game. It's like, is there even anything out there? Like, we don't even you don't even know, right?
Yeah.
It's like you need those kind of like a few guideposts to even get you started to be like,
think
okay,
it's
well,
something
here's actually some stuff that I might be able to find.
Yeah, and even if you don't go like that tower into the fortress,
No, you can
like,
go
you
another
can
way.
literally pick any direction. Like, because that was the thing that surprised me the most when you were showing me by kind of like revealing the map, was like you literally can't pick a direction and miss.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
you will-
Exactly.
What is
will
this
hit
small
something
and
no
white
matter which
beam?
way you go.
Basically, it actually made like the raid class situation look. This raid class situation is crazy. It looked pretty dire. You're like basically surrounded on all sides. It's like you look one side and there's like a giant breach for conquered areas.
yeah,
There's
it's like-
a freaking abyss over there.
We'll just
Freaking fortress
wait
pops
till
up.
like 5 years from now.
I know,
What
right?
the heck?
Because now, whenever you add a new thing, you add it as a spot on that.
Yeah,
Looks like
we're probably gonna have to do a bit of rearranging to make sure that the newest stuff
imagine.
is like close to the center, and there's like, you know, the ring outside that, which has got some of the lesser known stuff you can kind of snake out to get to.
Like, weird passive tree situation where there's like stuff further out and stuff in closer, and that's that is going to be wild. But it also kind of helps solve that problem a bit, because like I sometimes I go back and I play like a game that's been around for a long time, and the way that usually they're like 10 years worth of content is presented is like a giant menu.
No.
And
it's definitely much cooler that you find
very
it.
difficult to engage with that. But here it's physical places in a world. So it's kind of almost solved by the fact that you have to travel to them to start interacting with them in some capacity.
Yeah, I would say so.
So it's kind of a nice solution.
I mean,
for that as well.
but yet all of them do have events that will occur that will direct you there and like reveal it on the map and show you that it's there as well. Yeah. If you do find that in the you know, so you sort of get quests.
We have a few things as well though. Like, it's a lot, but I also don't want people to feel like, oh, I have to do all of it every time.
Yeah.
And there are different ways. Obviously, I think we mentioned the way to shortcut the fortress
fictional
completion. Like, if you just
antagonist?
want to, obviously, there's a big grid, a tree of nodes, right? So you can go like path of least resistance to all the. If you're this is if you're good.
Yeah.
You know
This
what you're
one.
doing. You're repeating. Good build. Like, just beeline towards that. Go to that. Go to that. Go to that. Kill the bosses. Kill the pinnacle. Right. You've now done the quest line. And now just go out into the infinite and go and farm, or maybe go do one of the other leagues, or 2 of the other leagues, whatever, and then go out and farm. And every time you then get a set of citadels, you kill the thing, you can then auto-complete a section of the fortress.
And that unlocks a big chunk of
And it'll
passages.
just be like ding, 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 and complete all the maps, and you're like, all right, sweet, there's my 15 points, allocate. And so you don't have
did
to
it?
just like hunker
Oh
down
my
and sit in the
God.
fortress for like forever.
Yeah.
Right?
We
can
were
just-
really concerned that what would happen
Huh?
is like you'd kill the boss and you're like, oh, now I have to do all these maps in here, like to just
Maybe?
finish it off. So we wanted to make sure there was a shortcut for that stuff. So if you didn't do all that stuff while you were going there, so if you're a new player and you don't like burning through the tiers that quickly, that number of maps is intended to be the number that you'd need to be able to do for like a sort of an average player who hasn't done it before to be able to tear up to get to like, you know, to
How did you
know,
do
to get
that?
to T5 to get into this part of the fortress, and then
If you're
get to
doing
get to
everything in that
yeah, exactly. So like
Okay.
it's
Bridget
kind of designed to be
Jones,
like for the
baby.
players who are normal. But if you're a player
insane.
who like really
Well
knows how to tear
done.
up really quick, then
Carried.
you can just like beeline to the quest objectives really quickly and get through that very quickly. And I guess one of the things that we wanted to do as well, even just for the regular leagues, is like
I need to help.
if you're like an actual like a player, like we sort of imagine it's like a night of gaming is what it's going to take you to like do one of the
Baby
quest
Jones
lines.
shows up
You
in
know,
One
like,
Piece.
I don't mean
That's
like
top
you know,
of
like
my
half an hour.
the
I mean,
One
like,
Piece
like
did.
a solid night of gaming.
A couple hours.
You know, a few hours, right? You know, like of gaming is enough to kind of get like a sort of a fairly reasonable player through one of those quest lines.
Yeah.
And then that's kind of that can be like your goal for the night. And then the fortress might be like a couple more initially, but yeah, but I mean for the good players, they're just going to be able to they can obviously get through this
Thank
stuff
you.
really quick because they know how to burn through every map really quick and that kind of thing.
So with the fortress, like, so how many roughly passives is there on that core Atlas tree that you want?
It's more than 300, I believe.
Okay, so that's like 300 maps within the fortress.
No, but it isn't, because some of them give you more than 1 point.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah, so we actually initially had it, so the number of points on the tree was the same as the number of points in the fortress. But the problem was that we found that
That's a ton of maps.
Yeah. Like, the number of maps that was too many.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, we need to do some like things here so that the Atlas tree can be bigger than what the fortress is.
Roughly know what it is, like 100, 150 or something?
I actually don't remember what the number in there is.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact number
but
either.
yeah, like we sort of wanted to make it so that it wasn't onerous.
There's a few options there as well if we want.
Yeah.
If we want. We haven't yet, based on testing really, is technically it doesn't have to be every map gives you a point. It can be the first X map give you point. Like, as in technically you can fully allocate the tree
And then you could avoid some layouts or whatever you don't
it's
like
just
as well.
if we needed to do that, we've got lots of levers to be able to flexibly just go, okay, this is like way
We
too
don't want the
long,
fortress to feel like a chore, though. That's like really important.
Well,
so we're
that's
very
what I was gonna say. Is like
careful about
I
it.
was.
I don't
worried-
really
we were
get the
worried that would be
fortress.
case, but you showed
I
me
think-
that there's like these little icons over the top of the maps, and that wasn't all
It's
of them. Like,
it feels
what
like
you
it
were
was
showing me
designed to
actually
just be
done with
clear
these
what you
as
have to
well.
do.
But
Beyond anything else for getting your Atlas points.
Every rare monster in the
It
map
seems
is
as though they got a lot of
monster-
feedback
monster's
of
treasure
people
or,
feeling like the
yeah,
end game
results
was
fighting each
endless
other,
and they weren't
hunting down
necessarily
something.
working
It's all
towards a
this other
goal.
cool
So maybe
stuff.
that's why.
And, what I was surprised to learn.
Which means they
was that
totally took out the
these are
corruption
actually all
thing, because the
individual
corruption thing was
unique things,
confusing,
like
right?
there's
You had to
not-
like
they're not being
move
repeated
towards
inside
the
of the fortress.
corruption,
There's one of
clear
each.
a corrupted area,
all those mechanics
but now that's all
are
gone,
things
right?
that- yeah,
It's
like
just
one-offs,
the
one-offs. And so
Citadel.
if you auto complete that part of the fortress, you're effectively losing that for this run. But they do appear out in the infinite as well sometimes.
They brought
Kind of
back
like
the
infinite
instantaneous
farm
feedback
part,
you
like
get
kind of
on a
bonus.
per map
But this
basis.
is like really interesting. So like even
With
in
their Atlas
PoE1,
thing.
as good as that end game is, which is really, really good, is it kind of takes like 30, 40 maps before you start getting like stuff to being in your maps all the time, right?
Right,
Like you've
right.
got the scarabs, you've got enough points. But
So I
here
guess you're also trying to
you've
make
almost
it so that
created,
you
like, an
ramp up
endgame
your mapping stuff
Atlas,
faster. I remember I
area of
felt
maps that you can do,
exhausted.
that's
Even
preloaded
getting
with
the
the
Atlas
scarabs
complete would
almost,
take
like,
So
so
then
many
as you do that,
hours, and
you're effectively then loading it more with
just
the
like-
Atlas tree,
Yeah.
so that when you do the infinite farm,
it's
you've kind of got
particularly if you
more of that
fail
stuff
a map
there.
So when
that
you
gives you
run out of it,
points.
then you
It's
let you
just,
pass
oh.
the tree full
Yeah, of
filled
course.
out and everything.
Then
It's
the
juice up.
passive tree does add a lot, and of course you allocate all of it now, so it's like changed quite a lot how the passives work. We have had to do some work to the on the level design side to make it so that the maps can support more of the of those kind of mechanics and so on as well, because like people, because you've got like especially after juicing and everything, like
Juice
that
was
can be quite a
getting
lot.
A bit too much, was it?
Speaking of things like the completion, there's a few other little bits where people are like, oh, I've got to do every league tree. Like, that's a lot, right? Because that's the same thing. You don't want to be too chore-like. But reality is, there's a few changes around this. So let's say you do the fortress or you do the infinite and auto-complete it after doing the quest line, and then you do just delirium. Now, you can run 3 delirium tablets, and it will scale all 3, and you can just go do that for the rest of your life. And the thing is, people will be like, oh, but breach can randomly spawn, and then I have to get the breach tree, otherwise I'm not invested
So
in
yes,
it.
we have changed how this works.
And once you're so effectively your area can support 3 leagues, and juice versions of it. And so when you force 3 delirium tablets, it won't spawn other leagues.
So effectively, by putting a tablet, but what putting a tablet in does is lock what that league will be, thus preventing the other leagues from spawning, which means that you don't have a situation where by not doing a certain league, you're losing out on potential juicing, because you've effectively made sure that like you're going to get the specific content you want. So you can do that, or you can still leave it wildcard by using the generic.
It's nice to get the
Yeah,
specific
it says
content you want, but how about
Yeah, yeah.
a
Can
specific
still
map
mix
you
and
want?
match, like,
Of course,
yeah,
of
you
course,
want, so you can
of
still
course.
do,
Yeah, so you can still do
breach delirium
exactly
together.
right, and
You
like
can
that's
you could do breach delirium if you want 2/3
What a
breach, 1/3
revolutionary
delirium. You can
concept.
do
Cool.
whatever. You combine
So
it.
that's
Yeah.
like
A greater level of control over this than previously as
But
well.
what it means is that if you just want to all in on 1, you can. If you want to all in on 2, you can. If you want to go 3, you can. And if you want to get them all on wildcard, you can do that.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah. And part of this that I was a little bit worried as well, that you were like the physicality of the map is really cool, but I was a bit worried that the downside of that would be that, yeah, you'd be removing this ability to focus on things.
No, but you definitely can.
Yeah, okay. And in particular, I was worried about the breachstone thing because I was like, oh, so if you want to use a breachstone, you have to find one of those things on the map to put it in. Does that mean you can only farm a boss if you physically have one of those locations on the map?
But no, all of the pinnacle keys are all tradable, so you can do that stuff.
And if you have 20 of those keys, you can just do the boss 20 times.
Yeah, exactly. So the bosses are all in the so each of the leagues has a kind of hub that like where the league, and that happens like in its physical location, right? So you know, like there's the and the hub is where you use the pinnacle keys in order to fight the pinnacle boss. So that means that if you want to do them back to back, you just go to the hub, run 120 bosses. That's fine.
Once you've done the quest line one, you can then farm it as much as you want if you trade. The other thing that we've done is, so Breach is unique in that regard because in order to kill the penultimate boss to get the ticket to the ultimate boss, you do need the biome. Now you can buy the key after, right? That's completely fine, and you can buy the breachstone, but that one is unique in that you do need to go find those biomes, or someone has to go find those biomes. So that one is a bit unique in that regard. But for some of these leagues also, for example, simulacrums, like you do deliriums, you get this grand mirror, you apply the fog, and there's a simulacrum in there. We do still drop simulacrum splinters, and a lot less of them. And once you finally get that item, instead of that item now just going in the realm gate because that's gone, what that does is allows you to turn a map into a simulacrum on your atlas. And so that will give you an extra key. And so there are some ways, the expectation is that you complete the quest line and experience all that before you complete a simulacrum, but later in the game when you're farming, there's actually alternate ways to get access to more of these. And so we have that for a few of the leagues. I can't remember exactly which ones do and don't because it's asymmetric, but yeah, some of them are like trying to counter that. So it's the thing with Breach where if we're finding a Breachstone versus Breach biome imbalance, we can do a thing where once you've finished the quest line, you can start getting splinters towards pinnacles without necessarily having to do that. Or maybe there's some other mechanic where you can create a Breach biome, in the fog of war that way. So mechanically create it, reveal one that definitely was there the whole time, and go over there and do that. So there are tools we have to be able to do all this, but yeah, Breach is relatively unique in that regard. The others are less problematic, but just trying to have different ways.
One of the things that is fun with those ones though is that there's reasons generally to pick one area of the atlas versus another. Like they're kind of subtle, but like we should have tried to explain that with the delirium one, where there's certain emotions that only come from certain mat boss classes. So what that means is that you're like, okay, if I want to be able to get this emotion, then I'm like, I want to find this type of map to put on. So then
content creators just tank this. This is crazy.
Like that,
this is so long.
Biomes actually matter.
Yeah. So there's stuff like that we can do too.
Cool.
And so picking where to do the Rite of the Nameless can and where to do the delirium, things like that. Ideally, that stuff should be something you actually do have a little bit to think about.
For the Star Fox thing, they have
it's impossible to say like
that feature where you can like be a VTuber as a Star Fox.
But how would you say some of the endgame milestones for PoE2 now like line up with maybe the milestones from PoE1 that we're a bit more familiar with? So like, for example, getting to the Fortress Pinnacle boss, unlocking your full tree, so getting that full clear of
this thing, or like follows your face.
Filling up those nice new progress bars for the league.
I realize why they have this feature.
I
don't know why I was thinking about it. I think it's because they use this technology to shoot all of the cutscenes and stuff, right? Like make it cheap.
It is almost
they just did it with all the faces with some kind of like
if you can get enough tiers, it's
technology. You can choose any of the avatars too.
550 maps
to
kill the pinnacle if you can.
I don't know. That's my theory. Of course they did.
Honestly, not out of control.
But it looks so bad.
That's that main quest line complete, right? It's you think you've got a big square with 2 ramparts. You're just going up to this thing, up over this thing, up, and then to the middle, and then out to the back. Kill this, kill the thing in the middle, right? And you just follow this path, the shortest path to it.
And then they put cutscenes in the game. Why would you even put a cut?
It's entirely up to you.
So
which, again,
weird.
Good players generally will be able to. So
where did they hand the reins off to Star Fox?
And as you said, the ziggurat to the fortress wall, pretty short distance. Like it's right there and then right there. Let's say breach. I'm just giving some examples just to give some people some context.
Yeah.
Breach is the closest biome to the ziggurat, the closest start. So you just, if you went tower, what is it? 5 maps over to breach.
Nah, it's less than that, I think.
Four,
I think it's only
sure.
4, yeah.
Then you do a few breaches. You don't have to do that many. She gives you the first breach stone. You use the breach stone. You do. You can probably minimum 1 hive, 1 sky hive, and then the boss. Now, this is the problem that we run into a bit here, where I have level restricted the bosses.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can actually do this too fast.
I don't want you to just do a tier 3.
It's tier restricted.
Yeah,
for
tier
map
restricted,
tier.
not character level. Yes.
Yeah.
As in, you do need some ways to improve. So if you just go shortest path there, yeah, you're probably going to find you don't have the waystones. But if you know what you're doing, you can obviously get pretty far pretty quickly, and then you can kill, you know, the breach lords, and then you can immediately do the pinnacle as soon as, because we've level waystone tier restricted the penultimates. But that's like breach in the fortress, whereas like, okay, over to the left of the ziggurat you've got breach, slightly further across is delirium, so +5 maps. Even that maybe ritual +5 on that, you know, like +5, and then the, what is it, 8? Honestly, it's probably only like 8 maps you have to do, 9 maps or something within each. And I'm talking like absolute. If you're just zoom into the end.
I remember some people actually did mention that they felt overwhelmed by the end game, and they would just start over with a new character. Because you go from a really structured kind of handheld experience to
so much less of that now.
this giant civilization
that's
map.
the experience you're going to get if you know what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
If you don't, it's going to take longer because you're like, okay, I need to be able to put up this. I'm not juicing it as much. I'm not doing all this.
Well, at
stuff,
that point, yeah, when you're in that position, you're focusing on the actual content you're doing, not like your goal so much, because you don't have the experience for that anyway.
Yeah.
King's March is a bit further away.
It is. Being on the coast, it kind of, if it had put it too close, it would have restricted the other things that can go there. So we've got like a sort of slightly longer lines that to shorten the distance to get to King's March.
Oh yeah, so it's not as many maps.
Yeah, so it's not as many maps as what it would be for the normal conventional distance.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, it is a couple of extra maps further than some of the others.
The cool thing is, because it's now quest lined, as soon as you get to King's March, you're given the first logbook.
Oh yeah, cool.
So you just instantly like reveal a whole section of ocean, start mapping.
Islands.
You're getting what, 15 to 20 maps per logbook, give or take. You can, if you just want to explore, like let's say the logbook you placed didn't spawn the chase thing you're looking for. You can just shortest path to you know, the edge, and then reveal another, and you can go
check another logbook and
up,
go
sideways, up any. It's just a big grid of squares.
The logbooks tradable.
The logbooks are very similar to
the quest ones are not like. Which, by the way, you get your first
astrolabes, aren't they? They're like instanced.
Island with a quest marker. You complete that. It gives you your second.
Instead of being an unbroken
right?
expanse, it's like a more discrete unit of maps that you complete.
So it actually takes
So it feels like you're accomplishing something within a certain time period. Diablo 4 did something similar too.
Right, like there's no randomness in the ability.
Just wanted to just add more structure to like I don't know, like
in particular the Runes of Eldur
a
Pinnacle
play
is
session.
more maps
I have no idea what they
than
call
some
it
of those other
internally.
biomes, because it also it doesn't have a tree.
Small
right,
goals are
because
the
it is
lifeblood of
active
the game.
league,
Yeah.
And it has just a
'Cause
lot
one
more
map is too
generally
small.
going on and many different ways. So it
You know, like
itself is
ranked
a bit
queues could do
more-
something similar
yeah,
too,
there's more
right?
going on.
Like
But
you do
then
5
when
ranked
it's
queues,
not
you get
active
some
league,
kind of
we can
loot
then,
or something.
like get that to be more like in line with the others and that kind of thing.
Oh man, I'm so excited for this.
Something beyond just
But funny thing is though, like
you know, like how Street Fighter 6, you unlock a skin after like 300 games, but it'd be nice if there was more like popcorn stuff.
So that was another big thing when we were designing this initially. Is like, so I mean, and at this point we were literally just looking at Steam reviews and being like, okay, like what, like on a more meta level, like why do you get a situation where someone's like game is terrible, 400 hours played? But like what leads to that? You know what I mean? And honestly, we're like, one of the big problems is like there isn't an obvious point to stop, and like eventually any end game is going to get boring eventually, right? And if like you didn't have a point of like you felt like you were done, like if you've got a place to leave, then yeah, you're gonna then
the challenges thing
for you. So like we have to be like, we want to actually get you to feel like you're done. And part of the way that you do that is you add more objectives that like have progress bars where like you finish them and then you're like, okay, I'm done with this now. And so Whether or not you want to do all of them or not, the key thing is that there
I
is
guess
a
like
point where you finish the
the
fortress, you've got all
alternative
the
to not
points
having
saved, and, like,
challenges
there's progress bars,
is
and like there is a point where you
and
do,
not
you finish the league. There is a point where you finish all of the
not
other
good
league mechanics
moments where you
around.
end is you
And then,
just
and then
you just burn
for
out,
other people,
right?
there's challenges, right? Like part of the reason we wanted to add challenges in this one was to see like there's quite a lot of people who just like the thing that their goal for the league is finish the challenges and then I'm done with it, and so it's like it's just another one of those things that PoE1 had that can give you an objective for yourself so that you know when to quit. Because ultimately the goal is, like we want you to play when you have a great time, but we want when you decide to leave that you come back with a plan to play again next league.
Yeah.
And so long as we can get you to that point without burning you out, then you're going to be wanting to come back and play again.
Yep.
So it's like that. It's just one of those really important things that PoE2 just didn't really have because it just kind of petered out into like into nothingness. It didn't really have like this.
Yeah,
I'm done with this now.
Ultimately, it's just about having cool core goals to shoot for,
exactly.
like, and then you've got nice clear goals for that now. It's probably like Fortress plus like a specific league mechanic.
Or maybe you want to do all of them, or maybe you don't. But the key thing is like you get to that point, you know when you're done with it, and we've got those progress bars that can pop out the side, so you can sort of see at a glance. Like here is my like in-game completion of like how much of that stuff they've done, and you also know, by the way, that when you do finish that progress bar, that you have seen all the major content that the league has to offer in terms of like you fought the pinnacle boss, and there's more uniques you could get and more things you could farm, but like that stuff is really extra stuff. It isn't really the core of the experience of that. So that's kind of what we want to do.
And at the same time, for the people who never quit, the the infinite atlas.
Of course, we want to make sure that stuff is better, of course. But
it's kind of crazy to consume all of this content at once. Normally, I like watch the main thing for like an hour or however long it takes, and then the Q&A I say for like afterwards.
A ton. And you could be like,
like while I'm sleeping or something like that. One-shotting it like this is... I mean, all of them do it, right? It's just an experience that requires a lot of endurance. He's still here.
And then the next day,
he's still
I'm
here.
go explore the ocean and just logbook, and
Hawks is looking at this while probably having the audio up.
Axes, that's also important and cool. I'm going to go do Breach this day, and the next day I'm going to do Delirium, and the next day I'm going to mix them all,
It seems super easy to change like whatever it is you want to do if you want to mix a match now. So if you are focusing on Expedition, like there's nothing now to stop you from going and focusing on Breach for a while instead.
And of course, the fate of the Vile Temple, right? Like it actually is unique amongst the others in that it doesn't have an Atlas active mechanic because the temple is its own whole building a dungeon vibe, and so it still is a tree. It still appears in maps. It has a tablet. All of that. But instead of now like doing the progression on the Atlas, the meta progression layer, you're doing it in the temple, right? Just with less snakes.
Excellent. And the new Atlas tree design supports this idea as well, where this core full tree is like a full completion thing, which is cool, but also like your initial reaction to that might be to kind of like worry that, it seems like it kind of removes some player decision. But you have some specific things.
So that is something we're really worried about, and but I'll explain also why we did it in the first place. So we had this problem where designing the Atlas in a way where you don't want to constantly respec really handcuffs you in terms of what kind of nodes you can add. Because if you want to add a node which is like, this cool thing happens when you're in forests, it's like, well, now if you're not in a forest, you're like, it's a waste of a point, right? So effectively, by doing full allocation, you can now say, okay, well, I'm not wasting any points. Like they do different things at different locations, and it means that we can just be more interesting with the bonuses.
And they can be way punchier.
Yeah.
Because we're not like worrying about so much about the balance of that. So then when you're doing your initial progression, when you're picking stuff, it's more about like, what stuff do I want now versus later. But the issue with that is you can't add difficulty if you've got a full tree. So we're like, and you still wanted the idea of having a build for your character. So then we're like, okay, we're going to solve this in two ways. One of the ways is we're going to add multi-choice nodes to the regular Atlas tree, so that those ones can be like, am I going to go difficulty, or am I going to go like more difficulty, more rewards, or am I going to go less difficulty, less rewards? So that example in the stream of like, okay, for shrines, like, do I want the shrines to go on the bosses, which is going to make it so that they're harder with more rewards? Do I want to make it so that when I go into a boss fight, I get an extra shrine effect, thus making the bosses easier? So you've kind of got that tweaking you can do. And so on the regular Atlas tree, you'll find things like that where the design space there is that they're decisions that you're going to want to make, but not very often, right?
Yep.
So it's like, as my character gets more powerful, maybe I'll flick that node from one mode to the other, but it's not something you're going to be changing all the time. So that's that design space. But then for the Atlas Masters, this is the design space of things that I do
The
want to change all the
Atlas
time, because it depends on
Masters.
what like maps I'm facing. But then we make it really easy to change because we've got that system where
Just a button on the
just a
side
button on the side, you just
Bam.
pick which one.
Yep.
So what that's actually most close to, in a way, is kind of like the Jesus Christ, I've forgotten the name of even these. You pick the modes when you run a map in PoE1. What do you call that again? There was the Zara thing for.
Like Exarch and
Yeah,
Eater
the
and that.
influence.
Okay, yeah, that thing.
Influence,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly, right? So it's Jesus Christ, I can't remember any more the names of the shit.
There's a new
it's kind of more analogous
fuse
to that
for
in a way,
T-
because it's
for,
like for each map, you
2X.
might want to consider what you're picking,
Yeah.
and like depending on what it is that you're doing there. So that's that design space, and so those things together. But that thing there also has like like the choices that you're going to make. Your sort of Atlas build comes out.
They're
in the-
kind
in
of
the
like your
Masters.
Atlas build loadouts.
Yeah.
But with pre-configured nodes as opposed. Yeah.
And way better than that, because like if you want to respec one of those, it's only a couple of
They call it
nodes,
team
you can
fight.
do that freely.
Yes,
It looks
exactly. So
like
it's no longer
you get to both move
making that not be all the giant
simultaneously.
Atlas, it actually simplifies that quite a lot in terms of being able to see that. So like at a glance, you
Yeah.
can see like here's the choices that are important,
It's so
as
nice
opposed
not
to like the
needing-
million other little nodes that kind of don't really matter in
Yeah.
practice.
So nice not having also just like I suspect from a more
Something that
player
only
who's,
a
like,
duo can do.
approaching it for the first time as well, just way less FOMO, way less like, oh my god, I don't know, do I go this way, that way, I don't know what to do, and there's
Oh, it
still
looks like
choice
there's, like,
of
a
how you
timer.
get there. But even with the masters and stuff, that you don't have to have all these respec systems with different currencies and
So
gold
stupid.
costs, and
You're just
then they're
talking
too
them on and
cheap
off.
and not or
Way
not too
better.
cheap and all of that.
What the
and
hell?
yet they're still built.
What are they
Like,
cooking
there's
over
still
there?
Atlas
It looks
strategies,
so
there's what
weird.
tablets
Yeah,
you're doing,
it looks
what multi-choice
incredibly
you're taking
weird.
on your league
It's
trees. There's I mean, even
like
just
this
what league
theme
you're
of today is
running
breaking the
is in
rules
itself
of the
a build.
game, and that is definitely
like
definitely breaking the
I
rules
guess
of the
you have
game.
this kind of like you could be. It's more of a meta strategy, but you'd be like, I'm going for forest biomes because this league with these nodes on the Atlas tree equals, some certain benefit when combined with Delirium. And then you could be even doing things like, as I said, all the multi-choice. Maybe you run this master when fighting bosses, and this master when fighting or when boss chasing, this master when doing certain leagues over others, this master while logbooking. There's just like all kinds of stuff where it's like, okay, so you'd think by having the tree be fully allocation, you're like, oh, there's no builds anymore, and then it's like, hold on, there's like,
No, there's a lot there.
a lot of stuff
but
here.
effectively, the complexity there has been moved into a much more tight place where you can sort of do all
so
of
much
that in
more
one
manageable.
go. So it's just a lot more manageable and it feels a lot better, I think.
What's the deal with like the sub trees within each master? Because they each have 3 tabs, don't they? Is that right?
No. So each of those tabs is a master.
Oh, okay.
So basically, so like one master is one of those tabs, and then you pick like the things you want for that master. But then when you
okay.
change to a different master, that's like that's the choice of master you're making for that map.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's just whatever master you have that's selected is the one that's active.
Is the one that's active, yes,
And that's-
exactly.
yeah,
So it's
that's
really
bad.
Each has the 4 rows, which is their quest line unlocks each
Yeah,
unlocks
so yeah.
1 row and 1
Yeah.
point. You can take all of 1 row, or you can take 1 of each row.
Oh, okay.
They're just all
wow.
kind of keystone-y things that.
Didn't realize that, yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot of even within that. There's obviously a ton of permutations of things you could do. So.
Yeah, right. So we've got our Atlas ascendancies and all of that lined out. So the kind of like the equivalent to your, I don't know, your Tier 16 plus endgame juicing now is like go do the fortress, maybe complete like the couple leagues that you're going to focus on, get your masters done. So they have their quests. I guess they appear kind of like at certain points when you discover
those
certain
ones
things.
are so for example, you've got Hilda who's like sending you to kill like bosses.
Yeah.
She'll pick maps that are like a few maps away from the map you just did as like the place where she's going to set her objective. So then it's kind of like you can kind of do that like while you're doing other things, because like there's you do have to visit her campsite first to like get her. So there's like a place like right really near the starting point where that is. But like then her mission can kind of be completed as you're doing other things. Whereas like other ones have kind of like they're a little bit different.
Well, Doriani's tracking down the corruption.
Yeah. So
biomes.
effectively, that quest of what you had as like the quest before is now just like Doriani's like master quest.
It's his
so,
side quest.
Yeah,
kind of thing
and
now.
the places where the corruption biomes are is like hard. Like in the starting zone, we've put them in like specific places so you can questify going to them. Like Doriani can be like, I'll go to this one and then go to that one and so on. So like we've kind of got that stuff that so his quest line is kind of that.
seeing Doriani's quest kind of like minified into his little master thing now makes it seem like it'd be pretty easy for you to in the future make other leagues into masters like that as well.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say next. I was immediately like, someone who's looking at this damn well knows we're going to be adding more of these.
There's going to be more of them for sure.
Effectively, more Atlas classes get added over time based on different new themes. Like, because we've tried to have Jado, Order of the Jinn. Their whole thing is like, you know, getting powerful artifacts out of the hands of the villains, you know, and so you get a vibe there about what the types of nodes could be or should be, where you've got Doriani, who's like a powerful thaumaturge scientist, so you can get, you know, you have all these different characters, and you have just the classic, I want to kill bosses, Hilda, who's just trying to like kill powerful beasts, and so you immediately can go, okay, well, you know, not that this is confirmed, I'm literally making this up as we go, but it's like, well, you got Pharaoh, who's the rune seeker, trying to learn blue shapes.
Could be
Maybe that's a master when he's not, if it's core or not core, depending on how things go.
Yeah,
you know,
all
like
that goes on the Atlas is a big thing. Like you've got these options now for how to integrate things, which as exciting as this is to play now, I'm excited for the future of this as well, because it seems like
Could be a lot more.
it's much easier to see
we
how it expands.
designed more than the masters that we're even putting in here. We just didn't get time to do them.
Yeah.
Like we had some ideas there.
Excellent, good to hear. So, yes, okay, you guys could scroll down a little bit more on our Q&A. We can move to the next part. Thank you guys. With the traveling around the map, so towers still kind of exist scattered around, and does the Grand Project still exist as the way to kind of like teleport after you've done a tower?
It does. How does that work now? It works some way. There's a bit of a change. Not to like nerf it, it's just like there's a way about how it needs to work that I can't remember the exact specifics of, but yes, ultimately, yes, it does.
Excellent. Okay. Have you guys ever considered like just making towers work like that in general? I kind of love that thing.
Maybe.
Might help with some of the discussions around. I know you're a big fan of like having a nice variety in the Atlas, and certainly it's going to be a lot of that, because if you're doing like one of those breach areas, you're going to be like doing a variety of maps in them. But for some people, they want to just avoid certain layouts ultimately if they can, and so in a way, like you can path around maps a lot of the time. I guess Grand Project is one of those ways that you can kind of dodge those things too. So something worth considering. Has there
do another
any
rattle.
Look at layouts for maps, like unliked layouts?
There's always some of that work that's been done. I'm not entirely sure how much of it there's here, but there's definitely some. There's also a bunch of new maps, just new maps in the pool as well. There's always work on layouts.
Scotland to
They address
major.
that stuff typically, just like the level design team just tends to sort of address that sort of stuff.
Just always
over
happening in the
time,
background.
just happening in the background. They're just adjusting things. But that being said, I don't want people to believe that we're just going to devolve into just like every map is just a
Yard?
simple layout without any like resistance at all. There does need to, on some level,
is
be
it like
some
police?
maps that are just like have like maps should have some level of identity, and like I wouldn't want to just erase it all and just turn it into a pile
all
of slop,
gorgeous all day.
Exactly, you know what I mean? So like that, like I don't want people to think that it's like, oh yeah, everything will eventually just become like a freaking circle or something.
Meter.
Like you do want to have some level of interest.
You want some interaction with some maps are better with certain leagues than others, and
that
others,
kind of thing.
you know, different things like that. So,
But yeah, obviously if there's maps that are just like nobody likes, like not a single person is ever keen to run ever, then we might want to consider changing that.
That's 7
Get rid of the
letters.
slow levers in all
The
Greece.
only meter that starts with an O.
Rogue Exiles are a fun idea, and there's some cool things for them
Odometer?
here where you've got this like nemesis system where they can come back
Damn.
and hunt you down. It's the patent's expired on that. It's okay, we're safe. Have Exiles been made more substantial in general? Because they kind of pushovers, like
yeah.
to make that a bit juicier. Excellent, great. I'm glad, because I was like very excited for them, but they were like, they're kind of lame. So that's good to hear. Co-op progression, I had like grim expectations for how co-op progression
Might
would work.
line
with
a
this, but
sidewalk?
You've reassured me that it seems like co-op works well here.
So the way that it works basically is that for the fixed part of the Atlas, when you complete a map that would give you something like a passive point or something like that, it actually completes it for everyone. And because the layout is fixed for the parts of the Atlas that are important for quest stuff, it means that, effectively you can all progress and co-op the Atlases at the same time. So you don't have to worry about that part. But as soon as you're in the infinite farm area, now you're effectively working on your own Atlases just like how you were before.
You have to change one letter to get a military
Some
rank.
don't, and I'll give some examples because so the general just random
Walk
map
to
that
divorce.
gives gives a passive point. It completes for everyone. Now, if that's disconnected, like let's say I've been mapping and you join me on day 2, and now I'm just completing maps, you will have a disconnected set of completed maps. You cannot path from those. They have to be connected to your home.
Might
to
line
the
a
path. So you still
sidewalk.
got a path there, right? But they are completed for you.
Oh, interesting.
So once you connect it up, you can skip over them. But the other thing is that let's say you get to the Delirium tree, you get to the hub, you do some of the maps with Delirium, those will complete
Wow,
in
that's
multiplayer.
so
But then you get to the ground mirror.
lateral.
That one
You just
does
got it
not complete
instantly?
in multiplayer because it applies
That's
a
pretty
thing to your
good.
Atlas that if it were to just complete, would rob one of those players out of some sort of either quest or meta progression.
Probably the
which
anagram
ultimately
one.
yields a reward. So some maps shouldn't complete in multiplayer because then you have to split up, you have to run them each in your own, and then you apply your own miss to your own Atlas. And then you can run all those, and those will complete together.
Well, the flip side of that is that the entire party gets to go around and do everyone's pinnacle boss. I
Is the
suppose,
second
at
to
that
last
point.
one?
Correct. Yes.
That's good.
So yeah, some do, some don't. We're just
But,
really,
but almost all do. Like it's just a few
it's-
cases where we needed to make
It's
sure.
judgment calls where we don't want to rob you out of rewards, right? Like because you happen to be playing in a group and you're like, damn it, we should have split up, and or I should have left the instance before you did that so that I got it twice. You know, we're trying to make it that's not, you know, just stealing loot from you.
We've got some kind of rapid fire random chat questions here mixed in. Some people have been asking about like the portals for maps. So like the portal restriction, 1 portal for 6 modifier maps. Is that something you're like looking
Change
at or
one letter
reevaluating, or
in
how do you feel about
parking?
that? The change now
Like
at this
the
point?
active
There was some
departure.
discussion.
I think we now have it be -1 portal per 2 modifiers.
Oh, what's
No,
the?
but wasn't there something where the tablets did something as well?
Oh my god, I don't
I
remember.
can't remember. There was some change here.
Oh, this is actually. Yeah, I wasn't expecting. any
There was a
changes here.
change here. I just.
We've changed some stuff, but the whole thing of like we don't want you to run 5 mod maps all the time because like just often happenstance of dying. Like we've done some stuff around this. Maybe we undid that though because now we have like Atlas nodes and the master for additional
There was
revives.
something. Yeah, there was something about that though. I feel like we did something in. There is an Atlas node that gives you an extra.
We have the master for an extra revive.
Oh, the master does it.
What?
Okay.
Okay.
There was something here. I just don't quite remember.
We
ways of
have
getting
one
you
that
that buffer.
removes all the
There's like
Oh.
people like 1 portal just feels like, oh man, like.
For Johnson Blow.
We are doing things around.
Oh
I just
my
can't remember
gosh.
exactly which decision we landed on, but we did show it. We did show. Well, at least
like a note or something, was there?
I don't know if we put it in here, but on the I think on the website when you're looking at the announcement page,
It's
there's
this,
one,
right?
there's a
We
few
send
nodes
you
on there
out?
that you can open. One of them is an additional revive.
Oh, great. So, there's some stuff
So
to
it's
check
like
out
you
there.
could at least turn that on if you're running a certain class. But I think we have some ways to do this now. But I can't remember how much we baked into the inherent behavior versus just putting via the tree and or masters because we went through like 5 iterations here.
Yep. There's a question for Ascendancy trials. So I guess there's 2 questions here. One
Yeah, I
is
can't do
trials,
this.
the
What the
answer
heck?
solved.
I shouldn't even start this.
Mystery.
The third one's not in this expansion.
Parting.
A little bit too much content to do.
But I assume that's one of those things that you want to have absolutely in and good for launch. And I guess the second question is the existing ones. Is there any kind of plans to improve them?
We
and
do want to
overhaul them
improve
as
them.
well?
They're not good enough. But
they're not
we didn't
launch
get
ready.
time this time. Yeah, like there's a lot that needs to happen.
But all 3 of those are on the cards for before 0. Before 1.0
Should
or 1.1.
should be. But look, I wouldn't want anything. Put it this way: anything that's in the game right now, I don't want anything that's in the game to be bad at 1.0. So certainly, I would want to fix those other 2 trials before we get to 1.0.
Nice.
The third one, I want to get it in for 1.0. We'll have to see how that goes.
I would say that's a coin flip.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
gonna there's quite a lot to do there to make that
It
good.
would doing that would compromise something else. It would 100%, and I don't think we will.
Fingers crossed for you. I'm very excited to see this mystery
But
third
that
trial.
might be afterwards, but like it's really hard to say. Of course, it just depends. See how things go. But the other 2, we had a plan for. We were like, oh, we're going to fix everything in the end game, and those 2 were on our
What do you
cards
say
as well.
on your way out?
Because technically we want to improve the in-game farmability of them as well.
In
and a bunch of stuff.
particular, they're not really they're
A
not something
parting
playing the game that
farewell, a
much.
parting.
We want to improve that. Like
Yeah.
we want to get that to be a thing that's like a viable league, as it were.
Yeah, you want it to stand alongside these other in-game mechanics as a thing that
Exactly.
you'd
I
actually.
can only think of
wanted to do
parting
the core
remarks.
Atlas stuff first, and then so because we were like, okay, we can't do this and this and this and this, and we already did that, and then the and this.
You say
kinda tapered off, and those were
Irasai-san?
2 things.
I
We're like,
don't-
let's do those in a separate patch, a separate time, and give them the justice
You might
they
have
need.
tried to do too much at once here, but you got.
I need a
It
hint, I
seemed
can't
to
do
like
it.
doing that anyway. One kind of hot topic for us here is bosses. I cannot avoid bosses. Always one of my favorite things, and You guys are getting a little
More
bit cracked with
generic
bosses. Are
than
getting
farewell.
crazier and crazier.
Parting-
I've seen like a bit more than I think what was teased.
Parting
in some of these boss fights.
buys.
Unhinged. So I guess my first question is, who is each of your favorite of the
Parting
new bosses? 'Cause there's, what,
Sias.
15 new bosses or something? Who is each
I
of
That
your
is the one
favorites?
that
I
was
reckon just
speaking-
conceptually that the one that's the ritual
Parting-
one,
the big freaky Bodak.
yeah, the Bodak
That
under
Bodak.
under the ground is just like really cool. The light, like just with the darkness and the like,
Yeah, the
you know,
beams on that thing look
just the
insane.
yeah, and it's just like it's just really cool. Just like conceptually, as I said, like with the you know the way that I mean I don't know how much to spoil about that, but like the way that you bring in some entities to help you with that, and like it, you know, it reveals
It's
the
not
playing with the
guttural
mechanic of the
noises.
light
Why would
and
it
all
be
that sort of stuff.
guttural
Like, it's
noises?
just pretty cool.
All right, give me the first
Tale
letter.
of
I
light
can't.
versus darkness.
Yeah, exactly.
Ain't mercy.
So that's just a really cool one.
Yeah.
Mode of
favorite.
communication.
Mm,
Parting
never pick
words.
favorites. They're all
You must pick a favorite of your children. Go on.
What?
Which child do you love more than the
That
other?
that must have been really hard to give a hint
That
for.
delirium boss is
I mean, it's good. Finally, having the is that spoilery?
Go on.
It's good having the strange voice have a has a thing now. You know what I mean?
Okay.
He's not so strange after all. Or he's more strange.
What's the
I
country
guess.
starts with
One of the
O?
two. Anyway, but like it's nice that from a you know, Delirium's been in PoE1 for so long. So it's like holy, it's been this long till we got
There's only
you know,
one.
a new pinnacle out of Delirium. But in the same sense, so is Ritual, and honestly, it doesn't
October.
really have any of the way of bosses.
What
and
country starts with
anything
O?
really so much, and at some point, King and the Mist became it, but that honestly wasn't. You know, that came with the.
I should look
Faction
to letter
League
count.
and, you know, so it's like this.
man.
He's just a little guy.
It's just interesting finally getting some new capstones to some of these stories that have been around for like a decade, which I think is real cool. And honestly, it's
The
just
type of
nice to be
house?
able to like the King in the Mist. Come on, you
Manor.
fight him in Act 1.
I know he went from being like a pinnacle boss to a campaign
like,
boss. Now it's so
come
good.
on.
Okay, I would not have
Has
gone this
elevated
one.
That much.
And
This
then
one
you
just
get again,
mentally
you got Pinnacle of
boomed me.
Ritual, and it's King in the Mist again. And didn't they kill this guy in the first act of the
Yeah,
game?
he's a side boss.
He's got a new skill. You know, it's like it's just not good enough at all. Obviously, it's more than I'm
How hard
underselling
you said it
but
was?
It is clearly just not good enough. And
Yeah.
so
Oh, you carried
yes,
down.
wanted
I
to be more. You
Kinda
know,
looks like a ladder, huh?
ancient with it, more you know, primordial.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
things that are
rattle.
just beyond
Oh my
your
gosh.
comprehension of power, and just like holy, we're on a
Yeah, a couple of them look a bit
You know?
mind bending. In that
They
regard,
already
which
knew.
is-
yeah,
I'm
but
looking
not
forward to.
also just like you know, OP human. You know, those are cool. You know, like technically, Tang Mizu is just a OP human.
Yeah.
You know, and there's such a cool little storyline there, and you know, people. I
Thank
can't
you.
wait for people to like
you
see
for
that because
helping.
there's actually a cool story link
Maybe
between
I'm more tired than I thought.
Ritual and Delirium. Not that mechanically they're.
But I feel like I wouldn't have
and you
gone
get
down
to
anyways.
see, you know, some of the origins of how he came to be who he is, and you know, you might feel a little bit sympathetic for him, or you're just like, nah, I don't like you. You just make me see crazy demons and stuff. Or maybe you're like, I love that you make me see crazy demons and stuff. I don't know, but I just love all of that. Like, I like that we're finally putting a bow on some of these things, finally getting to the end of these. Well, I wouldn't even say it's the end, right? Like, it could be the beginning of something new as well. Like, that's the whole point. Is but
Something you'd be a bit more proud
I
of.
think this set will do well
100%,
though.
It's like, oh, it's a bit
Right?
sad that just Olroth,
This
that
league.
Olroth guy, that you know, who as a character is cool, but as a you know boss fight, it's just it was clearly just a rip from PoE1, and you know, it's like, here's this new thing in PoE2 with this new epic new how we make bosses has obviously evolved over so long, and we're just taking this thing from several years ago, and it's just the pinnacle. And sure, we redid the effects and gave it a fresh coat of paint, but it's just not the justice they deserved. And so
But yeah, that's. I would love like a mini documentary, honestly, on like the process of how you make a boss now. Like, how does it actually go? Like, how do you go from like the original concept or whatever to the boss now that has like 40 skills and is crazy?
there's kind of a few ways. Sometimes where it can be driven from 3 points. One can just be purely like narrative, let's see what we can come up with. Like, the campaign is way more narratively driven design of bosses.
Right.
Like, we kind of know who is going to be the final boss and story before we develop the boss, and thus then it goes to concept and through the art pipeline. That's probably a more standard pipeline. But honestly, I I would say a good half the bosses, and for example, and you're not going to know this, and it almost undersells it in a way, but the Expedition Pinnacle boss, like the Runes of Eldur Pinnacle boss, right? That, which some people saw some silhouettes of and whatnot, but that thing is like this giant, massive, horrific creature that's just like, you know, resembling a spider. And, you know, that was initially just a random mini boss in Act 5 that we were going to do.
Yeah,
and the area kind of evolved to the point where that boss didn't fit anymore. And so we were like,
Well, whenever we're looking at the we're doing league design, we're often looking at some of the assets that we've got around, and then like it can actually inspire design for some of the stories as well.
Yeah, you like look at this cool
So we
thing
sort of
and
look at this thing, we're like, oh man, like what if we looked at the mix between what if Verisium and Corruption were to come together and mix, and like what that would sort of result in. Like you see this thing, oh maybe that could be, and then once you've got that, you're like, okay, maybe if we change this model to kind of be more in line with that, we can then like, you know, like look at this and be like, okay, like and sort of create something. So having those constraints when you're designing a story, and then like seeing like some other stuff can actually really inspire quite a lot of creativity as far as like designing the storyline as well is concerned.
You go back and we're like, you know, like partly it's also like it's too epic for this just random Act 5 area that's like an in between, you know, it's not a key story boss, I guess is what I'd call it. And not that those shouldn't be epic, but then you take it and you're like, all right, let's make the limbs out of Verisium, let's add this, let's add this, add some magical power, we can do this blue glow here, add some more flesh, and by the way, and then we tell the modelers, like, by the way, we're going to 3x the scale of it.
This interview's crazy. I think they're ramping. I thought they were going to wrap up a little bit earlier.
There's all kinds of stuff like that where we have to do.
I think it's ramping.
This, like, and obviously when you make something that big, you have to, if it's already animated, you probably have to reanimate it, right? Because the way it will move needs to be different.
Big things move slow.
I mean, it's great.
If you want some telegraphing that matters. So, you know,
it's great that they're so
helps.
passionate.
But honestly, the way it comes about can just be honestly just out of nowhere. You just have this thing and you take it from somewhere else. You have the narrative driven, and other times you just have like.
We're all
Our
here.
artists are just working on stuff. Like normally we're very, very reactive to player demand for what they want from mechanics and balance and stuff like that. We try to be.
You know the
so
lava map? The one with the
ahead, right? And generally,
the really annoying one with the
we do not
boss that
know
makes
the
like the
next
river
link.
of lava.
We've said this many times before. We do not know.
And it's like really claustrophobic or whatever.
But obviously you need time.
And it's the one with the magma.
And so
with the pot
just making
with the
stuff.
lava in it.
They're just in there making
Apparently
cool stuff.
that map is one of the best maps for
and it can be sometimes
Expedition, because all of the nodes are concentrated in one place because the map gen is so messed up there.
And we find something that fits, or sometimes we're like, damn, we're like struggling to come up with a theme for a league here. We look through and we're like, oh, what do we do all this, and this is the boss and this is that, and then we just piece some stuff together, bit of retexturing, maybe some, you know, and it just can come together in that regard as well. And so we have this just insane
I guess that makes sense.
library
The
of
more
art
you
constantly
know.
being made for stuff that we don't necessarily know. And sometimes I give some
It's
direction.
something to
like, for
consider
example,
the next time you
and Jonathan's
randomly
mentioned it, we are going to do Delve again at some point, right?
randomly
so
get
as
it.
soon as I hear that, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna
'Cause I didn't see anything about forcing
concept
maps.
artists, the character artists, and sometimes even the environment artists. It's just like, we are going to do this at some point. Make sure it's there. Make sure we're experimenting and thinking about what does it look like. Who is now all of the Crystal Knight, or maybe his friends, or his siblings, or his father, or his. You know, you just start expanding and just let them start coming up with the real epic stuff, and then it's like, what does the underground now look like? Are we still, you know, they might want to experiment with things that's like, do we want to change how Azurite is represented, because it might just look like Verisium now, and you know, stuff like that. So we kind of have just stuff like that going, where it's sometimes directed, sometimes completely undirected, just going constantly. And it just allows us to just really quickly then just grab some stuff out of the hat and chuck it in and start, you know, assign it to either a mechanic or a theme, and just unify those three threads, which is the art, the mechanics, and the narrative, which, yeah, either can come first is kind of the thing. Either could be the chicken or the egg, and you know, it's kind of awesome, and it allows us to just be like real fast.
Yeah, awesome. Well, you guys are absolutely cooking with this. Can't wait to check some of it out. We do unfortunately have to wait a little while, but I suppose you might have a few teasers and things like that for us over the next couple of weeks to help make things worse, maybe, while we agonize over this wait. But very much looking forward to it. Thank you both for the extended amount of time for a very large Q&A.
It's been a good one.
Awesome.
Flew by.
Yeah.
Flew by. It was good stuff. I enjoyed this
First
discussion.
intermission.
Yeah, first intermission. Woohoo! Whopper
real
of
cool.
the league, right?
Very excited.
I couldn't make it. All right, we'll see you guys next time. Thank you very much for watching.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Whoa,
on
that
launch.
happened so suddenly. Wait, they didn't mention the patch notes. Patch notes? Yeah, it suddenly ended. Okay. Is that it? No patch notes? No patch notes? Patch notes? Is that it? It's just wrap up? I was wrong? Oh my god. There are no patch notes. People are just signing off. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess that's on me. I thought there would be patch notes. Okay, well, I mean, now I know for next time, I guess. Well, I guess that's that. We already talked about it a bit, but seems like it's kind of more of the same, right? It's not necessarily transformative, but remixes of things that we already have. Breach isn't new. We already had Breach. What's I don't know. Ritual is slightly altered. It's not new, so it's not hyper interesting. We got the whatchamacallit new mechanic. The mechanic they seem to have worked on a lot was the let's see, like the new island mechanic thing where they generate new islands at the end.
Fighting 5.
There's some cool new uniques that are build enabling. So right, endgame changes are here, right? Where you use the logbooks, like open islands and things. It's not necessarily changing endgame specifically. It's just they just kind of added more stuff on top, right? So they're more or less satisfied with the checkpointing system, and they're going to increase defenses along the board, and we still have to navigate the civilization map, and I don't know, it's just more on rails at the beginning, so newer players aren't confused. And for the hardcore players, quote unquote, there's new reach uniques, right? They added Mage Blood, they added I don't know, new currencies, new crafting types, to give people something to do. But I think it'll still have the syndrome of you reach like a certain threshold of power of being able to do one boss, and then you can do all bosses of that same tier, right? So if you could do the ritual boss, you could probably do the expedition boss, which means you could probably do the breach boss, etc. Until you reach the second tier. Because the difficulties aren't really gradualized, they're more stepwise, right? It's much more discrete than continuous. So there's that. They added Righteous Fire, a lot of fan favorites to the game, but they did it in kind of a weird way because they attached it to items rather than letting you do it through skills and use it through like meta abilities and things, which is weird. But yeah, I guess that's just kind of the option that they went for and are committing to for now. I really hope that a lot of the new skills that they showed are able to be used very early. Because I feel like for me personally, the way I want to play the game is I use the skill as early as possible, and I get to feel the ability become more powerful over time, rather than having to use like a leveling build and then swapping archetypes continuously, right? You don't love the gating of skills from uniques and ascendancies thing. Yeah, they do that. I It does feel that being able to tame beast of boss is an ascendancy tier power. So I get that. Um it is very special, very built defining. Is there anything else? It feels like a big polished pass, right? I mean, it's not fair because they did add like an entire tree. They added 2 new ascendancies, so it feels like they added a bit of something for everyone, like they always do. It is a lot of content. It is. It's a lot of content. They have this new thing that you could do to kill monsters in a circle to get loot. Um, right. You have like the ritual thing, which lets you fight up to 5 bosses at once. Yeah, maps in general look like there'll be more juice. A lot more juice, actually. You could make like a bossing build. You can specialize into certain specific types of content. Things will probably be a little crazy. They want you to map. They want you engage with the content. I really hope they but a lot of the stuff they show doesn't lean into the fantasy of what the like what endgame PoE1 looks like, I guess, which is you start going really, really fast. And it feels like more like you just get, because you don't get a lot of speed, it feels like a lot of mechanics look like monsters in a circle. So many things just look like monsters in a circle. Even Breach became that, right? Like you deal a pack of mobs and then you go back into the center to get the loot. Feels like it's a... I mean, there's one exception, which is Delirium, which is you start from the middle and then you like run away as far as possible. But Delirium looked kind of weird because it's not like a linear it's not linear progress. Yeah, like where is it? Right here. Yeah, like the arrow goes up and it goes down, and there's like a certain time period which you do it by, which is like, I don't know. I think it's also because the maps are less linear in this game, maybe. And you can't force maps, so the jankness of the mechanic is felt more because you're doing such a larger variety of maps. Like when I played Death Oath, you would just, you know, run down Strand all the time, right? And then it would just be Strand. And you would just run to the end. It'd be a linear path. You get to the boss and be done with it. Time gating mechanics feel weird when you can't move very fast. Yeah, I mean, I guess it will push you into situations where you'll probably die. But they did add a lot of fun stuff, so yeah, I actually thought that patch notes would drop shortly after the Q&A, so I was actually expecting the Q&A to stop earlier, or for the patch notes to drop during the Q&A. But like you mentioned, it is 3 weeks out, so I guess they didn't drop it. I mean, otherwise I would have stopped like prior to the Q&A because I was kind of zoned out, which is you know, bad for me to do. I do apologize, but it was really long. Remember early PoE1 reworked Breach was hard to stabilize the breaches when you're too weak? Oh yeah, it was. Definitely. It's because it just didn't spawn enough mobs. With a patch of this size, there's probably going to be bugs and stuff too, right? Imagine it'll feel that way all the time, PoE2. We'll see. They typically try harder on PoE2, so you know. Overall, I think it's not exciting, but sounds fun. Getting a new ascendancy for an existing class is much less exciting than getting a new ascendancy altogether. Or like a new weapon type. And there's a bit of a damper on the excitement, like I said earlier, of over the new really cool skills when you can't use them necessarily immediately because they're tied to you know, they're tied to equipment and uniques. Some of the mechanics changes they made were good, like being able to upgrade uniques and stuff, but you know, I'll have to see. You excited kinda? Yeah, it'll be a good league. The game's only gotten better, right? More mechanics, more stuff. But yeah, that'll be it for me. I did not expect this to take so long. I thought this would be like a 2-hour affair, but it is what it is. Anyways, that'll be it for me. Yeah, GG's. Thanks for anyone who stopped by, unless you were trying to invite me to your Discord. And have a good one.